Raging flames consume everything in sight as desperate cries for containment echo through the night. The great warehouse is engulfed in an inferno that threatens to destroy their entire future. Overseer Hans screams for reinforcements while the structure begins to crumble under the heat. Every drop of water feels useless against a fire that seems fueled by pure malice. Exhausted men struggle with heavy buckets, their strength failing as the smoke thickens around them. The Ark leader finally arrives only to find his legacy turning into a pile of ash. He reaches out in desperation, feeling a heat that no natural fire should ever possess. Terror fills his eyes as he realizes this isn't just an accident, but a message. Paralyzed by shock, he watches as the flames crackle with a strange, destructive energy. Despite their frantic efforts, the building is lost to a power they cannot understand. The inferno rages with a hunger that defies the very laws of nature. Han frantically searches for survivors while the estate turns into a graveyard of embers. A flicker of hope emerges as he hears Jian has reached the safety annex. But that relief is shattered as the main structure begins to groan and buckle. With a deafening roar, the massive building collapses under its own weight. Han screams for everyone to flee before the falling debris crushes them all. He desperately pulls the paralyzed Lord Zhang away from the edge of certain death. The leader stares in hollow silence at the total destruction of his entire legacy. Thick black smoke chokes the sky as the fire consumes everything in its path. Somewhere within the shadows, a lone voice cries out for a mother who cannot answer. A terrified child clings to his mother as the shadows of disaster loom closer. She whispers gentle lies, promising that his powerful father will fix everything. A haunting memory of a cold gaze lingers in the boy's mind forever. Tears fall as she wipes his face, desperately trying to shield his innocence. Now, the morning sun reveals the brutal scars left by the previous night's inferno. Within the quiet halls, a sacred chant echoes to mourn the lives lost. Steam rises from tea as the tragedy of the fire is discussed with bitterness. The leader seeks counsel from a mysterious monk who arrived amidst the chaos. Prayer beads click softly, hiding a power that far exceeds any normal monk. Master Jumo reveals he possesses a secret skill that could change their fate. Zhang Duyun recalls the monk's reputation for seeing into the hidden threads of fate. A chilling premonition follows as the master reveals he glimpsed the boy's dark future. The leader's heart stops, realizing his son's destiny is tied to this tragedy. Paralyzing fear takes hold as he realizes the bad news has only just begun. Amidst the smoldering ruins of his home, the young boy stands alone and abandoned. Instead of tears, an eerie and hollow emptiness has taken root within his gaze. While servants clear the wreckage, the monk struggles to describe the coming darkness. Tension thickens behind closed doors as the leader begs for the absolute truth. He demands to know if his legacy is doomed or if his child is cursed. The monk remains silent, leaving the boy's survival hanging by a single, fragile thread. The monk reveals that while the child will live, a darker fate awaits him. The leader listens intently, unaware that his entire world is about to crumble. Gripping his beads, the master speaks of a fortune so weak it cracks reality. He warns that their wealth is now being poured into a broken, bottomless jar. Silence hangs heavy as the weight of the prophecy finally sinks in. A single realization shatters the leader's composure as his vision narrows in terror. He explodes in fury, asking if his own flesh and blood is a curse. The monk can only offer a prayer for the tragedy he has just foretold. Trembling with uncontrollable rage, the father's grip on his legacy begins to slip. He curses the heartless heavens for turning his long-awaited son into his ruin. The monk reveals that a desperate solution still exists for the boy. A flicker of hope ignites within the father's terrified gaze. Far from the darkness, the child remains oblivious to his crumbling fate. He smiles while studying, unaware that his very existence invites ruin. The master suggests the boy must abandon luxury for a life of virtue. Beneath their feet, the foundation of their family is already splitting apart. Disbelief and anger surge as the leader hears the monk's cryptic terms. He cannot accept his only son becoming a monk and ending their legacy. A sudden laugh breaks the tension, mocking the father's narrow perspective. The monk smiles, revealing he never intended to end the family line. Proper guidance until the boy reaches adulthood will ensure his dark destiny finally breaks. The heavy burden lifts as the leader realizes his son can avoid the monastery. A joyful laugh breaks the silence as the monk offers an unexpected way out. The master promises to take the child to a hidden place of spiritual safety. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the father weeps for the miracle he never thought possible. The monk credits this salvation to the many virtues the father has accumulated. With his head bowed, the leader chants in deep reverence for this divine miracle. He explains that faith becomes a wind flowing between the people and the heavens. Every virtuous deed is now woven into the powerful tapestry of the Buddha's karma. The father closes his eyes, finally finding peace in a prayer for his son. Sunlight bathes the silent estate as a heart-wrenching separation begins to unfold. The young heir screams in terror as guards drag him from his home. His mother collapses in grief, while his father forces himself to remain resolute. Every desperate kick is useless against the warriors tasked with his exile. The leader explains that an infamous Shaolin master will now guard their son. Master Jumo defends the choice, claiming this path is paved with divine virtue. A decade of total isolation is the heavy price required to save him. The mother watches in silence as the weight of the prophecy takes hold. With a final cold command, the boy is carried toward an uncertain future. Their desperate pleas echo across the valley as the family is torn apart. The young master is forced into the carriage like a common prisoner. His desperate screams echo as the guards overpower his small frame. A mother's heart breaks while the father chooses duty over blood. The leader shouts that the family's survival rests solely on this sacrifice. Pure terror washes over the child as his own parents turn away. The heavy doors slam shut, severing the boy from his home forever. He beats against the wood, begging for a mercy that never comes. Master Jumo closes his eyes, entrusting the boy's tragic fate to the heavens. Through the narrow bars, he watches his family fade into the distance. The carriage thunders toward the mountains, beginning a decade of total isolation. Deep in the desolate mountains, a small boy stands completely alone. He watches the last connection to his home vanish into the dust. Tears stream down his face as the crushing weight of betrayal sets in. His desperate cries for mercy are met only with a cold, mocking silence. Wiping his eyes, he compares himself to a pathetic, abandoned stray. No matter how much he struggles, his cruel fate remains unchanged. Finally, the young boy hardens his heart and chooses to accept reality. He stands before a massive stone staircase leading into the unknown. Every step upward marks the beginning of a grueling 10-year exile. High above, his new master waits to forge him into something terrifying. Jian stands alone at the entrance of his new, isolated life. His young face hardens with a resolve far beyond his years. Looking up, he realizes his fate is tied to this mysterious monk. Deep within the valley, a humble hut becomes his prison and sanctuary. He remembers his father's warning that his cursed existence would destroy everything. To save his bloodline, he must now serve a master of virtue. If he fails, every person he loves will meet a gruesome end. 10 years of exile begin with the simple goal of surviving his master. He lets out a heavy sigh, already feeling the weight of the years. Exhaustion washes over him as the reality of his isolation finally sinks in. Jian sits in heavy silence, watching his new master tend to the earth. He realizes that doing nothing will only make the long years feel like eternity. His eyes catch a simple broom, a tool to bridge the gap between them. The dry leaves scatter as he begins to clear the path with desperate energy. He sweeps with a fervor that betrays his status as a high-born noble. The master questions the logic of cleaning a courtyard that will only get dirty. He warns the boy that chores won't trick him into teaching secret martial arts. Looking toward the heavens, the child insists his labor has no hidden motive. The monk snaps, refusing to ever grant a merchant's child the Shaolin secrets. Fury boils within the young exile, as his small act of kindness is spat upon. The boy drops a bombshell, claiming martial arts aren't his goal at all. Stunned by such boldness, the monk can hardly believe this brat's words. But the child's gaze remains steady, harboring a resolve far beyond his years. Years earlier, the monk sought absolute solitude deep within the silent, jagged mountains. Even the legendary Shaolin masters eventually abandoned hope in his stubborn, isolated ways. Everything changed when his master urged him to end his crushing loneliness with company. He fought against the idea, refusing to waste his life raising a merchant's son. Yet the Grand Master insisted this burden was a divine decree from Buddha himself. Trapped by fate, the recluse could only sweat under the weight of his destiny. Returning to the present, he mocks the boy's claim with a sharp, disbelieving laugh. The master demands to know why a child would wander into these dangerous peaks. He coldly orders the boy to learn his lessons and return to his family. But the child erupts in defiance, shouting that he never wanted this life either. The monk halts in his tracks as the boy reveals his dark, ruinous secret. Sobbing, the child explains that his very existence will bring death to his kin. A sudden wave of realization hits the master as he glimpses the boy's burden. With his home lost to a cruel prophecy, the boy stands broken and alone. The master realizes the parents wove a wicked web of lies to save themselves. He grows furious that even the holy temple would participate in such heartless manipulation. Shaken by the boy's raw agony, the master finally commands the weeping to stop. The young heir finally stops his weeping, swallowing the bitter taste of his exile. But the stern master offers no comfort, demanding the boy shed his noble silks. These mountain peaks have no place for the flashy garments of a pampered life. The boy tries to argue that these were the plainest clothes his mother owned. His complaints are silenced by a cold command to move faster toward his fate. Reality strikes when he sees a meager bowl of cold, flavorless mountain greens. The master explains that within these holy walls, fire is a forbidden luxury. He warns that eating cooked food only fuels a man's inner rage and arrogance. Staring at the lifeless meal, the boy realizes his nightmare is only just beginning. Shivering in scratchy rags, he wonders how he will survive 10 years of this. The master prepares to begin a meal that feels more like a punishment. The boy boldly questions why the master stays angry despite his holy diet. He suggests this flavorless food is just a sign of the old man's hatred. Stunned silence fills the room as no one has ever dared speak this way. A clenched fist betrays the master's shock at the child's unprecedented defiance. He searches the boy's face for a hint of mockery or hidden malice. Instead of a prankster, he finds only the pure curiosity of an innocent child. The master claims fire is a useless waste for those seeking true enlightenment. He insists on a life of extreme frugality to preserve every scrap of wood. Desperate for warmth, the boy offers to gather fallen branches without harming the forest. The master seethes as this tiny child challenges his ancient, spiritual wisdom. He preaches that nature requires decay to fuel the growth of the forest. The boy suddenly interprets this as a warning against stealing food from trees. It is a warped perspective that leaves the great master sweating in confusion. Jian even refuses to walk, fearing his only rags will perish within a decade. He stares back with a judging gaze that pierces through the master's authority. Despite his immense power, the old monk feels himself losing this psychological war. Defeated by logic, he orders the boy to remain silent and just eat. Isolated in the peaks, the child struggles with a meal that tastes like ash. When darkness swallows the mountain, a predatory hunger begins to growl from within. Jian is suffering from a relentless sickness that ravages his tiny, fragile body. Even the legendary master cannot escape the agonizing toll of their primitive lifestyle. Within the silent walls, the old monk groans as his own stomach betrays him. He admits that surviving on raw, uncooked scraps is a test of pure will. The master secretly hopes the boy breaks, so this forced exile ends early. 2 weeks of starvation pass, leaving the child dreaming of forbidden mountain fruits. Strength fails him as his eyes grow hollow from the constant, gnawing hunger. The master returns with a thunderous roar, demanding to know where the boy wandered. He stops cold upon seeing the child's blood-stained hands and ruined, tattered shoes. A chilling realization strikes the master as he witnesses the boy's terrifying persistence. Jian collapses in exhaustion as the master scolds him for being reckless. The boy desperately pleads, explaining that the meager portions are killing him. But the monk remains cold, claiming that even grass is enough to survive. He preaches about the path of virtue, while the child suffers in silence. Hunger begins to rot the boy's mind, leaving him a hollow shell. The master shows no mercy, determined to let the boy's spirit break. Terrified, the child realizes he might actually die in this god-forsaken place. With a final command to stay still, the monk abandons him once more. Watching him leave, a desperate plan takes root in the boy's mind. Suddenly, the starving child smiles, leaving the master chilled by his sudden joy. Master Jumo's harsh command rings out across the desolate mountain peaks. Hidden within the wilderness, a lonely hut becomes the setting for a brutal lesson. Looking down with cold eyes, the monk finds the boy collapsed and motionless. He barks at the child to rise, showing no pity for his failing strength. Startled from his daze, the starving boy wakes to a barrage of cruel insults. The child argues that sleeping is his only way to survive the agonizing hunger. Furious, the master calls him a useless beast who is merely wasting precious food. Jian stares in bitter silence, realizing the monk insults him while stuffing his face. With one final warning to stop playing games, the master storms out in disgust. The heavy door slams shut, leaving the boy alone in the suffocating silence once more. Trapped in the silence, the boy wonders how he will survive this cold isolation. Every shadow in this lonely hut feels like a weight on his shoulders. High in the mountains, the legendary master sits in eerie, absolute stillness. Before him lies a sacred text, yet no words escape his lips. While the master counts his beads, the child watches from the shadows. Curiosity finally outweighs his fear as he peers through the rotting wood. Stepping into the light, Jian questions why the ritual is so unnervingly quiet. The old monk scoffs, claiming that noise is irrelevant in these desolate peaks. He insists his heart strikes the bell, but the boy remains deeply skeptical. With a sharp glare, the master asks if he truly expects a performance. The old master explains that unnecessary noise only serves to sharpen his hunger. Jian bristles at the monk's stingy nature, suspecting he merely wants to save food. Dismissing the boy, the master turns the page and orders him to leave. The young exile retreats, casting a lingering glance at the man holding his fate. Frustration boils over as the boy realizes he cannot win through mere words. A new plan forms. He will mimic every movement to avoid further scolding. Peering through the cracks of the door, Jian prepares his secret observation. He vows to watch the master's every breath to uncover the secret of stillness. Meanwhile, shadows lengthen across the vast, silent halls of the mountain temple. A deep, resonant bell tolls, signaling the start of a long, mysterious night. Dawn breaks over the temple as the monks begin their silent morning rituals. Within a secluded mountain hut, the weight of a heavy destiny still lingers. Jian wakes to find his master looming over him with an unreadable expression. The boy gasps, realizing his bedding was folded in a mere heartbeat. With a cold command, the master orders the child to clean his mess. Jian watches the old man depart, wondering where he goes before the sunrise. Determination flares as the young exile frantically grabs his tangled blankets. He struggles to mimic the master's efficiency, but his small hands fail him. Frustration grows as he realizes even basic chores are a test of skill. Abandoning the task, he sprints into the morning air to chase the mystery. The old monk glides through the moonlit forest, like a ghost in the night. Desperate to uncover the truth, the young exile pushes his tiny legs forward. Hiding behind the ancient trees, he watches the master with wide, breathless eyes. Without breaking his steady rhythm, the monk ascends the jagged mountain path effortlessly. Every step is silent, a testament to a level of mastery beyond human comprehension. Suddenly, the master blurs, defying gravity as he soars toward the high peaks. He lands with the weight of a feather upon the sharp, unforgiving stone. The boy freezes, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the power he just witnessed. Sweating with exertion, he finally understands the legendary reputation of Shaolin martial arts. High above the world, the master settles into a deep, soul-shaking meditation. The young exile watches from the shadows, breathless at the display of raw power. He realizes this silent meditation is how the legendary master begins every single morning. The monk sits as still as a statue, rooted deeply into the earth itself. His face is a mask of absolute calm, untouched by the world's endless chaos. Determined to survive, the boy vows to uncover the hidden secret behind this strength. He recalls the thunderous strikes of the monks training back at the temple gates. Even their great masters seek clarity through the grueling path of internal cultivation. An hour passes in total silence as the master remains perched above the clouds. Exhausted and confused, the boy begins to doubt the purpose of this motionless vigil. He wonders if the great master has actually fallen asleep amidst the mountain peaks. A sudden, sharp realization strikes the boy as his body betrays his silent vigil. Across the quiet mountain peaks, a thunderous growl echoes from his empty stomach. Sensing the disturbance, the master asks if the child is intentionally protesting his lessons. Panicked and clutching his belly, he frantically denies any intention of disrespecting the monk. He admits his hunger is uncontrollable, while the master demands silence for his meditation. Even for a master of his caliber, finding true peace proves surprisingly difficult today. Curiosity takes over, as the boy notices a strange white mist flowing between breaths. The monk remains silent, contemplating the heavy weight of the secrets he still carries. He wonders if this curious child is truly ready to learn the secrets of cultivation. Those wide, innocent eyes search for answers that could change his destiny forever. The master reveals he is practicing a secret internal energy method from Shaolin. This forbidden technique is known only to a few within the legendary temple walls. He explains that everything in the universe is built upon the foundation of qi. To a hungry child, this mystical power looks like nothing more than simple smoke. Absorbing this energy allows a cultivator to transcend the limits of the human body. Suddenly, the boy realizes this is why the old man never needs to eat. Once accumulated, this raw essence transforms into the devastating power of internal energy. A dangerous spark of ambition ignites as the boy claims to finally understand. He plots to secretly master the energy to prove he can conquer his hunger. Unaware of the boy's scheme, the master resumes his meditation in the mountain air. The master sets a strict rule for the boy to never interfere with practice. Accepting the terms with a simple nod, the young exile retreats into the shadows. Surprised by the silence, the elder wonders if the boy truly has no more questions. He admits that a bit more curiosity might have earned the child a legendary technique, but the boy's mind is already racing with a desperate, secret plan of his own. Clenching his fists, he vows to master the art of breathing life from the air. Under the blinding mountain sun, the master begins his daily ritual of divine cultivation. A single controlled breath marks the peak of his immense spiritual power. As the session ends, the master leaves, unaware his student is already mimicking him. Hidden beneath the trees, the boy begins his first step toward breaking his human limits. The master watched in awe, stunned by the child's impossible endurance. Little Jian pushed past his limits, holding a stance that would break grown men. When the elder finally moved, the boy's legs screamed in absolute agony. He watched the master with suspicion, baffled by his total lack of fatigue. Suddenly he noticed something terrifying. The old man was effortlessly gliding. A shiver ran down his spine as the master moved like a silent ghost. Jian swallowed hard, realizing he was in the presence of a true monster. He scrambled to his feet, desperate to follow the man's supernatural pace. Every step was a struggle, yet his eyes remained locked on his teacher. The master's feet barely touched the dirt, moving with a grace that felt divine. Jian suddenly realizes the master's bizarre movements are a survival tactic against hunger. Every step the old man takes is a masterclass in total energy conservation. They finally reach a humble, secluded hut, tucked away from the world's prying eyes. Inside, the boy watches his new master with an intensity that borders on obsession. Even in the simple act of eating, the master maintains a terrifyingly calm composure. Not a single grain of rice is wasted by his perfectly calculated, fluid motions. It is a stark contrast to the frantic, wasteful energy of the estate's servants. Sensing the boy's gaze, the master's eyes sharpen with a silent, commanding authority. He sternly instructs the child to focus entirely on the meal before him. Jian immediately obeys, knowing every lesson from this monster is a key to survival. The master watches the boy closely, sensing an unsettling desire to mimic his movements. They sit in heavy silence, two souls bound by a destiny they barely understand. Jian stares with a pure, haunting intensity that begins to rattle the legendary master. The master questions if a mere child could possibly comprehend such complex, ancient scriptures. He explains these sacred texts are far beyond the reach of an 8-year-old mind. Admitting his struggle, the boy realizes some secrets require more than just raw observation. The master decides these religious paths are unnecessary for a boy with a different fate. Despite the difficulty, the child's sharp and precise responses show a terrifyingly high potential. Realizing the boy's hunger for knowledge, the master searches for more challenging material. He prepares to introduce the world's most advanced classics to this small, mysterious prodigy. The master grows weary, waiting for the persistent child to finally break and leave. Though his legs tremble with exhaustion, the boy refuses to abandon his grueling task. He ignores the gnawing hunger in his gut, driven by an unnatural, silent resolve. Peeking through the doorway, he witnesses the master preparing for a secret training session. A spark of pure curiosity ignites as he watches the monk's rhythmic, controlled movements. He creeps into the courtyard, drawn toward the display of high-level martial arts cultivation. The master exhales a deep breath, focusing his spiritual energy for the next strike. A single, fluid motion slices through the air with the weight of decades of practice. Suddenly, the master freezes as the child homebox the lethal posture with perfect precision. He realizes with horror that the boy is effortlessly stealing his most sacred techniques. The boy wears a confident smirk ready to challenge a legendary master's legacy. The monk decides to test the child's limits by demonstrating his complex forms. Every movement is a masterpiece of spiritual energy and decades of refined cultivation. But the young exile quickly realizes that mimicry alone is not enough. His small body buckles under the weight of techniques he cannot yet comprehend. He struggles to match the master's deceptively slow and agonizingly precise rhythm. Gravity finally wins as the boy loses his balance and tumbles backward. A sharp cry escapes him as he crashes hard against the unforgiving dirt. The master lets out a knowing smirk amused by the child's naive ambition. True power requires a foundation that no mere genius can simply steal away. High above the peaks, the young exile gasps for air in the thin atmosphere. He questions why they must waste precious energy on these seemingly useless movements. The master explains that stagnant bodies lead to a slow and agonizing death, but the boy finds the agonizingly slow pace impossible to follow or respect. Every shift of the master's arm is a lesson in absolute physical control. A single step becomes a gateway to understanding the mechanics of the human soul. Moving slowly allows the mind to peer into the swirling vortex of internal energy. True mastery means sensing even the smallest hair reacting to the world's flow. The child stares back in utter confusion, unable to grasp such profound secrets. His endless questions begin to chip away at the legendary monk's legendary patience. The legendary master sighs as he attempts to teach the child impossible secrets. He reveals the terrifying complexity of the human body and its hidden energy meridians. But the boy just feels his stomach growling from the sheer weight of information. The lesson shifts toward efficiency, seeking maximum results through the smallest possible effort. Every step the monk takes is a masterclass in eliminating every unnecessary movement. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashes across the young exile's confused face. He remembers his father's words about a merchant's duty to maximize every profit. A strange sensation fills his chest as two worlds finally begin to collide. With newfound resolve, the child prepares to face a challenge beyond his years. The monk watches closely, realizing this child possesses a terrifyingly resilient spirit. Jian collapses from exhaustion as his master realizes the boy's spirit is truly terrifying. A heavy, ominous silence now hangs over the grand halls of the Shaolin temple. Master Jumo senses a shift in the air as leaves scatter across the courtyard. Deep inside the storehouse, The monks discover a terrifying truth hidden within the ledgers. The records are perfect, yet their food supplies are vanishing faster than ever before. Even with more pilgrims visiting, the temple's vital resources are reaching a breaking point. Lay disciples are forced to cut their offerings in half, signaling a coming disaster. A shadow of desperation falls over the monks as the world outside begins collapsing. Rising costs and mysterious shortages paint a grim picture of the winter's approaching cruelty. With the granaries nearly empty, the sect faces a challenge that strength cannot solve. The sect's wealth vanishes like water leaking from a cracked pot. Deep in the frozen mountains, a lone hut echoes with sickly coughs. Master Jumo watches silently as his young disciple struggles against the winter chill. Bundled in rags, Jian shivers violently while questioning this unbearable, biting cold. He remembers the luxury of home where heat and food were never scarce. Now he faces a room without fire or even basic winter clothes. The master remains stoic, ignoring the boy's desperate, hacking coughs. Despite the freezing temperatures, the stubborn child refuses to beg for mercy. Jumo realizes the boy might actually die if this brutal test continues. With a heavy sigh, the legendary master finally prepares to intervene. The monk finally breaks his silence to check the long-forgotten furnace. On the freezing floor, Jian's body shudders from a violent, hacking cough. Delirious with fever, the boy desperately begs his mother not to abandon him. Outside, smoke finally rises from the isolated hut amidst the heavy winter snow. A roaring fire crackles to life, yet the biting cold still lingers within. The monk resents the headmaster for leaving him to care for a child. He wrings the cloth with frustration, annoyed by the boy's constant, bothersome needs. Despite the warmth of the room, Jian's condition only continues to spiral downward. Fearing judgment from the main hall, the monk hesitates to seek out medicine. He realizes that watching the boy suffer in silence is no longer an option. The boy's life hangs by a thread as he desperately calls for his mother. Master Jumo watches in horror, knowing the fever is finally reaching its breaking point. He realizes he is in an impossible position with no medicine in sight. The master prepares the child for a procedure that could kill them both. Half-conscious and shivering, the boy can barely understand the agony about to begin. With no other choice, Jumo decides to sacrifice his own life force. A blinding white light erupts as he begins to channel his pure internal energy. Losing this power will set his own cultivation back by several grueling years. The raw, spiritual pressure surges through the child's closed and fragile meridians. He prepares to forcefully shatter the boy's blockages by striking every single pressure point. The master slams his palms onto the boy's back to begin the force transfer. 10 years of pure internal energy flood into a body that shouldn't handle it. Jian's screams echo through the room as the raw power tears through his meridians. Deep within the mountains, the master ignores the boy's suffering to complete the ritual. Jumo knows this gift comes with a curse that will limit the boy's future. He warns that the boy must bear the consequences of this overwhelming power alone. One final surge of spiritual pressure forces a soul-shattering cry from the young boy. Outside, the relentless blizzard swallows the sounds of the brutal transition taking place. Silence finally falls over the isolated cabin as the life-altering procedure reaches its end. The boy survives, now imbued with a legendary vitality that defies all human logic. The master looks down at the boy who now possesses a body beyond human limits. Little Jian drifts into a deep sleep, while his master laments his lost cultivation. Sacrificing decades of power was a small price to pay for saving a dying soul. A gentle hand rests on the child's brow to check for lingering spiritual fever. Feeling the steady rhythm of his pulse confirms the ritual was a painful success. Seeing how thin the boy has become fills the old man with sudden guilt. His sharp eyes soften as he realizes the heavy burden this child must carry. He tried to sever all worldly attachments but cannot escape this overwhelming pity. The innocent boy remains unaware of the legendary strength now coursing through his veins. For the first time, the master truly understands why someone would die for their disciple. Master Jumo watches over the boy, mourning the childhood he is forced to lose. His hands tremble with a conflict between his cold duty and a father's warmth. He prays to sever his lingering attachments to the world and this innocent soul. A heavy sigh escapes him as he prepares for the grueling trials ahead. The child remains lost in a deep sleep, blissfully unaware of his shifting fate. 3 days pass in silence within the secluded mountain hut buried in snow. The heavy silence finally breaks as the boy returns to the world of living. Jian wakes up feeling a strange vitality, unaware of the master's immense sacrifice. His mind is sharper, and his body feels more powerful than ever before. The master watches in awe, realizing the boy has no memory of the transformation. The young boy looks up, feeling a surge of life he never knew before. High amidst the frozen peaks, the dawn light begins to pierce the heavy mist. He sits across from his master, a tiny figure against the vast, unforgiving wilderness. Despite the biting frost of the morning air, he feels no cold at all. His focus sharpens as he prepares to draw the very essence of the world. The master watches, realizing the boy's meridians have been perfectly and completely reborn. It is a miracle that others would spend 1,000 fortunes just to witness. With every steady breath, the child begins to grasp the secrets of true power. Pure energy flows through him, purging every lingering weakness from his soul. His journey has truly begun, guided by a force that will change the world. The boy masters his breath, carefully balancing the life-giving air within his lungs. High atop the frozen peaks, master and disciple sit in absolute silence. The master senses a latent talent that could forge a legendary warrior. Yet, he hesitates, knowing the heavy price of walking the path of blood. Seeking permission from the temple elders requires revealing secrets better left buried. He reminds himself that the child's fragile body was never meant for combat. Doubts plague his meditation as he struggles to suppress these dangerous ambitions. Days pass in solitude, until the boy finds himself alone with the wild. Suddenly, a strange vibration ripples through his core like a bolt of lightning. The first spark of internal energy awakens, changing his destiny forever. The boy finally feels the raw surge of internal energy within his core. Every exhale brings him closer to a power he never thought possible. He hungers for more, desperate to consume every spark of this newfound strength. High above, his master watches the horizon as a strange sensation arises. He turns in shock, sensing a forbidden power radiating from the child. He wonders if the boy has mastered the secret breathing art alone. He leaps from the cliffs, desperate to confirm the impossible truth below. He lands with a heavy heart, stunned by the boy's terrifying potential. His own body feels broken, drained of the power he sacrificed earlier. A single bead of sweat falls as he laments his own lost glory. The master calls for an end, but the boy's training has only begun. Even a legendary master struggles to keep pace with the child's infinite hunger. Refusing to quit, Jian chases after the secrets hidden within his own soul. Inside a humble mountain hut, a terrifying transformation begins to take root. Jian realizes he can finally see the flow of energy coursing through him. His senses sharpen until he feels the very wind brushing against his skin. Master Jumo demonstrates the path of reverse cultivation to strengthen his fragile frame. Every movement in the snow tempers his bones into something far beyond human. Though warned against overexertion, the boy only cares about filling his empty stomach. A simple smile masks the birth of a monster that will shake the world. Master Jumo watches in disbelief as the child pushes through the agony of starvation. A radiant power awakens, rewriting the boy's very essence from the inside out. Even the legendary master fears the unpredictable monster he might be creating. Years begin to bleed together as the harsh mountain winters slowly fade away. Spring blooms across the peaks, marking the start of a grueling new era. Under the watchful eye of his mentor, Jian absorbs ancient and forbidden knowledge. Survival becomes second nature as he scours the wilderness for every scrap of life. The once fragile air finds pure joy in the simple, raw taste of the wild. As autumn leaves descend, the bond between master and disciple hardens like steel. His tiny frame now carries a weight that will soon shatter the heavens themselves. Under a watchful gaze, the boy mimics the moves of a true legend. The biting cold of winter becomes his only companion on this lonely path. Every frozen breath he draws is a testament to his growing internal power. He sits in perfect stillness, letting the world fade into nothingness. When his eyes finally open, they burn with a clarity beyond his years. The darkness of the peaks hides a monster slowly coming into his own. Seasons bleed into one another as the fragile air finally disappears forever. 3 years have passed since the world last felt his presence. An old ally arrives at the temple gates, seeking news of the boy. He comes to find a friend, unaware of the transformation taking place. The legendary Guang Yun has arrived, a man whose name commands absolute respect. The temple disciples realize this visitor is far more than just an ordinary traveler. They lead him deeper into the sacred grounds, treating every step with extreme caution. The great doors of the Shaolin temple swing open to welcome the returning master. He walks the path of his ancestors, his presence heavy with years of cultivation. Every movement he makes carries the silent weight of a hidden, earth-shattering power. Suddenly, his sharp eyes catch a sight that shouldn't exist in this holy place. A flicker of genuine concern crosses his face as he stops in his tracks. Before him stands a crumbling pagoda, its ancient stones shattered by an unknown force. The monks admit they have tried to repair it, but some power keeps it broken. The legendary master recoils as a devastating truth about the temple's decline is revealed. Even the holiest grounds of Shaolin have begun to rot from within. Financial ruin has gripped the sect so tightly that even basic hospitality has vanished. The head monk admits their resources are exhausted, leaving them vulnerable and desperate. Cold sweat breaks as the true scale of the disaster finally becomes clear. A leader who never compromised is now forced to drink dregs to survive. Ancient monuments crumble into dust, defying every attempt at restoration or repair. He realizes this decay is more than physical. It is a spiritual omen. No matter the effort, a mysterious force continues to pull the temple toward ruin. The realization hits him like a physical blow as their legacy starts vanishing. For 3 years, the legendary inner courtyard has rotted into a silent graveyard. Cold sweat drips as the master realizes the timing isn't just a coincidence. Even as the monks train, a shadow hangs over the once mighty Shaolin temple. It all traces back to the day the cursed boy arrived in that carriage. They try to deny that one child could shatter a legacy this ancient. Looking into his friend's eyes, the master prays this ruin is merely a fluke. Desperate to save what remains, the head monk finally begs for a way out. A generous offer of gold is made to stop the sect's bleeding heart. He insists their bellies are full, yet the spiritual rot continues to spread. The terrifying truth strikes like lightning as the master sees the coming end. The master realizes the bountiful harvest he expected is actually a curse in disguise. This child is a bottomless pit destined to consume the temple's entire legacy. Overcome by a sudden terror, the master frantically heads for the temple hall. He commits to 10,000 prostrations to beg for mercy from the heavens. The high priest watches in disbelief as his peer is driven to desperation. Guilt consumes the old man's heart for inviting this ruin into their sanctuary. He ignores the calls to stop, driven by a fear that no one understands. Walking away from his duties, he seeks a salvation that might not exist. The ancient structures of Shaolin remain unaware of the spiritual rot spreading within. Even the most unfortunate fate cannot prepare them for the destruction he brings. He bows until his body breaks, desperately praying that Shaolin will remain safe. Every breath is a struggle as the weight of an impossible prophecy crushes him. His trembling hands can barely support the burden of his own mounting guilt. Standing before the great Buddha, he begs for a sign that he hasn't failed. But the golden eyes remain silent, offering no comfort to a dying soul. Driven by terror, he collapses again to complete his 10,000 sacred prostrations. The head monk watches from the courtyard, witnessing his friend's tragic descent. He warns that no man, regardless of rank, can survive this level of penance. Yet the old master knows the dark truth that hasn't improved with time. He chooses isolation and prayer over the hollow comfort of his worried brothers. 4 years of grueling penance have passed within these silent temple walls. The head monk watches helplessly as Master Jumo continues his path of isolation. He remains deeply frustrated by his inability to stop this grueling cycle of penance. Yet this extreme devotion has unexpectedly inspired the younger monks to follow suit. A rare moment of quiet reflection settles in the eyes of the spiritual leader. He acknowledges the massive debt they all owe to one man's suffering. The courtyard stands still as a new era of discipline begins at Shaolin. Deep in the mountains, a simple hut hides a secret that defies explanation. A witness trembles as he feels a monstrous energy awakening within the cabin. The fragile child is gone, replaced by the formidable 15-year-old warrior, Zhang Jian. The morning ritual begins with a simple meal that defies every human logic. The legendary master stares down, unable to believe the sight before him. Every bowl and utensil sits with a precision that feels almost supernatural. Even the simple garden leaves have been carved into works of haunting perfection. A trembling finger points toward a display of obsessive, terrifying discipline. The boy calmly explains he was just gathering ingredients from the garden. The master erupts, terrified by the lethal precision hidden within his young disciple. To the young warrior, this meticulous arrangement is merely a way to eat. He offers a small smile, claiming he only removed what was imperfect. But lining up individual rice grains reveals a talent that shouldn't exist. The master watches in horror as his student arranges food with supernatural precision. Every leaf and grain sits in a pattern that defies human logic. This terrifying discipline is driving the legendary master to the brink of madness. He finally snaps, demanding they stop talking and just finish the meal. The old monk has no energy left to argue with such a monster. With a hauntingly calm smile, the boy offers a simple prayer before eating. Deep within the mountain forests, an unnatural chill begins to settle. Something is fundamentally wrong with the world, and the master can feel it. He wonders if the temple's financial ruin is causing this suffocating tension. But deep down, he knows a far darker power is beginning to awaken. Master Jumo walks with a heavy heart, haunted by an unidentifiable, creeping dread. Despite the peaceful routine, a suffocating anxiety begins to cloud the legendary master's mind. He exhales a weary breath, unable to escape the growing tension within his soul. Staring at the silent temple, he desperately searches for the source of his agitation. Unbeknownst to him, his young disciple watches from the shadows with a piercing gaze. The boy silently observes his master's distress, wondering what could be breaking his composure. Inside the room, every single book sits with terrifying, unnatural precision on the shelf. The master suddenly realizes the bed has been prepared with an almost inhuman perfection. He stands frozen, realizing the boy's obsessive habits are what truly disturbed his rest. This isn't simple discipline. It's a dark, calculated precision that borders on total madness. The master watches closely, realizing that his young disciple is hiding something truly profound. A narrow glimpse into the boy's daily routine reveals a terrifyingly perfect execution. Lately, the boy's behavior has shifted into something far more unsettling than simple discipline. 7 years of tireless work have hidden a potential that defies all logical explanation. While tending the garden, a sudden blur of motion catches the master completely off guard. He looks up in shock, sensing a presence that feels impossibly refined and sharp. The boy's footwork has transformed, leaving behind after-images of a master-level martial artist. His steps barely graze the dirt, carrying a weightless grace that mimics the wind. There is no wasted effort in his stance, only the terrifying efficiency of a killer. Mastering such a legendary technique requires total control over one's own internal energy. The master calls the boy forward, his voice echoing through the silent mountain peaks. He realizes with dread that he never once taught Jian a single martial technique. Demanding answers, the master asks how a mere servant could replicate such divine footwork. Jian simply smiles, claiming he was just trying to mimic his master's daily movements. The old monk freezes, terrified by the realization that this child is a natural genius. He remembers the boy's weak constitution, a body never intended for the path of war. Without even understanding the concept of internal energy, the boy has achieved the impossible. It is a frightening talent that defies the very laws of cultivation and logic itself. The master presses further, desperate to know exactly when this strange transformation truly began. Jian laughs it off, unaware that his awakening has already changed the world forever. The old master staggers back, unable to believe the impossible truth he just heard. Jian explains his secret, revealing he only sought to preserve his energy against hunger. Since childhood, the boy instinctively mastered the art of perfect efficiency through deep meditation. He unknowingly unlocked the ultimate martial principle of achieving maximum results with zero effort. The master stares in disbelief, wondering how a mere child bypassed decades of training. He suspects the boy is lying, yet the evidence before him is undeniably divine. They lock eyes, one filled with innocent curiosity and the other with pure dread. Reaching out, the elder demands to inspect the boy's body and hidden internal energy. As their hands meet, a blinding surge of power confirms his most terrifying suspicions. The master closes his eyes, sensing a power that defies every law of cultivation. The master finally touches the boy to confirm the impossible truth. He peers deep into the child's body, searching for hidden secrets. A violent storm of spiritual energy begins to swirl within the boy's core. He discovers the kid possesses 20 years of cultivation despite never being taught. Cold sweat drips as the master realizes this prodigy surpassed him in secret. He searches for any sign of deception in those wide, innocent eyes. He suspects the boy secretly copied his movements during the early dawn hours. High in the mountains, he asks how a child could master such breathing. The boy innocently explains that he simply consumes the air around him. By just breathing, this monster unknowingly mastered the ultimate art of the heavens. The master stares in disbelief at the terrifying truth behind the boy's secret training. Years ago, he sacrificed his own power to rebuild the child's broken meridians. He never expected the boy to unknowingly amass such a massive ocean of energy. Now, the teenager wonders why his master looks like he has seen a ghost. The old man demands to know how a novice mastered a legendary Shaolin technique. With total innocence, the boy describes every subtle movement he observed in his master. He demonstrates the complex footwork with the effortless grace of a seasoned grandmaster. Speed and precision merge as he leaves a trail of afterimages across the courtyard. This monster is mimicking high-level martial arts just by watching them once. All the master can do is laugh at the sheer absurdity of this talent. The master watches in awe as the boy's movements transcend basic martial arts. He isn't just moving, he is optimizing every step for absolute, terrifying efficiency. There is no hesitation in his eyes, only a calm, natural mastery of power. High above the temple, the master struggles to comprehend this impossible, sudden growth. As night falls over the secluded mountain hut, the weight of destiny lingers. Even in his sleep, the boy carries a presence that unnerves his own teacher. His body control already rivals the elite disciples who have trained for decades. Sitting in the silence, the master realizes he is harboring a literal monster. A legendary internal strength has taken root within the boy's very soul. The light fades, leaving only the shadow of a power that will change everything. The master watches his disciple, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control. While the boy sleeps peacefully, a hidden disaster begins to take root within. One wrong move could trigger a catastrophe that no one is prepared for. Reckless power risks a violent chi deviation, threatening to tear his body apart. Teaching him the secret arts is forbidden, yet leaving him untrained is even deadlier. A heavy sigh escapes, as the weight of this impossible choice crushes the master. Only the highest authority can grant the permission needed to save this monster. Explaining the boy's terrifying potential to the temple leaders seems like an impossible task. Night stretches on as the master searches for a way to break destiny's grip. Deep within the temple, a high-ranking voice welcomes this sudden turn of fortune. Years of financial ruin are finally ending as donations flood back into the temple. The supervisor realizes they no longer have to live in fear of total bankruptcy. A massive burden is lifted from the head monk's weary and aging shoulders. He believes this sudden fortune is a reward for their guests' incredible spiritual merits. Bowing low, he offers his deepest gratitude to the heavens for this divine salvation. However, the supervisor suggests it is time to prioritize the temple's own long-term survival. He warns that the recent wave of simultaneous disasters was a terrifyingly rare event. He proposes hoarding their new riches and cutting off all aid to the poor. The head monk immediately rejects the cold proposal with a look of absolute conviction. Abandoning those on the brink of starvation is a sin he will never commit. Faced with the head monk's unwavering virtue, the supervisor finally admits his own selfish cowardice. With a gentle smile, the leader forgives the lapse in judgment for the temple's sake. They stand united under the sun of the sacred roofs, bound by a shared devotion to their sect. Deep within the untamed mountains, the peaceful scenery hides a boy training in isolation. Jian rests among the greenery, grateful that he no longer has to fear starvation. Every bite of simple fruit is a reminder of the mercy that keeps him alive. Yet, a shadow looms over his peace as he remembers his master's strange behavior. The old monk has become a ghost, haunted by secrets he refuses to share. Jian can only guess what heavy burden is slowly crushing the legendary master's spirit. Frustration boils within him because the truth remains locked behind a wall of silence. A sudden voice shatters the silence while the boy enjoys a stolen moment of peace. Terror grips his heart as he realizes someone managed to sneak up on him completely. He stumbles back in a panic, staring at the formidable figure looming over his shoulder. The stranger merely chuckles, offering a light-hearted apology for the heart-stopping jump scare. Jian realizes with horror that this man's presence is entirely undetectable to his senses. Collecting himself, he offers a deep bow and names the master he serves. The mention of the old master's name causes the monk's expression to sharpen instantly. Confusion clouds the boy's mind as he wonders how this stranger knows his master. The mysterious elder confirms their connection while scanning Jian with an intense, piercing gaze. He reveals a chilling truth, admitting he has been watching the boy from the shadows. Jian freezes as the stranger reveals he has been watching his every move. The monk from the Shaolin temple smiles, claiming his own ways of knowing. He identifies the legendary dragon claw technique used to pluck simple mountain fruit. Even the boy's subtle footwork belongs to a high-level art known as phantom steps. The elder questions why a master who takes no disciples would train him. He expresses genuine shock that the boy survived 7 years under such cruelty. Jian finally finds someone who understands the sheer weight of his master's harshness. Memories of his master's relentless scolding and harsh discipline flood back to him. Confusion sets in as Jian demands to know who this man truly is. The stranger reveals he is Hong-O, a legend ranking above Shaolin's current leader. The legendary monk questions if the boy is truly the master's chosen disciple. Jian denies the title, claiming he merely shares a home with the old man. But his effortless footwork tells a story of mastery he doesn't even recognize. Shock fills the air when Jian admits he has no idea what he's doing. These secret arts are the elder's greatest pride, yet the boy mimics them perfectly. He insists he never received a single lesson from the master during his exile. To uncover the truth, the monk demands to test the boy's hidden potential. The moment their hands meet, an explosive surge of pure energy shatters the silence. A monstrous force pushes back, defying the monk's own legendary internal power. He realizes this child possesses a terrifying level of strength for his young age. Jian wonders why every powerful master is suddenly obsessed with his hands. His master warned that a dark, strange energy was festering deep within him. The legendary monk offers only cryptic riddles about the boy's true calling. Desperation kicks in as Jian reveals his time in exile is nearly over. The mention of a 3-year deadline sends a shockwave through the old master. Sensing a deeper mystery, the monk demands to know the truth behind this timeline. A heavy silence falls as the boy hesitates to reveal his family's cursed past. The elder's gaze pierces through him, sensing a story that could shake the world. He explains the cruel fate that forced him into 10 years of lonely isolation. The tragic tale begins years ago, when he was just a child of 8. As the boy finishes his tragic tale, the elder stands in stunned silence. He realizes this child reached impossible heights simply by imitating a master's movements. For the first time in ages, the legendary monk's heart begins to race. Hidden beneath that unassuming look lies a talent seen once in 10,000 years. He admits that placing the boy in isolation was a stroke of absolute genius, but Jian remains haunted by the looming disaster waiting at the 3-year mark. The master offers a gentle smile, telling the boy his suffering is finally over. He promises that the heavens will reward the incredible endurance he has shown. Even surviving a decade with a madman is enough to earn divine favor. Now, the monk ponders how to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change history. Deep in the silent woods, a clandestine pact is made to keep their meeting secret. The legendary monk warns the boy never to reveal this encounter to his master. He claims this deception is merely a way to surprise an old friend later. With their business concluded, the elder prepares to depart for the Grand Shaolin Temple. They exchange a final, respectful bow, bound by a shared understanding and mutual silence. A knowing smile crosses the master's face as he contemplates the boy's terrifying potential. Jian remains blissfully unaware of the massive waves his existence will soon create. Watching the elder vanish with supernatural speed, Jian regrets not studying his movements closer. Back within the temple walls, the master seeks answers regarding the boy's hidden growth. He questions the supervisors about Jian's training, sensing a power that defies all logic. The head monk calmly notes the boy's 7 years of progress within the temple. Suspicion boils over as the supervisor accuses them of hiding a secret disciple. The truth drops like a hammer when the boy's forbidden mastery is revealed. Panic strikes the room as they realize Shaolin's ultimate secrets have been leaked. Fury erupts because an outsider was granted power reserved only for the elite. A heavy silence falls while the head monk considers the weight of this betrayal. The supervisor demands the master be brought to his knees to face judgment. Attempting to diffuse the tension, the elder promises to investigate these impossible claims. But one piercing gaze proves he knows a deeper motive is being hidden. A knowing smile confirms that the elder's sharp intuition was right all along. The head monk reveals a breakthrough and demands the sacred jade Buddha staff. His sudden request sends a wave of shock through the temple's highest leadership. They remind him that the relic is far too sacred to use lightly. He stands firm, claiming this breakthrough will determine the very future of Shaolin. The supervisor questions if he truly intends to defy their ancestors' ancient laws. Despite the immense pressure, the council refuses to grant him access to the relic. A heavy silence descends as the head monk struggles with his own internal resolve. Suddenly, the supervisor realizes the elder's true goal is the legendary Jade Fire Order. That decree grants the absolute power to rewrite any rule for the sake of necessity. He finally understands the master is desperate to take the boy as his disciple. The head monk roars, demanding the sacred Jade Fire Order despite the heavy risks. The supervisor trembles, knowing the elder's chaotic personality has always been a problem. Even as a youth, his mischievous streak earned him countless scoldings from his masters. A calm hand tightens around prayer beads as a secret deal is finally proposed. The master offers a small compromise to avoid violating their ancestors' sacred laws. The head monk erupts in manic joy, promising to uphold his end of the bargain. Stunned by the sudden shift, the supervisor can only watch in complete silence. With a final prayer, the master accepts the weight of this dangerous new path. The elder walks away laughing, having secured the future of his monstrous new disciple. High within the desolate peaks, a monster begins to awaken under the dawn sky. The supervisor follows closely, tracking every step of the boy who shouldn't be here. This child's movement has reached a level that defies all logic and human comprehension. Even the freezing mountain winds cannot touch him as he walks with effortless grace. His feet move with a speed and precision that no ordinary trainee could possess. When asked why he smiles, the boy reveals a truth that shatters the supervisor's reality. He claims the morning light provides a power that never fades throughout the day. The realization hits like a physical blow. This boy is cultivating every waking second. He has mastered the impossible, absorbing pure energy while performing the simplest of chores. The supervisor demands to know if the boy is maintaining a secret breathing technique. Traditional meditation requires absolute focus just to store the smallest fragment of energy, yet this boy is accumulating massive power while performing the most mundane daily chores. Recklessly gulping down raw energy should be a recipe for a swift, painful death. The child innocently admits he hasn't even begun to learn actual martial arts. Cold sweat pours down the supervisor's face as the terrifying reality finally sinks in. To the boy, this impossible feat is as natural as taking a simple breath. His lack of formal training makes his monstrous potential even more dangerous to witness. The supervisor can only wonder what kind of monster they have truly invited inside. The supervisor watches from above as the boy continues his impossible meditation. Jian enters a deep trance, his presence vanishing into the silent mountain air. Panic sets in as the monk realizes the child hasn't breathed for 30 seconds. This isn't just talent. He has already mastered the legendary art of abdominal breathing. The supervisor knows he can no longer keep this monstrous potential a secret. He decides that immediate action is the only way to protect the boy's future. As dawn breaks, He rushes to deliver a report that will change everything. Deep within the mountains lies the secluded hermitage of the legendary head monk. Within these quiet walls, a simple cup of tea carries a heavy, mysterious weight. A sharp command stops the boy before he can taste the sacred brew. The legendary sword saint of Hwasan arrives, questioning the mad monk's suspicious brew. Gang knows this tea is brewed from lethal, forbidden poisonous herbs. His young disciple freezes in terror, realizing he almost drank a deadly concoction. The sword saint takes a daring sip while the monk watches with a grin. The sword saint's eyes widen as he feels the impossible potency of the brew. The monk reveals he cultivates these fatal plants within his own secret, private garden. Outrage erupts as the master demands to know why his disciple was targeted. This brutal lesson in immunity prepares the boy for a world of hidden poisons. The two old friends recall their youth, surviving the deadliest schemes of their past. The monk boasts that his mastery of poison now dwarfs even the Tang family. This mysterious monk carries a legacy that stretches far beyond the mortal realm. Even the legendary sword saint admits their old rival surpassed the Tang family's deadliest. The disciple trembles, hearing that the Tang family's greatest master is a legendary immortal. Yet this monk's poison mastery once ranked even higher than that toxic legend. The sword saint remains calm, knowing the true depth of his friend's terrifying talent. Decades ago, the monk defeated the sword saint, using the saint's own secret technique. Horror strikes the young disciple as the impossible truth of that defeat sinks in. He can't believe his invincible master fell to a monk using Hwazan's secret style. He was the ultimate genius, a man capable of outperforming any sect's greatest masters. He mastered every pinnacle of martial arts, outshining the world with their own styles. The legendary monk fumes as his oldest rival dredges up painful past memories. The sword saint remains relentless, demanding his friend finally admit his total defeat. Rage boils over as the monk slams his tea, refusing to concede the wager. A clash of wills ignites between the furious monk and the stoic master. Beneath the temple eaves, a desperate plea for the future of martial arts begins. The monk scoffs at the suggestion, prioritizing a master's final wish over legacy. But the saint strikes a nerve, reminding him of the disciple who left empty-handed. Hearing this, the young student recalls the legendary bet that defined their rivalry. Two titans once vowed to settle their ideological war through their own successors. Now, the frustrated monk can only curse the stubbornness of his lost pupil. The sword saint stands frozen, unable to believe such a short timeline is possible. Inside this small room, the fate of Shaolin's greatest legacy is finally being decided. The legendary monk grins, promising a miracle that will shake the world in years. Silence hangs heavy as the saint and his disciple struggle to process the claim. A thunderous laugh erupts, masking the terrifying truth behind the old monk's secret plan. But the saint knows that every time his rival smiles, total chaos surely follows. High in the secluded mountains, a hidden plot begins to take its final shape. Meanwhile, the temple supervisor looks out over the peaks, burdened by a new mission. The summons is clear. The head monk demands to see the boy immediately. For the master hiding the child, this sudden request spells absolute disaster. Master Jumo fears the head monk has finally uncovered the boy's hidden existence. The time has come to descend the mountain and face the temple's ultimate authority. Jian is ordered to show absolute respect to the elders of the great temple. But the young monster responds to the news with a look of pure annoyance. His master wonders if the child is truly ready to face the world again. It turns out the only thing on the genius disciple's mind is his stomach. Jumo realizes the only way to move this mountain is with a sugary bribe. Suddenly the boy's apathy is replaced by a terrifying and singular hunger for mooncakes. The reluctant warrior is now the first one ready to charge toward the monastery. A legendary master watches in disbelief as his disciple is bought for a snack. The young monster can't help but grin as he realizes his own terrifying progress. High above the world, the treacherous peaks that once broke him now feel like home. Where he once struggled to breathe, he now descends the slopes with supernatural speed. He reflects on the legendary techniques he witnessed, hungry to see even more power. A silent observer watches from the shadows, frozen by the boy's impossible movements. The supervisor realizes he is witnessing something that defies every law of martial arts. Beneath the boy's feet, the legendary Great Arhat Zen Step manifests in perfect form. He moves like a phantom, leaving even the most seasoned masters questioning their own eyes. Panic sets in as the elder realizes this child mastered a secret without a teacher. Unaware of the shock he's causing, the genius continues his sprint toward a new destiny. The burden of managing a monster-level genius begins taking its toll on the supervisor. They finally arrive at the heart of the world-renowned and heavily guarded Shaolin Temple. Massive structures tower above them, echoing with the weight of centuries-old martial tradition. Strict orders are given to remain silent while navigating through these sacred, hallowed grounds. The boy's easygoing nature only serves to further irritate his already exhausted caretaker. Suddenly, the young prodigy senses a presence approaching from deeper within the temple complex. Two figures in traditional yellow robes emerge to intercept the unannounced visitors. They offer a formal greeting, curious about the reason for this sudden, unexpected arrival. Without wasting a moment, the supervisor demands an immediate audience with the head monk. The monks quickly yield, recognizing the authority of the man leading the mysterious boy. Even the seasoned monks tremble at the mere mention of the supervisor's terrifying reputation. Without a moment to lose, the stern master commands the boy to follow him. They arrive at the massive dining hall where smoke rises from the ancient kitchens. A boisterous monk greets them, shocked that the cold supervisor has finally visited. This restless chef manages the temple's massive appetite and refuses to ever sit still. Jian stares in awe at the place where the legendary Shaolin meals are forged. Curiosity piques as the cook wonders if this mysterious child is a secret disciple. The supervisor quickly denies it, claiming the boy is merely a temporary guest. Despite the tension, a warm introduction passes between the boy and the exuberant cook. Leaving the boy with treats, the master departs for a clandestine meeting. The boisterous cook laughs, noting how rare the old master's interest in others is. As the supervisor departs, the chef cheekily shouts that he will be back soon. Left alone in the courtyard, the boy watches the stern administrator walk away. With a warm smile, the cook offers the boy a taste of home-style mooncakes. Gratitude fills the young exile's heart as he thanks his new, energetic friend. 3 perfectly crafted pastries are presented, a small luxury in this harsh mountain life. Memories of his former life flood back as the boy stares at the treats. A single tear escapes his eye, overwhelmed by the kindness of a complete stranger. He prepares to savor the first real delicacy he has seen in years. With a massive bite, the flavor of the past finally returns to his tongue. The rich scent of pumpkin explodes as the boy finally tastes the forbidden sweetness. Tears of pure joy stream down his face, rediscovering a flavor he nearly forgot. 7 years of brutal training and shattered meridians seem like a small price now. Suddenly, the peaceful moment is shattered by thick smoke and frantic screaming nearby. A voice cries out in panic, signaling a disaster that threatens the temple's peace. Inside the kitchen, the head cook roars in fury at a catastrophic culinary failure. Jian watches from the shadows as the master chef demands absolute perfection from everyone. With lethal precision, the cook begins a frantic race against the ticking dinner clock. The entire hall transforms into a chaotic war zone of flying ingredients and fire. Witnessing the madness, the young exile realizes that even kitchens hold their own dangers. The head chef roars, questioning why they learned martial arts with such blatant incompetence. Jian watches in silence, realizing these monks use sacred techniques for mere kitchen chores. To his eyes, their complex maneuvers look clumsy and filled with unnecessary, wasted effort. He realizes there is a much simpler way to achieve perfection without such flair. Their movements are excessive and pointless compared to the raw efficiency he has mastered. A sudden realization strikes, as he instinctively tests a refined flick of his wrist. He confirms that a subtle, precise movement is enough to surpass their frantic efforts. Suddenly, a terrified young disciple is barked at to clear out the heavy cargo. The boy scampers away under the crushing weight of his impossible, high-stakes culinary task. Jian follows the struggling boy, witnessing the harsh reality of Shaolin's unforgiving kitchen hierarchy. With his master away and boredom creeping in, Jian finds a new distraction. He follows the struggling boy, offering to share the burden of his impossible task. The young monk wavers, unsure if he should trust a stranger with his work. Jian insists he knows the way, confident his talent extends to even this. He reminds the boy that the head chef shows no mercy to those behind. Under the weight of constant fear, the child finally accepts the mysterious help. A playful smirk forms as the genius martial artist prepares for a new challenge. Tucked away in the quiet woods, they begin their battle against the overflowing basket. The monster who mimics God stares in horror at his own clumsy, jagged creation. Even with world-shattering power, peeling a simple fruit proves to be his greatest defeat. The terrified child explains that one mistake will lead to a brutal scolding. Guilt washes over the genius as he realizes the weight of his failure. Using only wooden blades to peel fruit is an impossible task for any mortal. Every botched cut brings the young boy closer to a punishment he dreads. Even with a blade of wood, the pressure to perform perfectly is suffocating. Stealing his resolve, the monster prepares to master a skill no battle taught. Meanwhile, a meeting of legends concludes within the silent walls of the temple. The Huasan prodigy departs, leaving behind whispers of a rising new star. Observers notice a haunting similarity between the departing genius and the exiled boy. The sword saint leaves his old rival, his mysterious visit finally coming to an end. Jumo questions his superior about the legendary sword saint's sudden and mysterious departure. Their walk through the silent temple grounds reveals a strained and ancient friendship. Suddenly, the head monk realizes the mysterious child is nowhere to be found. Smoke rises from the dining hall where the boy was left to toil. In the quiet woods, Jian struggles to peel fruit, using only wooden blades. The boy remains oblivious to the political storm brewing over his forbidden growth. Back at the temple, the head monk accuses Jumo of abandoning his responsibility. Panic strikes Jumo's heart as he realizes his secret has finally been exposed. 7 years of hidden progress can no longer be masked by simple excuses. The truth is out as the boy masters techniques he was never taught. Jumo argues that the time for accepting outsiders into the sect is over, but the head monk's calm exterior hides a move that changes the game. He reveals the boy's parents have already surrendered their son to the temple. Jumo freezes in shock, realizing his secret disciple was never truly hidden. Shaolin does not beg, yet Jian's impossible talent is worth any price. The conversation shifts as the head monk lays down a brutal ultimatum. He asks if Jumo truly wants to follow the sect's most ruthless laws. Enforcing them means Jian will have his meridians brutally severed forever. Jumo himself would be condemned to rot in a dark, lonely cave. Absolute terror grips the master as the weight of his failure sinks in. The head monk offers a final compromise to save the boy from certain destruction. He refuses to let such a monstrous talent waste away with mediocre training. Now, the legendary master himself will personally mold Jian into a martial god. Jumo stands frozen as the weight of this impossible offer sinks in. He can only watch in silence as his disciple's fate shifts toward a peak. Elsewhere, the Hwasan Sword Saint walks through the grounds of the ancient temple. He reveals the bitter truth that his own sect has never truly eclipsed Shaolin. His disciple is stunned, believing their own power was already at the top. A cold realization settles as the old master prepares to explain the world's hierarchy. Shaolin isn't just a sect, it is the cornerstone of the entire martial world. Every pillar eventually crumbles, but the foundation of the world remains eternal. The Sword Saint explains that being the best is merely a superficial title. His disciple listens in shock as the reality of their weakness settles in. A cold realization washes over the young warrior as he faces his limits. Beyond the mountains lies the ultimate wall that every martial artist must face. He is told to watch every move and study every corner of Shaolin. With a solemn vow, the disciple promises to break through that massive wall. The master's hand provides a heavy weight of expectation and hidden pride. Memories of his rivals' frustration bring a smug smile to the old saint. Suddenly the master freezes, sensing a presence that should not be possible. The Sword Saint's eyes sharpen as he senses a presence that defies logic. A sudden wave of energy ripples through the ancient halls of Shaolin. Hidden away, a monster in training performs a task with terrifying precision. Master Yun freezes, wondering who in this temple possesses such refined control. Without a word, the legend moves toward the source of this impossible aura. His disciple can only watch as the master vanishes into the temple depths. A young monk stares in awe at a skill even masters cannot replicate. An unbroken peel reveals a level of focus that borders on the divine. With a simple wooden tool, Jian unconsciously demonstrates the ultimate martial art. He remains oblivious to the storm. His sheer existence is about to trigger. Even a simple chore becomes a test of absolute precision for this hidden monster. To anyone else, it looks perfect, but Jian demands nothing short of divine mastery. A wooden knife flows like a legendary blade, carving paths no ordinary man could. The piece shatters as a presence far more dangerous than any beast suddenly appears. The Hwasan Sword Saint himself arrives, requesting to witness this impossible display of skill. A knowing smile creeps across the master's face as he senses the boy's potential. Two legends of the martial world stand over a boy who just wants peace. Jian remains clueless, irritated that an old stranger is disrupting his mundane daily task. Under the weight of the legend's gaze, the perfect rhythm finally falters and breaks. Panic sets in as the boy realizes his quiet life might be over forever. The Sword Saint watches in silence as a simple fruit is masterfully carved. His disciple stands baffled, unable to see the hidden truth before his eyes. A terrifying aura erupts from the boy as he wields a kitchen knife. The realization hits like a physical blow as he sees a complete monster. He isn't just peeling fruit, but is channeling pure and refined internal energy. High above the temple, a heavy silence settles over the sacred training grounds. The master demands absolute silence as he witnesses a miracle in the making. Every stroke of the blade carries the weight of a legendary swordmaster. The monster disappears instantly, replaced by a kind boy sharing his simple snack. The Sword Saint finally finds the hidden master lurking within the Shaolin temple. Long ago, even a genius like me only mastered the heart sword in his late teens. The Sword Saint realizes that Shaolin is hiding a monster far beyond any normal disciple. He asks if the boy is a hidden heir, but Jian claims simple circumstances. It becomes clear that the temple has no idea of the god-tier talent within. He wonders if any other disciple could survive the crushing weight of such immense talent. Seeking to test the boy further, the master casually asks for a piece of fruit. While the young monk watches in confusion, the saint prepares a display of power. With a sudden burst of internal energy, he shreds the apple skin using his palm. Even the naturally gifted Jian is left breathless by the master's impossible bare-handed precision. His disciple stands frozen, as the sword saint proves why he is a living legend. Moon Samyung realizes the terrifying gap between himself and the young boy. The boy's movements are perfectly still, yet the strength applied is absolute. Samyung envisions a nightmare where this mundane precision turns into a lethal strike. If that blade-like focus targets him now, the Hwasun disciple is already dead. The apple sits perfectly smooth, bearing no marks of the impossible speed used. Jian stares at the fruit, his monstrous instinct already beginning to mimic the legend. Samyung realizes the saint's power is so refined it appears completely ordinary. A frantic monk suddenly shatters the piece, sprinting toward the legendary group. The messenger demands to find Zhang Qian, claiming an ambassador is waiting. Jian stands in shock, realizing his hidden identity has finally been called out. Jian bows respectfully, as the sword saint prepares for his final departure. The Hwazan legend extends a shocking invitation to visit his distant mountain sect. He offers the boy a legendary name to use if he ever seeks rescue. Jian smiles brightly, promising to demonstrate his impossible fruit-peeling skills one day. The kitchen manager suddenly drags the boy away to face more mundane chores. They sprint toward the inner temple, leaving the stunned Hwasan warriors behind. The saint considers making this monster his disciple but decides to wait. The memory of a furious head monk screaming about stolen rice cakes resurfaces. Even the legendary Hongo loses his cool when temple traditions are ignored. This mysterious boy remains Shaolin's greatest secret despite the chaos he brings. The sword saint leads his disciple away from the temple with a chilling question. Cold sweat pours down the young warrior's face as the true horror sinks in. He realizes that if the boy held a blade, he would already be dead. His master laughs, calling this crushing humiliation a necessary medicine for his growth. The weight of his own weakness forces a silent, desperate vow of improvement. They walk the long path ahead, leaving the shadow of a monster behind them. Today's encounter was merely a spark to ignite the fires of their secret mission. Even the legendary saint admits his own shameful greed for such a terrifying talent. He acknowledges that the old monk has raised a disciple beyond all human logic, but he remains certain his own student will one day shatter every impossible wall. The echoes of a forgotten past begin to resonate within the quiet mountain peaks. Deep within the temple walls, a shattering question threatens to destroy a sacred bond. A hidden truth emerges as the masters gather to decide the boy's ultimate fate. Tension thickens as the weight of forbidden secrets forces a deadly confrontation between elders. The heavy price of karma slams down like a hammer upon the fragile peace. Accusations fly as the forbidden transmission of Shaolin's ultimate techniques is finally laid bare. The master's guilt is weaponized, turning his noble intentions into a source of madness. Saving a dying child was a mercy, but abandoning him is an unforgivable sin. If Shaolin refuses to act, the legendary swordmaster will claim the boy instead. Shock ripples through the room as the impossible truth of Jian's potential is revealed. Jian casually mentions a name that sends a shockwave through the sacred hall. The elders realize the boy has been rubbing shoulders with a legendary swordmaster. Master Jumo erupts in laughter at the child's complete lack of common sense. The weight of his impossible connections finally begins to dawn on the confused boy. Within the temple walls, the masters decide if this gem is worth the risk. A fierce argument breaks out as the monks clash over the boy's future. The elder's fury reaches a breaking point, threatening to shatter the temple's peace. Master Jumo offers the boy a chance to learn the ways of the Buddha. A grumpy new master is assigned to oversee the boy's unorthodox martial training. The path of a secular disciple begins, leading toward a destiny of pure chaos. The legendary masters finally grant the boy permission to speak his mind. An elder watches intently, waiting to see if this child possesses any worth. Tension fills the room as the monks prepare for an earth-shattering answer. Jian realizes his very existence has sparked a war between these powerful men. Overseer Han prays for silence, desperate to survive the remaining 3 years. Memories of 7 years of agonizing hardship flash through the boy's mind. He shocks them all by bluntly refusing the gift of divine martial arts. Silence descends as the world's strongest warriors stare in utter disbelief. Master Jumo erupts in laughter, humbled by the child's unexpected defiance. The elder's fury explodes when the boy chooses trade over supreme power. Master Jumo reveals that the boy's own parents already gave their blessing. Jian reels in shock, unable to believe his family would leave him. The master explains that becoming a secular disciple won't trap him forever. He watches the child, knowing most would kill for the prestigious Shaolin name. A heavy silence falls as a new timeline for his freedom is set. Jumo strikes a final deal, promising the boy can go home in 3 years. The skeptical elder watches in stunned silence as the impossible negotiation unfolds. Despite his lack of knowledge, the boy begins to reconsider the path of power. He remembers the master's graceful stride and the overwhelming power he possessed. A spark of realization ignites as he finally understands his true potential. He remembers the vow to his father to one day make him proud. Back in the room, he slams his hands down with a sudden, sharp determination. The boy finally agrees to train, but only if he never goes hungry again. His simple request for a full stomach leaves the legendary masters completely speechless. Jumo explodes in rage, accusing the other elder of starving such a gifted child. The stunned monk can only stammer as he tries to defend his own honor. A promise of endless meals is shouted across the table to secure the deal. The two powerful leaders descend into a frantic argument over the boy's well-being. Jian watches the chaos unfold, realizing he finally has the upper hand here. The prestigious elder is left utterly flustered by the boy's strange, tactical move. Jian realizes that joining the legendary sect might actually be his greatest salvation. The High Masters gather to finalize the boy's unprecedented entry into the temple. Master Jumo declares that protecting the sect's future is his ultimate sacred duty. The senior elder is left speechless by the weight of this absolute command. The boy's fate is sealed as he is led away to begin his training. The boisterous monk laughs, thrilled to finally have such a monstrous talent. Yet the elder's joy hides the brutal reality of the path ahead. Watching them leave, the abbot fears the boy might eventually lose his humanity. Word of the boy's prestigious recruitment spreads quickly back to his family estate. His father celebrates the news, unaware of the dangerous prophecy they have triggered. Arc Leader comforts his wife, promising Shaolin will protect their family legacy. Despite his words, the mother cannot shake the dread pooling in her heart. A massive tribute is sent to ensure their son receives the ultimate treatment. He holds her close, unaware that gold cannot buy safety from a prophecy. The father laughs, convinced that his wealth has finally secured their future. But high above the estate, the shadows of an uncertain fate begin to gather. She wonders if Shaolin's recent chaos is a dark omen linked to their son. He dismisses her fears, blinded by the hope of a rising family fortune. For a moment, her terror fades, replaced by a desperate wish for peace. Together they wait for news, oblivious to the monster they have truly unleashed. A shout of excitement echoes across the heavens as the journey begins. Deep within the isolated peaks, a hidden hermitage awaits its new resident. Elder Hongo prepares to train him, but the first question halts everything. It turns out his previous master taught him absolutely nothing about combat. Hongo laughs at the absurdity, while Jian stands there completely clueless. From blood points to chi flow, every fundamental concept is a total mystery. The elder is baffled that a monster of this caliber lacks basic knowledge. He finally realizes he is dealing with a genius who has never trained. True martial arts require the perfect union of a hardened body and soul. Now the elder must dismantle everything the boy thinks he knows to begin. The elder points toward a simple wooden yoke, demanding the boy test his strength. Jian stares back in total confusion, having never seen such a common tool before. Every legendary Shaolin warrior began their journey with this humble and grueling labor. This isn't just about carrying weight, it is the secret to perfect martial balance. The heavy timber is passed into the hands of a boy who knows nothing. He hoists the burden with ease, unaware of the hellish trial awaiting his soul. Empty buckets feel light, but Jian is about to learn the weight of true discipline. The master begins to lead the way into the treacherous mountain heights. A simple question about their destination is met with a cold, inevitable truth. They must fetch water, and the elder will not wait for him to catch up. Jian scoffs at the training, finding the heavy burden unexpectedly light to carry. He resolves to follow every order perfectly for the next 3 grueling years. The pair ascends a vertical cliffside that would break any ordinary man. Even the seasoned master is forced to acknowledge the boy's terrifying natural pace. Every step tests his resolve as the mountain air begins to thin out. The elder watches in silence, realizing he has underestimated this child's potential. Higher they climb into the death zone where even breathing becomes a struggle. Yet the boy's rhythm never falters, his footsteps steady against the jagged rock. His secret lies in a natural talent for gathering chi with every breath. Now he must descend alone, knowing a single spill means starting this hell over. The elder warns that carrying this weight is far harder than it looks. He claims even the best disciples spend years mastering this simple task. Despite the warning, the boy confidently sets off toward the mountain path. But the moment he moves, the water inside begins to thrash violently. His balance crumbles instantly as the liquid sloshes over the wooden rims. Agony flares in his shoulder, forcing him to tilt further into the pain. Every misstep leaves a trail of wasted effort soaking into the dry earth. At this rate, he will never make it back before the sun sets. Watching from the shadows, the master chuckles at the boy's blatant overconfidence. He realizes that talent alone cannot overcome the grueling reality of Shaolin training. Exhaustion weighs heavy as the boy trudges up the unforgiving mountain path. He realizes that brute force alone won't keep the water steady. By matching the rhythm of the sway, the liquid finally stops spilling. Every step becomes a calculated dance of perfect balance and centered focus. Suddenly, the grueling climb transforms into a smooth, effortless glide. Mastery begins to take root as he charges forward with newfound precision. The boy rejoices as his theory proves true against the mountain's steep incline. What seemed impossible just moments ago now feels like second nature. He accelerates to full speed, a blur of motion against the jagged cliffs. Watching from afar, the elder stands paralyzed by the boy's terrifying growth. Jian effortlessly masters advanced movement techniques that usually take years to perfect. Watching from the shadows, the elder realizes this boy is no ordinary student. He suspects the boy's progress stems from a terrifyingly high level of energy control. To confirm his theory, the master leads him inside to test his internal foundations. Sitting in silence, the boy prepares as the elder begins the dangerous energy transfer. As the master's palms touch his back, a surge of spiritual power ignites. By observing the flow, the elder intends to measure the boy's true potential. The young student maintains perfect composure while breathing through the intense spiritual pressure. Suddenly, the two energies collide in a way the master never expected. The elder stares in pure shock at the impossible phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. The elder's spiritual energy vanishes into a bottomless void within the boy's body. He desperately pushes his power forward, but the young student remains completely unmoved. A terrifying realization strikes as he suspects the boy practices a forbidden demonic art. Massive reserves of raw energy lie dormant within him, waiting for a spark. The truth is even more shocking. The boy was never taught to use it. Without any formal training, his stamina and endurance already defy all human logic. His natural essence might be several times stronger than any master in the sect. For 7 long years, he followed his master through the harshest mountain conditions. The elder can only laugh in disbelief at the monster he has just discovered. This child forged his legendary foundation through years of grueling, everyday labor. The secret to the boy's impossible success is finally revealed as a rare coincidence. When the mind finds perfect peace, the body's energy begins to flow entirely alone. The elder finally understands that pure intention was the answer to every lingering question. He erupts into wild laughter, realizing his previous worries about the temple were foolish. A sudden realization dawns that the temple's true purpose was hidden in plain sight. He reminds his companion that the Supreme Being has always watched over their home. The divine presence of Buddha radiates a golden light that shields the entire mountain. This child is no ordinary student, but a divine gift destined for absolute greatness. There is no longer any need for complex theories when facing such natural power. While one master celebrates the miracle, the other can only sigh at the absurdity. The master finally initiates the boy into the true path of the warrior. He declares that this singular lesson represents the beginning and the end. Every movement is precise, flowing with the weight of centuries-old tradition. The elder steps forward, infusing his very soul into the divine technique. Despite the grueling physical toll, the boy mirrors every complex posture perfectly. Exhaustion sets in as the young prodigy pushes past his mortal limits. Deep grooves in the earth mark the intensity of their relentless training. The elder watches in awe, realizing the child is truly worthy of greatness. He admits to himself that this boy has already achieved the impossible. The master stands speechless as the boy innocently asks about his health. Jian questions if this legendary technique is truly about training the mind and body. The elder freezes, realizing the boy has already sensed the technique's true, terrifying nature. This forbidden power is a double-edged sword that can shatter a master's very soul. He demands to know if the child felt the crushing weight of that lethal energy. To Jian, every movement looked like a lethal strike aimed at an invisible foe. The master explains martial arts exist to shield one from the world's many dangers, but for a boy raised in luxury, danger was something you simply paid to avoid. The elder is left speechless by an outlook so alien to a martial artist. He tries to teach that power is for personal growth, not just for violence. The young prodigy stares back, his world-shattering potential hidden behind a look of pure confusion. The master realizes the boy's form requires mastery of complex energy meridians. He decides to guide the prodigy through the basics of internal energy circulation. Jian erupts with pure joy, finally finding a path that excites his spirit. As the training session ends, the vast sky reflects a moment of peace. Wandering through the woods, Jian realizes true cultivation is far from easy. He studies a manual on meridians, trying to grasp the foundation of power. His steady pace falters as an unnatural chill cuts through the warm air. Jian stops dead in his tracks, his instincts screaming that something is wrong. He has never felt energy this twisted and unique in his entire life. High above the mountain peaks, a mysterious presence begins to reveal itself. The dense mountain woods rustle with a sudden, overwhelming pressure. Jian feels the weight of the air change as spiritual energy thickens around him. He carefully pushes through the brush, hunting for the source of this massive power. Stepping into a hidden clearing, he is met with a sight that defies belief. His eyes widen at the impossible scale of the ancient giant standing before him. A legendary elm tree looms over the landscape, radiating a blindingly pure aura. Rare flowers bloom in its shadow, thriving on the overflow of divine essence. Vibrant mushrooms glow with a light that shouldn't exist in the natural world. Touching the bark, he realizes this single tree holds more power than any meal. He takes a deep breath, drawing the raw, ancient energy directly into his soul. He finds a way to satisfy his endless hunger through the ancient tree's essence. A week passes, yet the boy still struggles to master the most basic meditation. The elder watches in growing frustration as his new disciple fails to progress. Without his previous master's guidance, the boy's internal energy refuses to flow correctly. The master realizes a deep spiritual blockage is preventing the boy from finding balance. Traditional cultivation is useless when the heart's own desires create such chaotic interference. Realizing standard lessons are failing, the elder decides to change his entire approach. He begins a lesson in footwork, demonstrating how to position oneself against any foe. He moves with ghostly fluidity, showcasing the legendary Nihonbo technique of the Shaolin. The boy watches intently as the master prepares to reveal a second secretive style. Jian struggles to mirror the complex footwork as his internal energy remains dangerously chaotic. He realizes the standard forms are only causing a spiritual blockage in his path. To survive the training, the boy decides to rewrite the ancient steps entirely. He moves with impossible speed, discarding decades of tradition in a single breath. Every movement becomes a gamble as he pushes his body past its natural limits. Exhausted and gasping for air, the young prodigy finally finds his own unique rhythm. He laughs in disbelief, having mastered in minutes what should take many years. 3 months pass as whispers of a forbidden style echo through the temple walls. A furious elder demands answers, accusing the master of breaking the sect's sacred laws. The master stares in shock, realizing his student has achieved something completely impossible. A furious elder slams his hands down, unable to believe what he just witnessed. He accuses the boy of using forbidden techniques stolen from rival sects across the land. The headmaster remains silent, marveling that the boy achieved this in just 3 months. He demands to know why the master isn't surprised by this impossible display of talent. The master calmly explains he already knew the boy could master any technique by sight. Frustration boils over as the elder realizes his warnings are being completely ignored. Closing his eyes, the master dismisses the concerns and sends the angry elder away. The elder retreats from the hall, leaving the master alone with his heavy thoughts. He knows the boy is a genius, but the cost of his training is immense. The real tragedy is that this monster of talent has absolutely no desire to fight. Master Jumo prays that his dangerous gamble with the boy wasn't a mistake. A sudden arrival interrupts his meditation, bringing news that could shatter the peace. Fresh tea steams on the table as a grim visitor enters the private hall. The head of the Precepts Academy arrives with a warning of rising shadows. Reports from the outside world suggest the legendary top 10 masters are finally moving. These monsters carry the weight of entire sects with every single step they take. Intelligence units are scrambling as mysterious eyes turn toward the gates of Shaolin. Tension fills the room as the old master grips his beads in silent realization. It seems far too calculated to be a simple twist of fate or coincidence. Everything shifted the moment the Sword Saint met the boy with the apple. Ancient masters turn their eyes toward Shaolin as the boy's presence leaks out. The elders realize that external sects will never allow this inheritance to continue. Pressure mounts within the inner circle to address the looming threat immediately. Regret lingers over the decision to bring a potential calamity into their sanctuary. Dissent among the disciples threatens to shatter the temple's long-standing unity. The academy head demands a reason to keep the boy under their protection. Accepting the inevitable, the old master prepares to test the boy's worth. Dawn breaks over the mountains as a fateful day of reckoning finally arrives. Confusion fills the air as the young student hears of an ancient trial. A brutal competition begins where only the victor earns the right to ascend. The young boy stands frozen as a heavy decree falls upon his shoulders. The academy head demands the boy enter a trial meant for seasoned warriors. Panic strikes his mentor's heart knowing the boy has only just begun. Despite the protests, the ruthless laws of the sect allow for no exceptions. Confusion turns to disbelief as they realize the boy lacks basic combat skills. For months he has mastered only one thing, the art of perfect footwork. The headmaster is left speechless at such a massive gap in training. Yet the old master sees this trial as a way to build experience. A silent agreement is reached, as the mentor considers the boy's potential. Little do they know this boy is about to shatter every expectation. A perfect spiral carved into the earth leaves the master completely baffled. Hongo stares in disbelief at a technique the boy should not yet possess. Mastering this level of explosive power usually requires decades of grueling physical training. Even with the evidence right before him, the elder cannot trust his eyes. He wonders how a simple fist technique could unlock such a legendary state. Through every lesson, the boy didn't just learn. He evolved at monstrous speeds. Laughter echoes as the elder realizes this peculiar child will shatter the entire sect. His joy rings out across the mountains, heralding a new era of chaos. Deep within the shadows of the forest, heavy breathing signals a tireless pursuit. Every step forward marks the rise of a talent that defies all logic. Exhaustion grips him as he struggles to catch his breath in the shadows. He questions if this overwhelming force is truly the legendary fist he sought. A simple shift in his center triggers a reaction he never expected. The earth trembles beneath his feet as raw energy begins to spiral. Wild, untamed power surges through his veins like a rampaging beast. His muscles scream in agony as the pressure twists his very frame. One punch releases a shockwave that threatens to consume his own body. Terror and shock flash through his eyes as the momentum takes control. He tries to resist the violent surge, but the tide is too strong. Thrown off balance, the young monster collapses under the weight of his talent. Face down in the dirt, the young monster realizes his power comes with agony. Every breath feels like glass as he stumbles through the shadows of the forest. He questions how anyone could endure this torture, even with a lifetime of practice. Under the cold moon, he prays for the strength to survive his own talent. Morning arrives at the secluded hut with a sharp voice demanding he wake up. Confusion clouds his mind as he realizes his secret training nearly cost his life. The stern elder looms over him, revealing he was found collapsed and broken. Jian can only offer a weak apology, hiding the true extent of his power. Suspicion flickers in the master's eyes as he demands to know the truth. Clutching his wounded arm, the boy hesitates to reveal the beast within him. Jian explains how his body buckled under the weight of his own explosive power. The master reels in shock, unable to comprehend the boy's impossible description of training. Demanding proof, the elder orders a demonstration that could shatter the boy's fragile recovery. Under the silver glow of the full moon, a dangerous secret is about to unfold. Determination masks the elder's growing fear as he prepares to witness a true monster. The ground trembles as Jian unleashes a forbidden technique far beyond any mortal's reach. Pure shock strikes the master when he feels the devastating fusion of two opposing energies. Terrified for the future, the elder realizes Jian's power will leave only corpses behind. In the shadows of night, he warns that the boy must be stopped immediately. Master Jumo listens from the shadows as he is accused of creating a monster. The elder erupts in a panicked rage, terrified by the boy's lethal potential. Jumo strikes back, insisting he never granted the boy such forbidden knowledge. A grim warning follows, claiming a single mistake will leave only dead bodies behind. From the darkness, Jumo coldly argues that true martial artists never fear for life. Shock freezes the elder as he realizes the sheer madness behind their training philosophy. Their argument echoes through the moonlit mountains, debating if Jian truly fears killing. Stunned into silence, the elder stares at the shadow of a man he barely knows. A solitary candle flickers as they desperately hope the boy's power isn't actually lethal. Jumo scoffs, claiming the boy lacks the power to truly kill anyone just yet. The elder storms out in disgust, leaving the master fuming at his sudden departure. He refuses to let a ticking time bomb enter the upcoming martial arts festival. Desperation drives him through the moonlit crags to stop the impending disaster. Behind the closed door, a silent shadow waits as the tension reaches its peak. A dark grin spreads across Jumo's face as the chaos finally begins to unfold. The elder fears that one accidental strike will shatter the boy's soul forever. He cannot allow that pure innocence to be stained by the blood of others. With a final burst of speed, he leaps into the night to save him. Under a bloodless moon, the weight of a forbidden destiny begins to settle. Jian gasps for air as his body struggles to contain a monstrous awakening. He wonders when his fractured chi will finally obey his desperate command. The ancient elm tree feeds him power that no mortal was meant to hold. This endless absorption is turning his very existence into a ticking time bomb. He fears a single, accidental strike might shatter the lives of everyone nearby. To survive, he must master this chaotic flow before it consumes his soul. Meanwhile, the sect elders argue frantically behind closed doors about his lethal presence. The heavy burden of choice requires the counsel of every high-ranking master. They know that unleashing his power could leave a trail of broken bodies. The Grand Master tries to soothe the rising panic within the temple walls. He promises that the sect's highest powers will oversee the upcoming life-or-death duel. Even a legendary rejuvenation pill is prepared to prevent a fatal outcome. He reminds his peer that a seasoned elder is already managing the boy's growth. In the cold courtyard, he scolds the elder for letting fear dictate his actions. The weight of the warning leaves the man trembling with unspoken dread. A fragile truce is formed to wait until the day the true power awakens. As the sun sets, the elder departs with a heavy heart and lingering doubts. It is unprecedented for a single child to cause such chaos among these masters. The master knows that today's agony will eventually fade into a distant memory. Master Jumo watches in silence as the weight of a coming storm settles over Shaolin. Within the sacred training halls, a massive tournament is about to change everything. Whispers spread among the students about a secret prize for the ultimate winner. The top genius Wang Mu learns he must face a mysterious, unnamed opponent. Rumors claim this unknown fighter was hand-picked and trained by a legendary elder. The crowd is stunned to learn the challenger has only trained for 6 months. It seems impossible for a mere novice to challenge the temple's elite warriors. Wang Mu seethes with curiosity, wondering who could possibly possess such terrifying potential. News of a legendary senior brother's return only adds fuel to the rising fire. Even the best students realize their chances of victory are slipping away tonight. The temple's top genius can barely contain his growing frustration with the restless crowd. Jealous whispers erupt as students realize the newcomer is receiving special training from elders. Hearing the name of the Jin Sang family sends a shock through his veins. He vows to personally crush this mysterious challenger during the upcoming unofficial sparring match. With arrogant authority, he commands the lesser students to simply be grateful for participating. His overwhelming intensity leaves the surrounding disciples frozen in a state of pure terror. Without another word, he marches toward the arena to settle this dispute once and for all. As the son of a powerful merchant guild leader, his hatred is deeply rooted. This battle has shifted from a simple test of strength to a matter of pride. He tightens his grip, ready to erase his rival's bloodline from the temple's history. After 5 years at Shaolin, the arrogant prodigy believes his talent is absolutely unmatched. Meanwhile, the mysterious newcomer spends his days honing a power that defies all logic. Even during a quiet meal, the boy's mentor watches his rapid growth with disbelief. The rival prepares his most lethal strikes, desperate to maintain his dominance over others. He moves with a cold intensity, focused solely on erasing his competition from history. The atmosphere turns solemn as the monks gather to witness a clash of destinies. Masters assemble at the training hall for a match that will shake the temple. They praise the favorite's legendary skill, certain that his victory is already set in stone. Some question if the newcomer can survive against a genius with years of experience. However, his master reacts with growing irritation, knowing the terrifying truth of his strength. The masters take their places as a long-awaited confrontation finally begins to unfold. One elder knows that the truth behind the boy's power is about to explode. The heavy gates swing open to signal the arrival of the combatants. Jian steps forward alongside his rival under the watchful eyes of the sect. They walk with heavy purpose toward a stage where only one can emerge victorious. While one burns with a desire for vengeance, the other remains eerily calm. Final instructions are delivered as the air grows thick with sudden killing intent. Despite his monstrous potential, the boy questions if he can handle this burden. A council of legends gathers to judge a match that could change everything. He stares down his opponent, refusing to let intimidation break his focus now. The elder prepares to watch a student who could change the world forever. Jian walks beside his mentor carrying the weight of a secret monstrous power. He only has 1 week of training to control his lethal, surging internal energy. The master fears a single mistake could turn this exhibition into a bloody tragedy. The grand announcement rings out as the family tournament finally begins in earnest. 2 rivals stand on the stone stage under the heavy gaze of the sect. Jian realizes his opponent's aura is far more intimidating than he ever expected. Wang Mu masks his hostility with a cold smile, dismissing the boy as weak. The young prodigy offers a nervous grin, hiding the destructive force within his soul. The peace shatters as the first strike is prepared, signaling a fight for survival. Wang Mu hesitates as he witnesses his opponent's bizarrely passive stance. Jian simply stands there like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. The veteran warrior feels insulted by the boy's lack of a proper guard. Nervous and inexperienced, the young prodigy tries to explain his hesitation. Rage boils over as the warrior refuses to be mocked by a mere novice. He grits his teeth, deciding to end this mockery with a single blow. A thunderous strike tears through the air, aimed directly at the boy's skull. Time seems to freeze as the lethal fist inches toward its target. In a blur of impossible speed, the novice vanishes from the line of fire. Shock paralyzes the warrior's heart as he realizes he missed his target. Wang Mu refuses to believe his failure was anything more than pure luck. He lunges forward again, but the boy moves like a flickering ghost. A single precise step shifts the entire momentum of the battlefield. The warrior's lethal strike cuts through nothing but empty air. Panic begins to set in as the veteran realizes he is completely outclassed. He stumbles past his target, unable to stop his own desperate momentum. Even the young prodigy seems surprised by the terrifying speed of his body. Watching from the sidelines, the masters realize they are witnessing a miracle. A seasoned elder stares in disbelief, unable to process the boy's divine talent. The highest authorities of Shaolin admit the boy's footwork is truly beyond compare. The elders can't believe a mere novice rivals the elite disciples of the main temple. Their master chuckles, revealing the boy mastered these legendary movements entirely on his own. The observers are paralyzed with shock as the old monk promises even greater revelations. While the masters watch in awe, the frustrated opponent prepares to break the deadlock. Gasping for air, the veteran realizes he hasn't landed a single blow on the boy. It feels like a nightmare to be outclassed by someone with only months of training. Desperate and humiliated, the warrior screams that these evasive maneuvers are nothing but tricks. With genuine innocence, the young prodigy explains he is simply trying not to get hit. Blinded by rage, the challenger decides to push his body beyond its physical limits. He unleashes a forbidden secret technique, intended only for the final stage of the competition. A blinding light suddenly erupts from the boy as his hidden power finally awakens. Even the young prodigy looks stunned by the overwhelming force surging through his veins. He begins moving with impossible speed, leaving behind a trail of ghostly afterimages. The challenger screams in fury, vowing that the boy will not escape his grasp. High above, the masters recognize that the pressure in the arena has shifted completely. Spotting a momentary opening, the warrior launches a brutal strike at the boy's head. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into one final, desperate killing blow. With a movement as light as air, the boy effortlessly evades the lethal strike. His footsteps are silent and precise, defying every known law of martial arts physics. The veteran's fist strikes nothing but empty space as his target reappears behind him. The warrior gasps in disbelief as his target vanishes into thin air. Narrowly escaping certain death, the boy realizes just how close he came to ruin. Watching from the stands, the elders recognize a forbidden technique from a rival sect. Master Jumo demands they look closer, sensing something far more profound is happening. Confusion spreads through the ranks as the masters struggle to identify the boy's movements. They wonder if he mastered a legendary, high-tier technique in just 4 months. Jumo scoffs at their ignorance, claiming this isn't even standard footwork anymore. The boy effortlessly weaves through a flurry of punches using a hybrid of secret styles. Jumo reveals he only showed him the move once, leaving the others speechless. Terrified by his monstrous talent, the witnesses can only pray for the opponent's soul. The leader realizes this forbidden power must be crushed before it fully awakens. Despite his status, the seasoned warrior struggles to catch his breath against a monster. He demands a real fight, unaware the boy is simply trying not to hurt him. Master Jumo watches from afar, noting the boy's lingering hesitation to strike his elders. He fears that kindness will prevent the student from ever mastering the ultimate technique. Pushed to the brink of humiliation, the leader pours every ounce of energy into one blow. The air screams as a lethal strike flies toward the young boy's head. In that split second, the prodigy understands that passive defense is no longer an option. Time seems to slow down as he finally prepares to meet the attack head-on. With terrifying precision, he catches the leader's arm and shuts down the entire assault. The young prodigy catches the leader's lethal strike with terrifying, effortless precision. The veteran master freezes in disbelief as his entire momentum is completely halted. An iron grip locks onto his arm, refusing to budge even an inch. Every desperate attempt to break free only highlights the boy's overwhelming physical power. Cold sweat pours down the leader's face as he questions what just happened. He realizes with horror that his opponent didn't even use specific pressure points. A playful smile from the boy only serves to shatter the master's pride. Blinded by pure humiliation, the elder lunges back into the fray with rage. The sudden explosion of killing intent leaves the young student visibly startled. The match descends into madness as the elder refuses to accept defeat. Jian apologizes mid-clash as he effortlessly evades the leader's desperate strike. The boy's hand snaps out like a viper, clamping onto his opponent's wrist. That iron grip tightens, proving the terrifying gap in their physical strength. Master Jumo watches in silence, realizing the boy is breaking every known rule. High-ranking elders whisper in shock. Recognizing a legendary technique from a child, they condemn the boy's arrogance, claiming he lacks the respect a warrior needs. Master Jumo roars back, defending his student's restraint against an inferior opponent. Driven by pure humiliation, the leader throws one last, pathetic, wide-open punch. Suddenly, the high priest intervenes, demanding the one-sided massacre end immediately. The master closes his eyes, knowing he has finally seen the boy's true potential. Pushed to his limit, the leader charges with a desperate and suicidal final strike. He roars in fury, feeling insulted by the boy's effortless evasion and calm demeanor. Jian realizes that holding back is actually causing his opponent even more psychological pain. Every frantic blow misses as the boy dances through the air like a ghost. A cold light ignites in Jian's eyes as he finally prepares to end the farce. He focuses his terrifying energy into a single, decisive fist to finish the duel. The master watches in horror as the boy readies a strike beyond human comprehension. Panic erupts among the monks as they realize the impending disaster about to strike. Master Gomo screams for the boy to stop before he commits an irreversible act. The high priests stand frozen in terror as the true monster finally reveals himself. The master decides that the moment to intervene has finally arrived. He descends like a lightning bolt to stop the escalating madness. Even the monster Jian is caught off guard by the sudden interference. The high priest roars at them for employing such cruel tactics. The arc leader watches in disbelief as his own master takes charge. He is shoved aside as the true power of the sect awakens. A devastating strike meant to end the fight misses its mark completely. The master realizes the boy's reflexes are far beyond any human limit. He shifts his focus to seal the boy's meridians and end it. Jian stares back in terror as his only protector turns against him. The master strikes with the speed of a lightning bolt. Jian realizes too late that he cannot dodge these lethal pressure point strikes. His body freezes instantly as the flow of his power is forced to stop. Even his hidden reserves are sealed away by the master's overwhelming spiritual technique. Determined to end the threat, the master prepares to shatter the boy's meridians forever. Suddenly, the suppressed energy rebels and explodes outward with violent, uncontrollable force. The sheer pressure shreds his clothing as his internal power begins to consume him. Jian collapses in the courtyard while the onlookers watch the tragedy unfold in horror. The master attempts to justify his actions while the leader roars in absolute fury. Without a path to flow, the blocked energy now ravages his internal organs. The master desperately tries to stabilize the boy after his internal meridians suffer catastrophic damage. Onlookers watch in stunned silence as the gravity of the situation finally sinks in. A heavy prayer escapes the master's lips while he faces the consequences of his actions. Silence falls over the estate as night covers the tragedy unfolding within the walls. Behind closed doors, a lone figure prepares to perform a desperate medical miracle. Silver needles pierce the skin to regulate the chaotic flow of his remaining life force. Despite the lack of physical wounds, every drop of the boy's internal energy has vanished. The veteran physician admits he has never encountered a case this baffling in 30 years. Desperate for answers, the sect members demand to know if the boy can be saved. The grim diagnosis confirms that his future as a martial artist has been utterly destroyed. The leader watches in horror as the boy's life hangs by a thin thread. Within these silent walls, simply surviving this night would be a miraculous blessing. A flickering candle reveals the truth. The child possesses decades of internal energy. The High Masters convene, stunned by the unfathomable power hidden within a toddler. Master Jumo explains that the boy has already mastered the legendary penetrating energy. Whispers of reckless greed begin to circulate among the judgmental elders of the sect. Rage consumes the master as he grits his teeth against their stinging accusations. He stands alone, cursing the interference that turned a simple spar into tragedy. Despite the disaster, they realize a true dragon has finally emerged from Shaolin. Now, Jumo demands the Great Rejuvenation Pill to save the boy's shattered future. The master stares in horror as the weight of his failure finally sinks in. Heavy news arrives at the temple doors, threatening to shatter the sect's fragile peace. A messenger reveals the boy will never walk the path of a martial artist again. Total silence falls over the room as they realize the child's internal energy is gone. Master Jumo refuses to accept a future where his disciple is just an ordinary man. He desperately begs for the legendary pill, knowing it is the boy's only salvation. But the High Elder coldly decides that leaving the child powerless is for the best. Rage erupts as the master demands to know how they can discard such god-tier talent. The situation turns even darker, with reports that the 10 great evildoers are finally moving. A shadow looms over the world as the most dangerous monsters prepare for war. Master Jumo demands to know why the demon cult is targeting his disciple. Overseer Han watches in silence as the weight of the conspiracy deepens. Shaolin is now marked for death by monsters seeking revenge for their lost arts. Tensions reach a breaking point as the master pleads for a final chance. The messenger monk warns that the sect's prosperity is at stake. Even as the elders waver, the cold reality of their betrayal begins to set. A blood-red eye looms in the darkness, signaling the arrival of true evil. Little do they know, Jian lies unconscious while his fate is decided by cowards. Abandoning a god-tier talent over petty fear is a mistake they will soon regret. Master Jumo shouts one last time, refusing to let his disciple be discarded. The cold silence of the High Elder signals a terrifying shift in Shaolin's future. He declares that risking their entire legacy for a single child is pure madness. With a final decree, he orders the boy's training to end immediately and permanently. Master Jumo grits his teeth, unable to believe the elders would discard such potential. Fury erupts as he calls them cowards for fearing the boy's lack of strength. Refusing to listen to another word, the master storms out in a blind rage. Left behind, the High Elder begins to question if his own greed blinded him. He knows the master's ties to the outside world make this betrayal even deadlier. Clutching his prayer beads, he vows to become strong enough to carry the sect. Meanwhile, Jian remains unconscious, oblivious that his light is being snuffed out by politics. 3 days after the fallout, a strange hunger begins gnawing at the boy's soul. Overseer Han explains that his shattered meridians are desperately begging for life-sustaining energy. The young warrior is stunned to learn that simple food contains the vital qi. To accelerate the healing, the physician offers a secret path through rare medicinal herbs. However, a nervous sweat betrays the dangerous side effects lurking within this cure. He reveals a legendary plant so valuable it is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Jian stares in awe at the small leaf that could restore his stolen future. These treasures grow wild on a forbidden mountain where even the bravest herbalists vanish. He wonders if this fragile plant truly holds the power to rebuild his strength. The overseer demands absolute secrecy to prevent the sect elders from discovering their plot. The physician prepares to depart, leaving behind a warning about the volatile medicine. He fears the potent energy of the herb might be too much for the boy. As the door clicks shut, the secret treatment is left in his hands alone. Without hesitation, the young warrior begins to consume the legendary plant to reclaim power. Surprised by the sweetness, he devours the cure that could rewrite his tragic fate. But a sudden realization hits him as the plant's shape triggers a distant memory. Outside the walls, the physician delivers a grim report on the boy's shattered meridians. The messenger's patience snaps, demanding to know why the recovery has completely stalled. Han admits that the damage to the hidden pathways is beyond any mortal skill. Only a miracle from a forgotten age can prevent the boy's permanent downfall. The messenger realizes that only a legendary pill can save the boy's life. Han sighs in frustration, tired of repeating his grim diagnosis to the monks. Leaving the sprawling sect grounds behind, the physician washes his hands of this tragedy. Inside the quiet infirmary, the master checks on his student's shattered body. Juma wears a mask of relief, hiding the dark truth of the boy's condition. Little does the boy know, his bright smile hides a future of absolute powerlessness. By the flickering light of a single candle, a dangerous question is finally asked. The master stares deeply, demanding to know the truth behind a forbidden technique. He recalls the moment a lethal strike was unleashed with terrifying, unnatural precision. The boy simply looks back, unaware that his pity is more frightening than his power. Jian looks at the monk, wondering why his simple actions caused such chaos. He remembers the moment his opponent's face twisted in pure, unadulterated shock. A forbidden power had surged forth, striking with a force that shouldn't be possible. The master realizes the boy possesses a terrifying talent that can never be taught. Standing over the innocent child, the old man prepares to deliver a soul-crushing truth. He settles into a heavy silence, his prayer beads clicking against his trembling hand. He asks the ultimate question. What if your path as a warrior ends today? With a gentle smile, Jian admits he's relieved he won't hurt anyone else. The boy dreams only of a quiet life and a warm meal back home. But the master probes deeper, asking if he'd choose power even at others' expense. Jian insists he would never sacrifice others just to gain martial power. The old master realizes the boy's pure heart is a rarity in this world. Most warriors would bathe in rivers of blood just for a single legendary elixir. For now, the boy finds sanctuary within the quiet walls of the monk's hermitage. Recovery will take months, but Jian feels safe under his master's watchful gaze. The master accepts this peaceful path, knowing the boy's destiny is finally shifting. He reminds the youth to visit the healer regularly during his long recuperation. A heavy silence falls as the master prepares to reveal one last secret. Reaching into his robes, the old man decides to entrust him with something precious. The boy stares in shock at a glowing treasure that defies all explanation. Jumo presents a legendary artifact known as the Poison Avoidance Pearl. The boy gazes at the radiant gem, mesmerized by its ethereal glow. This treasure wards off lethal toxins and purifies the body of dark energy. The master offers it as a peace offering to erase any future resentment. Hidden within the pearl lies the power of Shaolin's most sacred internal arts. Jian accepts the gift, unaware that this necklace makes him a target. A heavy weight finally lifts from the old master's weary soul. 3 days pass as the youth ventures deep into the unforgiving mountain range. Without his former strength, the simplest climb becomes a desperate battle for breath. Every step is agony for a body that once moved with godlike speed. Jian stalks through the dense woods, searching for a way to reclaim his power. He recalls the doctor's advice, desperately hunting for rare herbs needed for survival. A massive elm tree looms ahead, marking the location of his potential salvation. His memory proves sharp as he discovers a hidden cluster of potent medicinal leaves. Though other plants tempt him, he refuses to risk his life on dangerous unknowns. With a steady hand, he harvests the only hope left for his broken body. He consumes the raw medicine, fueled by a desperate need to mend his meridians. As darkness falls, the youth seeks refuge within a quiet and secluded mountain shack. Inside, he explains his recovery to a messenger who remains deeply suspicious of him. The monk freezes in shock, noticing the incriminating evidence of the boy's reckless cure. Caught with the evidence of his secret cure, the boy desperately plays it off. He lies about the source, but the monk's suspicion only continues to grow. As the candle flickers out, a tense silence fills the small mountain shack. They settle in for the night, yet the boy's mind remains dangerously active. Hidden beneath his blankets, he continues his reckless and forbidden herbal treatment. The potent energy begins to surge, threatening to ignite his fragile internal meridians. Suddenly, the quiet morning air is shattered by a cry of agonizing heat. His skin burns like molten iron as the raw medicine consumes him entirely. Blood spills from his nose, a terrifying sign of a lethal medicinal overdose. Desperate to survive the fire, he sprints blindly in search of cold water. Jian sprints through the forest, his skin burning like a furnace from the medicinal overdose. Suddenly, he stops, sensing a mysterious, cooling aura radiating from the base of a tree. He stares at the vibrant blossoms, wondering if these strange plants hold his salvation. Driven by desperation, he reaches out to pluck a single, glowing blue flower. Without a second thought, he consumes the petal, hoping to quench the internal fire. The boy chews slowly, surprised to find the wild plant tastes remarkably sweet. A sudden shock waves through his body as the raw power begins to react. The agonizing heat finally subsides, replaced by a soothing wave of pure, icy energy. He continues to feast on the rare herbs, oblivious to the risks of his actions. He clutches another bloom, praying this reckless gamble finally restores his broken strength. A sudden biting chill grips his soul, threatening to freeze his very blood. The intense heat vanishes, replaced by a frost so deep his vision blurs. He realizes the herbs are a chaotic cocktail of fire and ice. Each leaf he consumes sends a searing wave of agony through his body. The flowers fight back, alternating between scorching flames and absolute zero. Exhausted and dazed, he collapses into the grass as the internal war settles. Suddenly, a strange sensation flickers within the center of his broken chest. A thread of pure energy begins to swirl, forming a new glowing core. He sits up in disbelief, feeling his strength return at an impossible speed. The reckless gamble paid off, and a new power finally awakens within him. With his new core pulsing, he rushes back through the steep mountain pass. But a strange, uncomfortable sensation begins to spread through his lower body. He greets the watchful monk, unaware of the shocking transformation he underwent. The man recoils in absolute horror after seeing the boy's disturbing new face. Confusion strikes as he realizes his skin has split into two clashing colors. A thick, purple haze begins to leak from between his trembling lips. Every breath he takes releases a visible cloud of concentrated, toxic miasma. The monk demands to know what lethal poison he foolishly dared to consume. He stands frozen, realizing the legendary herbs have turned his breath into death. The realization sinks in that his desperate gamble has created a terrifying monster. Jian innocently reveals he found his medicinal snacks near the Grandmaster's forbidden elm tree. The monk freezes, realizing the boy just raided a garden filled with lethal poisons. Images of the three-leafed plants flash as the boy admits to eating them all. Horrified, the monk identifies the herb as a cursed strain that should have killed him. Cold sweat pours down his face as he contemplates the impossible survival of this child. He turns away, haunted by how this same wretched plant once ruined his life. Suspicion falls on the master, wondering if this was a calculated, cruel experiment. But the boy beams with joy, claiming his shattered internal energy has finally returned. The monk stares in absolute silence, unable to process this defiance of natural laws. He issues a final, desperate warning to never set foot on that cursed mountain again. The monk marvels at the impossible return of the boy's shattered internal energy. His eyes lock onto a mysterious glowing bead hanging around the child's neck. Shock fills the air as the boy reveals the Grandmaster Abbot gave it personally. This legendary artifact is the only thing keeping the lethal toxins at bay. Following the monk's instructions, the boy places the sacred bead into his mouth. The monk realizes his masters are playing a dangerous game with forbidden poison arts. Dark suspicion takes root as he questions the true motives of the sect leaders. Radiant energy surges through the boy, making him feel stronger than ever before. But the monk remains unsettled, fearing the hidden agenda behind this sudden gift. He remembers how the master once humiliated a rival clan using these deadly techniques. The monk realizes teaching Jian poison arts is a recipe for absolute disaster. He commands the boy to abandon the path of martial arts before it's too late. Jian is left speechless, unable to comprehend the danger lurking in his own power. His untapped potential is a beacon that will draw every predator in the land. Though a promise was made, the monk declares that old oaths must be broken. The secret is out. Jian's techniques actually belong to rival, enemy martial sects. Panic sets in as Jian realizes his entire foundation is built on stolen arts. Every movement he practiced was a piece of a puzzle he never should have solved. He demands to know how his master acquired such forbidden, high-level knowledge. The monk finally decides to reveal the terrifying truth behind the sect's hidden past. Jian stands frozen as the weight of his stolen legacy finally sinks in. To protect him, the truth must remain buried beneath a lie of recovery. Meanwhile, Master Jumo returns to find his sacred garden has been utterly desecrated. His precious medicinal herbs are gone, replaced by a mess of common weeds. Rage consumes him as he realizes this was no accident, but a deliberate formation. He vows to hunt down the mysterious intruder who dared to mock his authority. Desperate for answers, he decides to seek experts from the sect's main temple. He storms toward the pavilion, demanding assistance for this impossible breach of security. He explains the situation to a comrade, fuming over the intruder's sheer audacity. The monk can only laugh, stunned that someone actually managed to outsmart the master. Master Jumo roars in fury, demanding action before the culprit can escape his grasp. But the pavilion keeper remains buried under a mountain of urgent, top-secret sect documents. The sheer volume of scrolls suggests a catastrophic shift is currently rattling the entire Murim. These reports track the legendary Ten Lords, monsters whose very names spark terror and chaos. Even the mighty Master Jumo reels, realizing the world is on the brink of war. Desperate, Jumo begs for assistance, but the keeper cannot abandon his vital post now. Suddenly, a spark of hope flickers as the keeper remembers a unique potential solution. He proposes an outsider, a man of mystery currently residing within the temple's sacred walls. This retired master travels with his child, possessing skills that rival the sect's greatest warriors. Jumo hesitates, knowing that bringing in a stranger could expose Shaolin's most shameful secrets. The keeper records a name that could shift the power of the entire world. A legendary formation genius hides within Shaolin, a secret weapon for the coming war. The decision is made to trust this outsider with the sect's most guarded secrets. Dawn breaks over the secluded mountain, hiding a warrior in the midst of transformation. Jian pushes his broken body to the limit, desperate to reclaim his lost strength. Every breath is an agonizing struggle against the volatile toxins surging through his veins. Suddenly, a strange voice shatters his focus, threatening to expose his forbidden training. The young master spins around in shock, his heart racing at the sudden intrusion. A mysterious girl stands before him, her calm gaze hiding an unknown purpose. Within the temple's shadows, the stage is set for a meeting that changes everything. Behind closed doors, a heated argument erupts over who truly belongs in this sanctuary. The former head of the Jegal family warns that women are strictly forbidden here. His stubborn granddaughter refuses to budge, threatening to abandon him for this perceived insult. Despite her age, her obsession with complex tactical formations drives her forward with curiosity. A laughing monk assures them that only a master and his disciple remain nearby. Seeing her relentless determination, the old master finally relents to her childish demands. Under the shadow of the ancient temple, a fateful encounter is about to occur. John stands frozen as the unexpected visitor suddenly appears in his secret training grounds. He stares in disbelief, stunned by the presence of a beautiful girl on this mountain. She recognizes him as the mentioned disciple, leaving the young warrior speechless and confused. The legendary head of the Jegal family interrupts Jian's solitary and high-stakes training session. Jian quickly clarifies his true identity while the old master offers a humble apology. Suddenly, the sect messenger arrives to question why these powerful outsiders have trespassed here. The monk immediately senses a deeper scheme hidden behind their prestigious and noble appearance. Curiosity fills the air as the young warrior probes for their true purpose and intent. Jegal Rip reveals his obsession with a mysterious tactical formation hidden on this mountain. This revelation shocks the monk, knowing such power should not exist on this peak. The retired legend admits he is searching for answers regarding this impossible secret garden. Suspicion grows as the monk realizes something dangerous is brewing in the mountain shadows. He decides to lead them deeper into the rugged terrain toward an uncertain fate. Jegal Young clings to her grandfather, begging to stay with the mysterious boy. Jian stands puzzled as his true identity as a secular child is finally revealed. Despite the breach of protocol, the elders agree to let the children play together. The monk watches closely, sensing a potential destiny unfolding between these two young souls. A union between their prestigious families could shift the balance of power forever. The monk offers to supervise the girl, while the legendary master continues his search. Jegal Rip warns his granddaughter to remain respectful before departing into the mountain shadows. The elders venture deeper into the peaks to uncover the mountain's forbidden secrets. The two youths finally exchange names while the monk keeps a watchful eye. Jian's tattered robes hint at the brutal intensity of his secret mountain training. The young noble girl bluntly insults his appearance, mistaking the warrior for a beggar. Jian recoils in shock, unable to believe his humble training robes look so pathetic. Her garments are woven from the finest silk, a stark contrast to his poverty. He realizes that through her wealthy eyes, he truly does look like a peasant. Confused by his intense stare, the girl wonders what has caught his sudden attention. She assumes he is simply too embarrassed to ask for her expensive butterfly pendant. Following her grandfather's lessons on charity, she offers the valuable treasure to him. Jian frantically refuses the pity, desperate to maintain what little dignity he has left. A childish argument erupts as she tries to force the gift upon the warrior. Watching from the shadows, the monk realizes this boy's spirit is far from ordinary. Infuriated by his refusal, the noble girl demands he show some gratitude. She suddenly lunges forward, seizing his arm with unexpected martial precision. Desperate to keep his distance, the boy violently shakes off her unwanted charity. Her pride is wounded, and her gaze turns into one of absolute defiance. Refusing to take no for an answer, she prepares a high-level capture technique. A blur of motion erupts as she pursues him through the mountain garden. The precious butterfly pendant flies through the air amidst their lightning-fast exchange. Panic sets in when her secret family technique fails to subdue a mere peasant. Jian begs her to stop before their reckless game leads to a disaster. A competitive spark ignites as she realizes this boy is no ordinary training partner. She unleashes a flurry of strikes, daring the boy to withstand her overwhelming speed. A cold grip suddenly locks onto his arm, sealing his fate in an instant. She mocks his lowly status, convinced no mere disciple could ever break her hold. Her eyes burn with a predatory confidence as she prepares to end the chase. The boy gasps out a surrender, seemingly crushed by her superior martial prowess. In a blur of impossible motion, he effortlessly turns the tables on his captor. He vanishes into the distance, leaving her paralyzed by his terrifyingly refined movements. She trembles in shock, realizing she just encountered a monster hiding in plain sight. Meanwhile, the sect elders gather to investigate a formation that defies all logic. The air grows heavy, as they sense a suffocating power radiating from the garden. The garden path feels like a stifling, invisible cage designed to trap the unwary. Even a legendary grandmaster is shaken by the sheer complexity of this mysterious formation. They must dismantle the array immediately to track the movements of the hidden intruder. Suddenly, a sense of haunting familiarity strikes the monk as he observes the area. Traditional logic fails, as the gates of life and death become completely indistinguishable here. Methodical investigation is their only hope, but time is a luxury they don't have. The monk realizes this specific elm tree is where Jian gathered his poisonous herbs. He wonders why these masters are so incredibly serious about a simple garden arrangement. Confusion grows as he questions why such a supposedly basic formation is causing panic. Identical plants prove that this entire landscape is nothing more than a master-level illusion. Jumo berates the legendary master for failing to sense the crushing spiritual pressure nearby. The monk watches in silence, realizing Jian's reckless poison consumption was entirely his own. Suspicion mounts as the secret of the poisoned wine. Two titans of the martial world bicker, while a master-level illusion traps them both. No one would expect a lethal, high-tier formation hidden within a simple mountain garden. The monk smirks, watching these arrogant geniuses walk straight into a self-made trap. He decides to leave them to their struggle, enjoying the chaos from the sidelines. High in the mountains, a sudden scream echoes from the young laddie's secluded hut. Jian stands unmoved as the girl reels from a power she cannot possibly comprehend. Her pride is shattered, and her fury ignites a confrontation that could end in disaster. Jian stammers out a desperate apology to the girl he accidentally offended. Jiggle Young demands to leave immediately, her pride wounded by the encounter. She fumes over the humiliation, unable to believe a commoner bested her. Her attendant softly reminds her that her insults were perhaps a bit too cruel. Grudgingly, the young lady decides to drop the matter for now. A heavy sigh of relief escapes the man as the tension finally breaks. The conversation shifts as they realize the truth about their hidden ages. Standing face to face, they discover the boy is actually 2 years older. Jian is stunned to realize he holds the status of an elder brother. Despite the truth, the stubborn girl refuses to show him any respect. The stubborn girl refuses to acknowledge seniority, trying to bribe Jian with food. Despite his hunger, Jian refuses to break his discipline for a simple snack. He counts down the 3 years remaining before he can finally return home. The two rivals find common ground while discussing their distant family provinces. A rare moment of tranquility masks the growing storm brewing within the sect. Deep in the woods, a desperate search for clues yields only frustrating silence. Master Jumo insults the Jegal family's prestige after their tactical failure. The veteran master realizes that this anomaly is far more than a formation. He questions how such immense spiritual pressure can exist without a physical source. They venture deeper into the unknown, unaware of the power awaiting them. Jegal Rip realizes his tactical expertise has finally met its match against this phantom. Master Jumo wonders what hidden player could manipulate the very fabric of their reality. The veteran master remains unconvinced, determined to unearth the secret behind this anomaly. As dusk falls, the investigation is postponed to ensure their young master's safety tonight. Formal bows mask the growing tension as the two powerful factions finally part ways. A playful parting shot from the girl is met with Jian's deceptively innocent smile. The monk urges him to embrace the world, but Jian chooses to remain hidden. He finds peace in simple chores while a monstrous power slumbers within his soul. As his guardian departs, the boy who shouldn't exist prepares for his next task. The visitors finally depart, leaving the sacred temple grounds behind them. Deep within the courtyard, a calloused hand tightens its grip on a simple broom. Jian returns to his chores, dreaming of a family he might never truly know. He carries the memory of the girl, unaware of the impact he left behind. As the sun sets over the peaks, the weight of his hidden power lingers. On the mountain path, the young lady vents her frustration to her amused grandfather. She demands more power, desperate to avenge a defeat she cannot even explain. The old master laughs, certain his family's legendary techniques remain the world's finest. Yet his curiosity grows, as she describes a style that shouldn't exist among disciples. Han identifies a legendary Shaolin technique that felt strangely different during the encounter. The old master wonders if the mysterious boy was hiding his true internal energy. Han confirms that the boy seemed completely ordinary, lacking any trace of cultivation. A shadow of doubt crosses the master's face as he contemplates the impossible. High above the peaks, a new vow of strength echoes through the silent valley. The grandfather encourages the girl to train hard for her rematch the following day. Fueled by pride, she vows to finally humble the boy who bested her. Dawn breaks as the temple returns to its peaceful routine of chores and silence. The monk notices Jian smiling, realizing the young lady has finally softened his heart. The monk catches the boy off guard by mentioning the girl he misses. He nervously denies his feelings while waiting for news from the main temple. The mood shifts as the monk warns him about his secret regained power. One slip-up could expose his cultivation and bring immediate ruin to them all. A heavy silence falls as he contemplates the weight of his hidden strength. Suddenly, Master Jumo bursts in screaming that the entire sect is in chaos. Jealous disciples have filed a formal complaint against the boy with the headmaster. The old master collapses in frustration as political pressure mounts against his student. But the boy only cares if the one person he expects is still coming. Jumo rages as the prestigious Jegal family prepares to abandon the temple forever. The boy's knuckles turn white as he suppresses the storm brewing within. He remembers the girl's smile, realizing he might never see her again. High above, the weight of his master's reckless choices finally comes crashing down. The monk lashes out, blaming the old master for shattering the boy's heart. He turns away from the chaos, each step heavy with a bitter new realization. The broom falls as he decides that simply enduring is no longer an option. Standing alone, he wonders if his path of peace was just a foolish dream. Now he understands that power is the only thing that truly matters in this world. Jumo and the monk clash as the weight of their secrets threatens to explode. Jian stares into the horizon, realizing that 3 years of exile changed absolutely nothing. His fists tremble because his stolen techniques are a ticking time bomb within him. He knows he must find a fundamental solution before his forbidden power consumes him. Meanwhile, the Jegal family prepares their departure from the temple under a cloud of frustration. The young prodigy wails in defeat, her pride shattered by a boy she couldn't touch. Jegal Rip closes his eyes, sensing a terrifying monster growing within the Shaolin walls. Even the ancient foundation of Shaolin begins to buckle under the coming storm of war. He resolves to warn his kin that the era of peace is officially over. The pale moon hangs over a world destined to be consumed by fire. A secret journey through the woods is suddenly interrupted by a chilling presence. Terror flashes across the guard's face as he senses a monster in the dark. A blade is drawn against a mysterious wanderer who appeared out of thin air. The stranger asks if he has finally found the leader of the great family. Stepping forward with absolute composure, the legendary master confirms his identity to the intruder. From beneath his bamboo hat, the traveler requests a moment to ask a question. The atmosphere turns lethal as the young child trembles behind her powerful grandfather. Despite the drawn sword, the old master grants his permission for the stranger to speak. The wanderer acknowledges the legendary master's terrifyingly sharp intuition under the dim forest light. Recognition flashes in the old man's eyes as he identifies the elite Tang spies. Beneath the bamboo hat, the stranger pleads for a single moment of the master's wisdom. Tension thickens as a rare Yama tablet is produced before the entire traveling group. This jade token represents a debt of honor that the Tang family never breaks. The guards realize that holding this seal brings either ultimate favor or a deadly grudge. Accepting the heavy blessing, the master prepares to hear the wanderer's true request. The conversation shifts toward a mysterious child the master encountered within the Shaolin temple. Seeking the truth, the spy asks for every detail regarding that young gifted warrior. The master chuckles, amazed that such an elite group traveled so far for one boy. Jegal-Rip finally agrees to reveal the truth to the mysterious Tang family spy. The stranger leans in, desperate to know the true nature of the boy's power. The master admits he only witnessed the legendary techniques of the Dragonclaw hands. Under the cold moonlight, they question if the child truly possesses no inner energy. Suspicion grows as Jegal-Rip realizes he might be a pawn in Shaolin's games. The conversation turns even darker as the stranger prepares his final, most dangerous question. The stranger asks if the boy is following the footsteps of a legendary master. The master remains elusive, leaving the Tang sect to find their own dark answers. With a respectful salute, the elite spy acknowledges the weight of this forbidden knowledge. Returning the jade token, Jegal-Rip ends the meeting before the debt consumes them. The stranger decides to play his final card in this deadly game of shadows. But Jegal-Rip isn't finished, demanding one final truth before they part ways. Acknowledging the master's sharp wit, the spy returns the token with newfound respect. The scope of the conspiracy widens as every major sect watches Shaolin's every move. The lowly messenger admits even his leaders are obsessed with the boy's hidden potential. A chilling realization strikes the old master as the pieces finally fall into place. With a final warning, the shadow vanishes into the moonlit forest like a ghost. The true target isn't the child, but a secret involving the temple's highest authority. His granddaughter rushes forward, curious about the boy who has the world in chaos. He warns her to stay away, for that child is a storm she cannot survive. Jian walks alone toward a peak where he will always be an outsider. The Jegal patriarch issues a cold decree that leaves no room for negotiation. His young granddaughter can only obey as the weight of destiny descends. They hasten their departure before the Tang sect's shadow can overtake them. A storm is brewing as the realm's greatest masters fixate on the boy. Master Jumo fears the Jegal clan will be crushed in the coming upheaval. Days later, the boy sits in silence, contemplating his uncertain future at Shaolin. He worries his forbidden martial arts have invoked the temple's ultimate wrath. A stern monk demands he stay quiet and wait 3 years to return home. He is haunted by memories of the parents who wait for his return. A fire ignites within his eyes as the weight of destiny takes hold. He declares he can no longer live like a sinner in hiding. Even his stern guardian is stunned by the boy's sudden, sharp maturity. Amidst the mountain peaks, he reveals the choice has been weighing for days. The boy drops a bombshell, demanding to walk the path of martial arts. His mentor explodes in rage, desperate to keep the boy's power a secret. He is commanded to stay silent for years just to survive the temple. But his resolve is absolute as he refuses to abandon his true nature. Recalling the girl's terrifying power, he realizes he cannot afford to be weak. He will start from nothing to master the Shaolin arts the right way. The master realizes the boy possesses eyes that will never bend to any authority. He finally acknowledges that the child has matured far faster than anyone anticipated. Realizing he cannot hide this monstrous talent forever, the mentor prepares for the inevitable. A secret letter is drafted to send the boy toward his true destiny. Meanwhile, a relentless warrior begins his ascent toward the hidden mountain peaks. High above the world lies the isolated home where the young prodigy resides. Driven by a dark purpose, the intruder vows to settle the score today. Even for a veteran, the treacherous path proves far more difficult than expected. He is stunned that a mere boy traverses this lethal terrain every single day. Every step upward only fuels the burning resentment deep within the man's heart. The memory of that impossible speed still haunts his every waking moment. He refuses to accept that a mere child could possess such overwhelming power. Recalling the boy's broken body, he vows to finish what was started. His ascent halts abruptly as a sudden shift in the air catches him off guard. Sensing a presence nearby, the veteran warrior scans the dense mountain foliage. There, deep within the shadows of the forest, his target finally appears. The young prodigy wanders through the lethal terrain with a terrifyingly calm expression. Pure shock freezes his blood as he confirms the boy's identity. Suddenly, the boy breaks into a sprint that defies the laws of nature. Moving with effortless grace, the monster rejoices in his newfound sense of freedom. Relishing his newfound freedom, the boy moves through the forest with supernatural speed. He realizes that here, no one can judge him for his forbidden cultivation methods. Recalling a young girl's kindness, he feels a renewed sense of purpose and gratitude. His path is set. Achieve absolute mastery before finally returning to his home. A confident smile spreads across his face as he acknowledges his incredible growth. Suddenly, his senses flare as he detects a familiar aura lurking in the shadows. A veteran warrior stands frozen in disbelief, staring at the boy who should be dead. From atop a jagged cliff, the young monster looks down at his stunned pursuer. The leader's heart hammers against his ribs, witnessing a recovery that defies all logic. Descending with effortless grace, the prodigy prepares to confront his unexpected visitor. The veteran warrior cowers, fearing this young monster has come to finish him off. Unexpectedly, the boy speaks with a calm sincerity that only deepens the man's terror. He accuses the prodigy of intentional humiliation during their previous lopsided encounter. The boy frantically waves his hands, claiming his previous brutality was merely inexperience. With a hauntingly innocent gaze, he promises to show his true power next time. Panic seizes the leader's heart as he realizes he cannot survive a serious duel. Forcing a desperate laugh, the warrior pretends to accept this terrifyingly polite apology. Silence falls over the mountain as the boy questions why his pursuer has returned. Trapped by his own lies, the leader realizes he cannot reveal his murderous intent. In a final act of desperation, he reaches into his robes for a clever distraction. A simple gift is offered to mask a heart filled with lethal intent. The young monster accepts the peace offering with an unsettlingly pure smile. Paralyzed by fear, the leader hides his murderous thoughts behind a desperate mask. This terrifying prodigy devours the food with the haunting innocence of a predator. Watching the boy eat, the warrior wonders if he is facing a genius or fool. Their gazes lock in a moment of silent tension that feels like a death sentence. A growling stomach betrays his composure as he tries to maintain his false dignity. In a shocking display of mercy, the boy breaks his meal to share it. Acceptance of this charity marks the ultimate humiliation for the seasoned martial artist. Trapped by his own deception, he realizes the gap between them is truly insurmountable. The predator devours his simple meal with an air of unsettling calm. High on the mountain path, the boy opens up with a bright, disarming smile. The warrior watches him, realizing this monster might not be his enemy after all. Memories of their duel resurface, making the boy's lethal talent seem like pure accident. When the boy asks for friendship, the terrified leader has no choice but to agree. Radiating pure joy, the young prodigy celebrates finding his very first true companion. Behind his nervous grin, the warrior is haunted by the boy's terrifyingly innocent nature. As they descend toward the temple, the boy reveals his destination is the great abbot. Absolute shock freezes the warrior as he learns this child holds impossible, high-level status. Sweating under the pressure, he finally accepts that he is standing beside a true god. The two unlikely companions prepare to descend the treacherous mountain peaks together. A playful challenge sparks between them as they race toward the temple below. Deep within the silent halls of Shaolin, a heavy secret finally arrives. Behind closed doors, high-ranking masters discuss a letter that could change everything. The monk's eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the impossible news. Meanwhile, the old master remains unnervingly calm while sipping his tea. Tension rises as they question the wisdom of teaching Shaolin's secrets to a monster. He demands to know if the boy has truly conquered his fatal injuries. The written request confirms the prodigy's burning desire to reclaim his lost power. But a dark history looms over the boy, threatening to drag Shaolin into ruin. Tension explodes as a rival master refuses to support the boy's path. The old master remains calm, watching the unexpected display of hostility. He questions why a true disciple should be barred from his own sect's power. Outraged, the elder accuses the boy of secretly learning forbidden arts. The master simply sips his tea, unbothered by the growing storm of anger. He decides to reveal the terrifying truth behind the young prodigy's talent. The boy explains that he merely copied a master's move by watching once. A heavy silence fills the room as the weight of his genius lands. A fist clenches in desperation, fearing the rise of an unstoppable monster. The rival master vows to crush the boy and secure his own future leadership. The sect leader demands to know why this terrifying child is their responsibility. A written decree commands that the boy be treated like any ordinary student. He argues that a monster like Jian can never be considered normal. The master's eyes narrow as a suffocating pressure begins to fill the room. The floorboards groan under a weight that defies all logic and martial power. Realizing the man's fear, the master decides to change his teaching strategy. He offers a new perspective to someone who refuses to see the truth. Taking in this single disciple is now a test for the entire sect. The leader reels in shock, realizing their very existence is being judged. With a cold stare, the master confirms the ultimate trial has officially begun. The leader realizes that Jian's existence could shatter the sect's future, standing forever. By the following afternoon, every powerful figure converges at the hall for a reckoning. They question the abbot's sanity for letting such a dangerous child walk free. With countless spies watching their every move, the weight of responsibility becomes suffocating. Anger boils over as they blame rival sects for the chaos currently devouring Shaolin. They refuse to stand idly by while incompetent leaders run their legacy into ruin. The leader reminds them of their sacred duty to protect the disciples they claimed. His voice thunders through the hall, accusing his brothers of cowardice and betrayal. A deafening silence falls, as the weight of his judgment leaves them completely speechless. Desperate to de-escalate the tension, they plead for their brother to remain calm. The elders decide to feign loyalty while secretly plotting their own path forward. They intend to bury Jian within the secular ranks to keep his power secret. Orders are finally given to bring the child in and begin his training. Deep down, the leader questions the abbot's true motives behind this dangerous gamble. He gazes over the temple, vowing to seize control and rebuild Shaolin himself. Suddenly, a mysterious sachet is presented as a final token of their secret arrangement. Jian accepts the gift with confusion, unaware of the weight it truly carries. It is a sacred talisman meant to provide the protection of a high-ranking monk. But the boy's heart sinks when he realizes he won't be learning from masters. The elder's voice thunders, reminding the boy he is just one of many children. The master departs with a final command to return the gift in 3 years. Jian clutches the sachet as the doors slam shut on his new life. Under the silver moonlight, the leader reflects on the path he has chosen. A crushing weight of regret begins to settle deep within his hardened heart. He recalls the grueling training and the moments they shared as master and student. The boy was the only light in an existence defined by cold duty. Back in the room, the silent warrior can no longer hold back his tears. The full moon gazes down, mirroring the face of a long-lost protector. He remembers the woman who saved him, her smile brighter than any star. Some memories are too powerful to bury, no matter how hard he tries. Jian promises to return to the mountain hermitage whenever he finds time. The old master watches silently as his legendary student begins a new journey. A seasoned warrior guides the boy toward the secular disciples' crowded dormitories. They reach the massive training annex where Shaolin's future legends are forged. The guide explains that only the most elite can stay past 5 years. He boasts about his own survival while the young boy listens in silence. Despite his hidden power, the boy feels anxious about meeting new peers. He casually mentions that his training only began a few short months ago. The veteran is shaken, realizing this child possesses a terrifying, unnatural talent. A strange invitation to a secret spot leaves the young monster confused. The veteran is stunned that the boy knows nothing of the world outside. He scans the area before revealing a secret usually reserved for older men. Leaning in, he whispers about a legendary spot filled with breathtaking women. The boy innocently recalls a cute girl he met from the prestigious Jagal family. Panic sets in as the guide realizes the boy met a high-ranking noble. The shock deepens when the child claims he actually sparred with the lady. Cold sweat pours as the veteran realizes this kid is a hidden monster. Desperate for an ally, he quickly offers an invitation to his own province. Suddenly, a terrifying realization flashes across the older man's wide eyes. His hand trembles as he remembers their families are destined to be rivals. The guide suddenly recoils in shock as a bitter family rivalry tears them apart. Jian looks down in disappointment, wondering why a simple friendship is so impossible. The veteran stares at the boy, realizing he knows nothing of the world's cruelty. A heavy choice looms between ancestral blood feuds and their new bond as disciples. Looking toward the heavens, the older man decides to cast aside his family's burdens. He declares that the sins of their fathers should never dictate their own destiny. With a hand over his heart, he swears an oath to remain loyal friends. Jian's eyes light up with pure joy as the weight of rejection finally vanishes. They lock hands in a powerful grip, sealing a pact that defies ancient history. Beneath his smile, the guide realizes this connection is his greatest chance for survival. Jian steps into his new quarters, only to find a scene of pure chaos. Shelves are overflowing with a mountain of neglected garments from previous residents. The floor is a total disaster zone of discarded shoes and rotting fabric. A nauseating stench hits Jian hard while his guide simply laughs it off. The veteran warrior dismisses the filth as a side effect of their training. Refusing to live in squalor, Jian prepares for an unexpected kind of battle. He gathers the massive pile of grime into a single bundle of cloth. Rolling up his sleeves, the young master decides to handle the mess alone. His guide watches in shock, begging him to wait for the other disciples. Jian simply asks for the laundry path, determined to start his journey fresh. The young master moves with lightning speed, purging every trace of filth from the room. His guide watches in silent disbelief, wondering if this monster is actually just a perfectionist. Hauling the mountain of grime away, Jian prepares to wash away years of neglect alone. Unaware of the change, the other disciples return to their quarters expecting the usual stench. They freeze at the door, blinded by a level of cleanliness they never thought possible. Even the toughest among them has been transformed, wielding a broom like a sacred weapon. He demands they join the effort, leaving his comrades baffled by his sudden change. Tension snaps, as a single insult toward the newcomer causes his grip to tighten dangerously. He roars a deadly warning, threatening anyone who dares to speak ill of the boy. Declaring the outsider his true friend, he leaves the entire sect in absolute stunned silence. The disciples watch in disbelief, as their senior suddenly defends the mysterious newcomer. He directs the confused crowd toward the river where the boy is working. Suspicion boils over, as they assume the outsider is merely trying to buy favor. A cruel smirk reveals that some are only looking for a reason to fight. They refuse to respect his talent, blinded by their own jealousy and pride. The mob gathers their strength, determined to break the boy before he rises. Like a pack of wolves, they storm toward the river to deliver a lesson. Wang Mu watches them leave, knowing they are walking straight into a disaster. Unaware of the approaching storm, the young monster finishes his impossible task alone. The confrontation begins as the hunters realize they have finally found their prey. Jian eyes the approaching group, sensing a storm of misplaced hostility brewing toward him. He offers a polite greeting, completely unaware these disciples are hunting for a reason. A bully violently snatches the laundry, demanding to know who authorized him to touch. The young monster offers a humble apology, hiding the terrifying aura beneath his surface. The mob explodes in anger, accusing him of a plot to ruin their standing. Watching from the sidelines, Wang Mu smirks at the pathetic irony of their aggressive posturing. They roughly grab their belongings, desperate to distance themselves from the mysterious new secular. Their eyes widen in disbelief as the fabric begins to radiate an impossible brilliance. The bullies freeze in shock, realizing their worn rags have been turned brand new. Suspicion flares as they accuse him of a swap, blind to his absolute mastery. The bullies roar in denial, refusing to believe these pristine robes are theirs. With a terrifyingly calm gaze, he points to the names stitched into the fabric. A heavy silence falls as they realize the impossible truth of his claim. Confusion turns to fear as they wonder how he erased every trace of filth. He dismisses their shock, casually offering to dry the soaking wet laundry instantly. In a blur of supernatural speed, he snaps the fabric with explosive force. The young monster presents the robes, claiming not a single drop of moisture remains. A trembling hand reaches out to test the results of his inhuman display. Horror dawns on the bully as he feels the perfectly bone-dry silk. The crowd begins to whisper, questioning the terrifying depth of his internal energy. A legendary technique ripples through the air as a new power reveals itself. Wang Mu steps forward, confirming the impossible mastery of the advanced Dragonclaw style. He smirks at their disbelief, finally justifying his alliance with the mysterious boy. The bullies can only seethe in silence, their pride shattered by the truth. Jian merely offers a humble smile, oblivious to the shockwave his talent caused. Days pass in tranquility as an old master watches the autumn leaves descend. Master Gumo wonders if his student is truly finding peace within the temple. Silence reigns over the mountain, masking the storm brewing within the secular dorms. He trusts that no news means the young monster is finally behaving himself. Looking toward the horizon, the mentor prays his disciple survives the coming winter. Exhaustion turns to agony as the disciples endure the sect's brutal physical conditioning. Jian's constant questioning finally pushes his peers past the point of no return. The boy offers a simple apology, completely oblivious to the brewing resentment. One student's temper explodes, cursing the newcomer for their shared misery and pain. The atmosphere turns toxic as the group realizes their comrade is losing control. Wang Mu interjects with a sharp challenge, refusing to let the bullying continue unchecked. The enraged disciple snaps back, claiming their suffering justifies a violent lesson. He threatens Wang Mu with death, blinded by a hatred he can no longer contain. A cold mockery follows as Wang Mu laughs off the threat with effortless disdain. The training hall descends into chaos when the furious student finally breaks stance. Ilyo snaps, fueled by a jealousy that has finally reached its boiling point. Desperate warnings about a senior brother's wrath fall on completely deaf ears. Training grinds to a halt as the entire courtyard witnesses the brewing storm. He hurls a gruesome threat, promising to tear his rival apart right there. Wang Mu remains unfazed, mocking the bully's lack of intelligence and class. Jian watches in horror as the peaceful training session turns into a battlefield. The two warriors square up, ready to settle their blood feud with fists. Footsteps thunder across the stone floor as someone rushes to intervene. Jian throws himself into the crossfire, begging for the violence to end. Wang Mu stands firm, insisting that the boy has every right to seek knowledge. Iljo's rage boils over as he vows to crush anyone standing in his way. Deep within the sect's halls, the masters begin to reconsider the boy's status. They speak of the one trained by a master who shouldn't have interfered. Instructor Mugyong fumes, claiming the boy's presence makes proper training impossible. The revelation leaves Coach Wanho reeling as the weight of the situation settles. Every ancient technique is questioned by a mind that refuses to be tamed. Driven to his limit, the instructor suggests letting the boy learn alone. Wanho stares into the void, sensing a storm that no one can stop. He remembers movements so perfect they shouldn't exist without a lifetime of foundation. The masters must now decide if they can truly control this rising monster. The senior coach warns that mere anger will never solve their growing problem. He commands that any unruly student must be disciplined with an iron fist. The instructor trembles, realizing the impossible weight of the task he was given. Deep within the sect walls, a reluctant promise of order is finally made. Panic spreads through the clouds as students whisper that the executioner has returned. With a cold gaze, the instructor prepares to push them past their breaking point. He finally releases the disciples from the soul-crushing agony of their forbidden stance. Bodies collapse in exhaustion as the brutal training leaves them gasping for air. Jealousy burns in the heart of a rival who cannot accept his own weakness. But while others break, the monster realizes that individual strength is not enough. The instructor demands total obedience to silence the growing doubts among his disciples. He drops into a perfect stance, ready to demonstrate the sect's ancient power. Every shift in his weight is designed to channel a lethal flow of energy. He preaches a philosophy of non-violence while radiating an aura of absolute dominance. By focusing his meridians, he prepares to unleash a force that defies mortal logic. A single strike tears through the air, showcasing the peak of human cultivation. The onlookers watch in stunned silence, terrified by the master's overwhelming display. But Jian remains unimpressed, already calculating a much more efficient way to fight. To him, the traditional methods feel slow, clunky, and completely beneath his potential. The instructor's eyes widen as he realizes his student isn't even following along. A hidden grudge festers as the bully prepares to unleash his long-awaited revenge. High above the training grounds, the instructor explains the lethal advantage of pure offense. Wang Mu steps forward, offering to guide the young monster through the day's grueling drills. Suddenly, a jealous rival interrupts, demanding they move from his self-proclaimed territory. John simply smiles, treating the blatant provocation like a minor, irrelevant distraction. The bully fumes with rage, convinced this supposed genius is just a pathetic fraud. Sensing the rising tension, Wang Mu retreats and leaves the two to settle their score. The aggressor questions Jian's foundation, doubting he has mastered even the most basic stances. Without a moment of hesitation, a powerful fist surges forward with intent to crush. The challenge is set, as Jian prepares to counter a move meant to humiliate him. The jealous bully seethes with rage, blaming the young genius for all his troubles. He tightens his grip, determined to end this rivalry with a single, crushing blow. Jian remains lost in thought, analyzing the flaws in the sect's basic combat forms. Suddenly, a heavy strike connects, sending a shockwave through the boy's unprepared body. His eyes widen in disbelief as the impact shatters his calm, analytical focus. The aggressor wears a sadistic grin, relishing the feeling of breaking a supposed monster. From the sidelines, a veteran coach watches the brutal exchange with cold, calculating eyes. The instructor decides to let the violence continue, curious to see the boy's limits. Gasps for air turn into violent coughs as the internal damage takes its toll. For the first time, the invincible prodigy feels the agonizing weight of true physical pain. The bully mocks his victim, pretending the devastating blow was merely a simple mistake. Trembling on the cold ground, the prodigy wonders why such lethal force was used. Gasps for air fill the silence as the aggressor demands to know the boy's intent. With a sadistic smirk, he shifts the blame, insisting the student is simply incompetent. Whispers ripple through the crowd as everyone realizes this training has turned into an execution. He taunts the fallen boy, daring him to stand and face a true master's strike. Deep within the boy's eyes, a cold realization dawns as his fist tightens with purpose. Seeing that arrogant face, the monster decides it is finally time to hit back. Taunts of cowardice echo through the sect, but the atmosphere has already shifted. In a flash of blinding speed, the tables turn as the predator becomes the prey. The bully gasps in shock as his certain victory turns into a waking nightmare. Jian moves like a ghost, transforming the training ground into his personal playground. Pure panic sets in as he realizes the boy is faster than humanly possible. The disciples watch in absolute horror as their strongest fighter is effortlessly overwhelmed. Driven by humiliation, he launches a final strike, fueled by his shattering pride. But the massive blow is caught with terrifying ease by a single hand. The entire world stops as the monster finally reveals his true, hidden power. Jian manipulates the flow of energy, perfecting a technique that defies all logic. True terror takes hold as the bully feels his internal strength being sucked dry. Trapped in a spiritual vortex, the predator screams while his cultivation is consumed. Jian moves with a grace that shouldn't belong to a mere secular disciple. He catches the lethal strike with the casual ease of a seasoned master. Before anyone can blink, he executes a movement that defies the laws of physics. The veteran coach watches in horror as a forbidden technique is perfectly mirrored. The crowd falls into a deathly silence, unable to comprehend the monster before them. The arrogant predator is sent crashing down, his pride shattered like glass. Jian stares at his hands, finally realizing the true weight of his terrifying gift. Broken and defeated, the bully can only gasp for air in the dirt. A single question haunts his mind as he stares at the boy who shouldn't exist. Even the instructors realize that the balance of power has shifted forever. The master explains that this legendary step requires a lifetime of mindless repetition. Yet the boy stands there, having perfectly mimicked the move after one glance. He executes a distorted version of the technique with terrifying, unnatural speed. The coach realizes his own knowledge is useless against this logic-defying talent. Driven by pure jealousy, the arrogant disciple loses his mind and charges forward. He screams a death threat, blinded by a desperate need to crush the underdog. Suddenly, the senior instructor intervenes, stopping the reckless assault in its tracks. The bully freezes in shock, realizing his superior has stepped into the fray. With a cold gaze, the master commands his subordinate to back down immediately. Humiliated and seething with rage, the broken predator can only grit his teeth. The tense standoff begins as the instructor confronts the boy's bizarre movements. He demands to know why the student dared to ignore his specific instructions. With an innocent gaze, the prodigy insists he followed the path of energy perfectly. He explains that while the form changed, the internal flow remained exactly the same. Enraged by what he perceives as a lie, the master issues a deadly challenge. A lethal pressure fills the air as the veteran prepares to crush the youth. The master screams for a response, unable to handle the boy's unsettling silence. Taking a steady breath, the monster in disguise prepares to reveal his true power. He calmly accepts the duel, claiming he will try despite his supposed inexperience. The surrounding disciples tremble, fearing the catastrophic consequences of this impossible confrontation. The veteran coach explodes in rage, accusing the boy of blatant deception. Jian stands bewildered, unable to understand why his honest technique causes such fury. Losing his patience, the master vows to beat respect into the arrogant newcomer. A direct disciple steps forward, assuming a lethal stance to end the charade. He believes showing no mercy is the only way to save the boy's future. While the elders prepare for violence, the prodigy simply scratches his head in confusion. Onlookers watch in terror, knowing even elite warriors wouldn't dare challenge this master. With a thunderous crack, the instructor launches himself forward with blinding speed. The lethal strike descends, aimed directly at the youth who hasn't even moved. But as the blow nears, the monster's eyes turn cold and terrifyingly focused. The instructor's fist tears through the air with enough force to shatter bone. But the boy simply tilts his head, letting the lethal strike pass by harmlessly. Frustration boils over as the master realizes he is facing a true martial monster. A relentless barrage of strikes descends, filling the air with a wall of fists. Yet Jian remains calm, analyzing the speed and weight behind every desperate blow. To him, these high-level movements are nothing more than a slow and predictable dance. The crowd watches in stunned silence as a mere disciple defies all logic. Watching from the sidelines, the bully realizes he just picked a fight with death. With effortless grace, the youth flows through the gaps to launch a terrifying counterattack. The master stands shaken, unable to comprehend such power from a boy without basics. The instructor's rage explodes into a devastating punch, aimed directly at the youth's face. But Jian's instincts take over as he reaches out to parry the massive blow. He attempts to redirect the momentum with the fluid grace of a master. However, the veteran instructor is far more experienced than the arrogant bullies from before. With a sudden burst of speed, the master locks Jian into a crushing grip. Panic flashes in the boy's eyes as his supernatural agility is suddenly rendered useless. Before he can react, a heavy strike shatters his balance and sweeps his feet. A cry of agony escapes him as the weight of true authority finally descends. The monster who terrified the sect is pinned down by a far superior force. Even in victory, the master wonders how such a genius could fall so easily. The veteran instructor realizes the boy's lethal intent was never a joke. A devastating blow shatters Jian's defense as the master demands answers. Shock ripples through the young prodigy as his world spins out of control. Witnessing the one-sided slaughter, the other disciples can only watch in absolute horror. Yet among the crowd, a jealous rival finds twisted joy in the boy's downfall. With a final surge of power, the instructor sends Jian crashing into the dirt. The courtyard falls silent as the fallen monster struggles to draw a single breath. Doubled over in agony, Jian realizes his supernatural speed was never enough. He wonders why a simple test has turned into a display of pure rage. Despite his broken body, the boy's sincerity remains buried beneath the sect's cold judgment. The instructor looms over him, mocking the confidence that has completely vanished. With a sudden burst of speed, the master lunges to finish the fight. Jian stares into the abyss, realizing another direct hit will certainly mean death. A massive fist tears through the air as the boy desperately tries to focus. He narrowly evades the strike, dancing on the edge of total annihilation. Muzhong snarls in frustration, refusing to be fooled by the same trick twice. The veteran warrior doubles down, launching a blow meant to shatter his spirit. The boy grinds his teeth, barely clinging to consciousness under the brutal assault. Then, a violent shockwave of blue light erupts, shaking the very foundation. A dangerous smile forms as ancient energy begins surging from his core. Jian tightens his grip, knowing a single strike could end this battle instantly. Muzhong roars in fury, demanding to know why the boy is holding back. He refuses to use his power for destruction, choosing mercy over certain victory. The instructor's devastating blow connects with a bone-shattering impact. Jian is hurled across the arena like a broken doll by the overwhelming force. Wang Mu watches in horror as his friend is systematically dismantled by a master. Iljo watches with a sadistic grin, relishing the sight of Jian's utter humiliation. Muzhong declares the fight over, citing the boy's fatal lack of real combat experience. But the veteran's eyes widen in disbelief as he senses an impossible shift. Against all logic, the battered disciple coughs up blood and rises once again. The battered boy gasps for air as his body reaches its absolute limit. Muzhong stares in pure shock that the weakling still refuses to stay down. Infuriated by such defiance, the instructor prepares to deliver a final, crushing blow. Jian knows he cannot survive another direct hit without a desperate new plan. He grips his robes tight, mentally combining two legendary techniques for the first time. The pain is unbearable, but he must synchronize his internal energy perfectly now. Suddenly, his eyes snap open just as the master lunges with lethal intent. A thunderous explosion of force erupts as the two warriors finally collide again. The impact sends Jian skidding backward across the stone floor in a blur. He realizes that manipulating his meridians is the only way to survive this monster. The enraged instructor lunges forward, demanding the boy surrender to his overwhelming power. But Jian discovers a hidden focal point to bypass the traditional flow of energy. With a gaze of pure steel, he prepares to gamble everything on one move. Muzhong strikes with lethal intent, certain that this will be the final blow. Defying all logic, the boy reaches out and intercepts the master's crushing strike. A blinding surge of energy erupts as he anchors himself against the instructor's force. He channels his cultivation through a path no ordinary martial artist would ever dare. Muzhong's eyes widen in terror as he feels his own momentum being turned back. The air shatters as Jian combines two legendary techniques into one impossible counter. The instructor realizes too late he is facing a monster who transcends all rules. Jian's overwhelming power surges forward, sending the elite instructor hurtling through the air. A thunderous crash echoes as the master's body finally collides with the stone floor. The entire sect watches in stunned silence as their strongest instructor lies broken. Murmurs of terror spread through the crowd as they witness an impossible victory. Jian stares at his trembling hands, shocked by the monster he has become. The senior disciples can only watch in horror as their world is turned upside down. Rising slowly from the wreckage, Muzhong finally accepts the boy's terrifying hidden potential. He realizes that every warning about this child's talent was an absolute understatement. With a heavy heart, the master declares he has nothing more to teach him. The instructor walks away, leaving a new legend standing alone in the temple courtyard. Jian can barely process the devastating power he just unleashed upon his senior. He only intended to try his best, yet the entire courtyard lies broken. The senior coach turns away, unable to fathom the logic behind this anomaly. To the veteran instructors, this child is becoming a terrifying source of pure frustration. Suddenly, the ancient master approaches, mocking those who only pray when trouble arises. The coach remains haunted by the impossible techniques he witnessed during the brutal clash. They observe the boy from a distance, debating the nature of his unnatural talent. Despite his monstrous strength, Jian remains a humble student among his laughing peers. The instructor questions how a mere boy could master the legendary Dragon Claw essence. Master Jumo reveals the terrifying truth that the boy simply combined two impossible styles. The masters watch in disbelief, questioning if such a feat is even humanly possible. Jian didn't just copy moves, he evolved his energy circulation mid-combat to transcend logic. These aren't ancient scrolls anymore, but Jian's own perfected versions of legendary martial arts. Traditional forms were merely a tribute. Yet this boy has discarded every useless restriction. Mastery at this level requires no fixed structure, only the intent to subdue without harm. While others struggle with basics, Jian has already grasped the true essence of power. Among ordinary disciples, a monster hides behind the innocent smile of a humble student. The realization hits like a physical weight. This child is an anomaly beyond comprehension. Temptation flickers in the master's eyes as he realizes the world's greatest talent is here. Every doubt vanishes as the veteran leader finally accepts the terrifying reality of Jian's potential. The world is watching as a hidden monster finally steps into the light. But within these sacred walls, a terrifying political storm is brewing. Masters clash over a secret truth that threatens to shatter the sect's foundation. Panic begins to take hold as the weight of their desperation settles in. Once a dominant empire, Shaolin's influence has withered across the entire map. Respect has vanished, replaced by cold shoulders and the stench of decay. The leader's pride crumbles as he admits their once mighty name carries no weight. A sharp, piercing gaze reveals that nothing escapes the old master's intuition. The ultimate betrayal is exposed, as Jian's future hangs by a single thread. A cold realization strikes as he realizes his deepest secrets have been exposed. Master Jumo's aura explodes with a killing intent that could challenge the gods themselves. Paralyzed by the sheer weight of this power, he can't even twitch a finger. Above them, the heavens watch as a deeper conspiracy involving the abbot is revealed. The old master mocks his fear, proving that nothing in Shaolin remains truly hidden. He growls about the abbot's silence, questioning why the truth was suppressed for so long. Suspicion clouds his mind as he realizes even the holy are playing a dangerous game. With every step, the ground trembles under the weight of his ancient, suffocating energy. Leaving his terrified peer behind, the master vanishes to confront the temple's ultimate shadow. The Yuanzi leader fumes over the chaos left behind by the departing Jegal family. He exhales a weary breath as the burden of the temple's secrets intensifies. Coach Wanho realizes the situation is spiraling far beyond his control or understanding. Jian's eerie and unpredictable movements have shaken the core of Shaolin's ancient traditions. Fear grips the veteran coach as he questions Jian's true, terrifying connection. High above Sungsan Mountain, a different kind of storm is beginning to brew. A mysterious figure releases a messenger, signaling the start of a hidden war. The bird carries a message that could shatter the fragile peace of the sect. As the sun sets, shadows stretch across the peaks, hiding the coming disaster. Unexpectedly, the bully who once sneered now bows his head in a desperate apology. Jian watches the reaching hand, feeling an unsettling shift in the air around them. He remembers the brutal impact, realizing that strength is the only language they understand. The once arrogant rival now wears a mask of kindness, begging to start anew. Choosing mercy over malice, Jian offers his own apology to mend the bond. A pact is sealed with a handshake, promising mutual support in future trials. Yet, Wang Mu watches closely, sensing the serpent hiding behind that friendly facade. Peace quickly shatters into a shouting match as old grudges refuse to fade. Caught between two clashing egos, Jian wonders if he just invited more chaos. Jian hopes the shadows of his past actions do not haunt his new beginning. A new instructor named Mujin arrives to replace the master Jian recently humbled. The air grows cold as the newcomer demands the boy who defeated a master. Stepping forward, Jian acknowledges his presence while his peers watch with bated breath. The boy is stripped of his right to train and demoted to a spectator. Stunned by the sudden exclusion, the young prodigy can only offer a quiet agreement. While his protector fumes at the disrespect, others see this as a hidden blessing. They whisper that learning from the rising dragon is a privilege few ever receive. As the elite training commences, the strongest disciple is cast into the dust. Jian swallows his pride, forced to endure the silence of a sideline spectator. The new instructor warns that the name of Shaolin cannot shield them forever. Doubts arise as the disciples question the true brutality of the lawless world. He explains that while laws exist, they are often too slow to save. A naive voice wonders if their rigorous training is even worth the struggle. A dark smirk creeps across the master's face at their dangerous ignorance. He reveals that poison and deception are deadlier than any blade they face. The young prodigy realizes that some horrors cannot be fought with strength alone. Survival requires the skill to turn a moment of luck into a victory. The temporary instructor announces a special lesson that will change their entire perspective. He prepares to unveil the secret techniques of hidden perception to the eager disciples. Confusion ripples through the ranks as the students wonder what makes this training unique. They argue that perception is merely a basic fundamental they mastered years ago. Jian feels a sudden chill, realizing he is the only one left behind. The master explains that their previous training lacked the vital spark of internal energy. He reveals a vast library of secret styles hidden within Shaolin's ancient walls. The crowd erupts in shock at the sheer depth of the forbidden knowledge. True mastery requires seeing the world not with eyes, but with a sharpened spirit. A simple punch is easy to see, but true intent remains hidden. Master Mujin reveals that real perception requires the awakening of internal energy. The disciples watch in awe as a new world of power unfolds. To master the eyes, one must first strengthen the liver's vital meridian. Jian hesitates, wondering why a martial monster would need such strange lessons. As the students circulate their qi, the connection between organ and sight awakens. This forbidden training grants the ability to pierce through the deepest darkness. But Mujin senses something unusual and casts a suspicious glance backward. There sits Jian, radiating a terrifying aura far beyond any normal human. Jian sinks into a deep trance, shutting out the world to find his center. Instructor Mujin watches closely, wondering if these disciples can truly handle the pace. He commands them to guide their internal energy directly into the liver's vital meridian. This is the secret to dark perception, granting sight that transcends all human limits. As Jian follows the path, a terrifyingly powerful aura begins to radiate from him. A refreshing wave of pure energy surges through his chest, igniting his inner core. He holds his breath as the physical signs of the awakening finally take hold. Suddenly, Jian's eyes snap open, burning with a light that pierces the veil. The entire world transforms into a blinding landscape of clarity he never thought possible. Jian realizes that simply breathing isn't enough to stop his internal energy from scattering. He shuts his eyes tight, determined to master the flow before the moment passes. While others celebrate their newfound clarity, some find the gates of perception firmly locked. Mujin warns that only a total surge of energy can shatter these physical blockages. Ignoring the distractions, Jian manifests a terrifyingly dense aura that dwarfs everyone around him. He discovers that channeling energy through his liver is the secret to transcending sight. But a dangerous, forbidden thought crosses his mind about bypassing the traditional path. With a risky plan in place, he prepares to force his energy directly upward. An explosion of pure light erupts as he gambles everything on this singular strike. A blinding surge of purple energy erupts from the very depths of his soul. But the cost of this forbidden power is a scream that echoes through night. Jian collapses as the pressure inside his skull threatens to shatter his very existence. His vision fractures, leaving him to wonder if his reckless ambition has backfired. Gasping for air, he realizes the traditional path is no longer an option. A terrifying void manifests in his sight, a black hole swallowing the world. He stares into the darkness, questioning if this is a hallucination or power. Meanwhile, the rising dragon approaches, unaware of the monster evolving before his eyes. Mujin searches for a sign of weakness, yet finds only an unsettling, calm exterior. Even the masters begin to doubt if one boy truly holds Shaolin's fate. The rising dragon demands a chance to face the boy who defies all logic. But the elders refuse, fearing his defeat would shatter the sect's entire hierarchy. Mujin remains undeterred, convinced the masters are simply blinded by their own fear. As training concludes, Jian remains locked in a state beyond any normal comprehension. While others master basic energy, the boy's aura radiates a terrifying, unnatural pressure. Days later, his strange behavior draws the attention of those who still trust him. He confesses a chilling secret about a void that has begun haunting his vision. A black dot that refuses to vanish, growing more sentient with every passing hour. This shadow moves like a living man, stalking the halls like a vengeful ghost. Unaware of the coming storm, they dismiss the horror as a mere trick of light. Wang Mu approaches Jian, admitting his struggle with the Zhou Yang fist technique. He desperately grabs Jian, hoping the young monster can spot his fatal flaws. They retreat into the forest to practice away from prying, judgmental eyes. Wang Mu unleashes his power, demonstrating the form while Jian watches in silence. His fists blur with speed, yet something in the flow remains fundamentally broken. Every heavy step reveals a lack of balance that threatens to ruin him. Jian analyzes the chaotic transitions, realizing the movements are far too broad. The technique becomes even more unstable as Wang Mu pushes his body to the limit. Suddenly, a spark of clarity hits Jian as he prepares his insight technique. He requests a second look, ready to solve the mystery of the flawed fist. Jian centers his spirit, channeling a mysterious purple aura through his calm body. His eyes ignite with a piercing glow as the insight technique finally awakens. Every strike Wang Mu throws is now laid bare before his godlike perception. He tracks every micro-movement, from the twitch of a shoulder to a knee. Exhausted, Wang Mu admits he is stuck and desperately asks for the boy's guidance. Jian realizes the fatal flaw lies in the unnatural stiffness of his final steps. He recalls a forbidden technique taught by his master to bridge the gap. Wang Mu leans in with burning intensity, demanding to know if there is a way. The pressure mounts as the disciple waits for a revelation that could change everything. Jian reveals the secret, commanding him to relax and let the energy flow naturally. Wang Mu beams with gratitude, promising to repay the favor for this life-changing lesson. He sprints away to master the technique, leaving Jian alone in the quiet forest. But a pair of curious eyes watches from the shadows, hidden within the thicket. Daepal bursts from the greenery, his face lighting up at the sight of Jian. He begs for the same divine guidance, struggling to master the complex Sohong fist. Jian stares in silence, realizing his secret reputation is spreading among the disciples. With a humble nod, he agrees to help his friend reach a new level. The training begins immediately, as Jian physically corrects his peer's awkward stance. Power surges through the air as Daepal finally feels the technique click into place. Under the forest canopy, a monster quietly shapes the next generation of warriors. Jian watches his friends depart, left alone with the weight of his own growth. He questions his progress while witnessing the sheer dedication of those around him. Seeking solitude, the young martial monster retreats to refine his overwhelming internal energy. A heavy silence descends upon the woods as the air thickens with hidden power. From the darkness, a hidden watcher notes that this boy defies all natural logic. Days pass until the morning sun illuminates the sect's prestigious martial training hall. Daepal and Wangmu ignite a fierce rivalry, their strikes carrying a lethal new intensity. While fists blur in a violent dance, Jian watches calmly from the sidelines. The boy realizes his secret guidance has transformed his friends into formidable warriors. With eyes like a predator, he prepares to dissect the evolving techniques before him. Within his glowing gaze, the boy wonders if it is time to reveal his speed. High above the arena, the sect masters gather to judge the next generation's power. Master Jumo watches intently, his sharp eyes catching every hidden detail in the air. Below them, the martial monster remains calm, a silent storm waiting to be unleashed. The old master realizes that the inevitable moment of reckoning has finally arrived. The Yuanzi leader notes the disciples have grown stronger, their eyes burning with resolve. He believes their progress is undeniable, unaware of the secret training they received. Wangmu strikes with ferocious intent, finally grasping the complex principles of his martial art. Nearby, Daepal pushes his physical limits to complete the legendary Sohong fist technique, but Master Jumo only laughs, knowing the true monster is still hiding his strength. The two disciples clash with speed that defies their previous limits. Wangmu can barely track the blur of strikes coming from his peer. Daepal admits that Jian's secret guidance has transformed his entire martial foundation. A heated argument erupts as both claim to be the monster's only friend. Jian watches the chaos, regretting the unexpected consequences of his private lessons. Suddenly, his purple eyes flare with the power of his supernatural perception. As Wangmu strikes, a mysterious black anomaly streaks across the training grounds. The strange dot moves with a speed that no ordinary human could match. Refusing to let it escape again, the young master springs into action. He vanishes in a burst of speed, chasing the mystery into the shadows. The two disciples clash with a ferocity that defies their lowly status. High-ranking masters watch in disbelief, questioning the forbidden techniques being displayed. Even the senior coach is stunned by the impossible evolution of their forms. Their movements are rigid yet flawless, blending secret arts into a deadly dance. The unnatural flow of their energy suggests a power far beyond their years. A terrifying realization dawns as the masters recognize the monster's signature style. Fury erupts as the sect leaders demand to know who authorized this training. Master Jumo steps in, silencing the outrage with a single, calm command. He watches with pride, knowing the boy's influence has changed everything. But some hearts only burn with hatred for the brat who broke logic. A sudden silence falls over the temple, as an unexpected absence is finally revealed. Master Jumo calmly explains that the boy has already departed for his next trial. The announcement sends a shockwave through the gathered masters who expected his presence. Far from the chaos, Jian pursues a flickering shadow with inhuman speed and focus. He lunges forward, his eyes locked onto a target only he can perceive. Reaching into the swirling void, he prepares to seize a power beyond comprehension. With a triumphant shout, the young warrior finally captures the elusive, shifting energy. But the reality of his prize leaves a nearby monk frozen in complete disbelief. The elder questions how a mere child could possibly detect his hidden presence. Jian stands victorious, having physically caught a master who thought himself completely invisible. The defeated master can only stare, as his absolute stealth is effortlessly shattered. Meanwhile, deep within the temple, the high elders gather to discuss the fallout. Many still refuse to believe a mere boy could possess such world-breaking power. However, the reports are absolute, leaving the council with no room for denial. One elder claims to have finally unraveled the headmaster's true, dark intentions. He speaks with urgency, sensing a conspiracy that threatens to destroy their order. Their goal is to bypass tradition by training secular disciples in secret. By using Jian as a vessel, they plan to rewrite the laws of martial arts. This revelation of internal betrayal leaves the gathered masters frozen in pure shock. The logic is terrifyingly sound, and the path to war is now unavoidable. Jumo suspects the headmaster is hiding a plot far more sinister than betrayal. Panic erupts as the leader demands Jian be isolated before his power consumes them. Heated arguments echo through the halls as they search for a legal justification. A sudden, violent strike silences the room as their collective patience finally snaps. A suffocating silence falls over the masters as they weigh the cost of survival. He reveals that a much darker threat has forced this emergency secret session. Panic spreads among the masters as they realize the situation is spiraling out. With a grim expression, he prepares to deliver news that will change history forever. A messenger pigeon arrives from Sichuan, carrying a warning that spells certain doom. The only option left is to hide the boy before the world burns. The leader rejects the safe path, proposing a plan that defies all logic. His sudden declaration leaves the Council of Masters frozen in utter disbelief. He argues that since their scout confirmed the truth, they must act now. Panic erupts as the Masters realize the sheer lethality of the proposed gamble. Standing firm, he insists that exposing the secret is their only path forward. Cold sweat pours down their faces as the weight of the decision sinks in. He commands the Masters to steel their resolve for the inevitable conflict ahead. He believes that facing this nightmare head-on is better than living in fear. As darkness falls over the estate, a sense of impending doom fills the air. The final warning arrives from Sichuan, signaling the start of a bloody new era. High atop the peaks, a master senses a storm approaching the sacred mountains. His beads click frantically as reports confirm the target moves with impossible speed. The first gate has been reached, signaling the start of a dangerous confrontation. Even with their lives on the line, the Guardians prepare to block his path. But a chilling question remains whether anyone can actually stop this monster's advance. The legendary Arhat monks step forward, sworn to protect Shaolin's deepest, darkest secrets. Despite the silence of the elders, they trust the temple walls remain impenetrable. Yet the mystery of the past burns like a fire that refuses to die. In the heavy silence, the master realizes that their peaceful era is finally over. For the 10 great masters have arrived, and they bring only absolute destruction. The legends of the past have returned as the world's most terrifying powers. Looking upon the temple, the master realizes this reunion was never a coincidence. Every action has led to this moment through the inescapable law of karma. Suddenly, a monstrous presence pierces through the air, forcing his eyes wide open. Far below, a mysterious traveler has already breached the sacred grounds of Shaolin. Disguised as a simple wanderer, he accepts a drink from the unsuspecting locals. But beneath that humble straw hat hides Doxian, one of the 10 great masters. He rests quietly by the road while death follows closely in his silent wake. A familiar prayer echoes through the mountains, signaling that his arrival was expected. The two titans finally face off, knowing their meeting will change history forever. Master Jumo admits the sacred temple was left completely unprepared for such a sudden visit. He requests an audience with the elder Hong-O, ignoring the formalities of his rank. The path to the legendary elder leads directly to the treacherous heights of Aram Peak. Beneath a humble traveler's disguise, Doxian promises to depart as quietly as he arrived. He acknowledges the heavy burden resting upon the shoulders of Shaolin's esteemed headmaster. With a calm smile, the mysterious master tells the monks to return to their duties. Every step he takes carries the weight of a man who commands the martial world. Even among the fading legends of Shaolin, a hidden white tiger still sharpens its claws. Within the sacred temple walls, a new command is issued for a task of importance. Jian is summoned for an errand that will test the limits of his evolving power. A simple gift of rice cakes marks the start of a dangerous journey. Jian welcomes the errand, happy to finally visit the main temple grounds. But a stern warning from a guardian monk changes the mission's entire mood. He walks alone, questioning why such a routine task requires extreme caution. Even the preferences of the high elders become a mystery to the young warrior. Far above the clouds, the legendary Aram Peak hides secrets from the world. A heated argument breaks out between two titans of the martial arts realm. The Grandmaster's patience snaps as hidden truths are finally dragged into light. Visions of a glorious past remind them of the legends they once were. A final warning is delivered to save a man from an invisible threat. The Grandmaster demands to know why his peace is being disturbed. But the visitor only offers vague hints about the danger yet to come. Doxian plays the victim, complaining that his old friend lacks basic manners. Fury boils over as the master threatens to burst from sheer frustration. Shockingly, the hot-tempered monk swallows his pride and offers a sincere apology. With the air finally cleared, the hidden master prepares to explain everything. An energetic shout suddenly interrupts their secret conversation from the mountain path. Confusion washes over both veterans as they realize they are no longer alone. A sharp, legendary eye dissects the young boy with a single piercing look. The gravity of the situation vanishes when Jian presents a box of snacks. Jian offers a simple gift to break the tension between the two legendary masters. The mysterious visitor is instantly charmed by the young boy's unexpected and innocent gesture. He reveals himself as the legendary Doxian, a name feared across the martial world. Unfazed by the man's reputation, Jian introduces himself with a humble and polite bow. Doxian is stunned to realize that this world-class talent has no idea who he is. He explains that his knowledge of the boy comes from a mutual, powerful friend. Secrets of a hidden legacy surface as the masters discuss the boy's uncertain future. Jian stands caught in the middle of a complex web of broken promises and fate. To seal their meeting, the old master offers a strange gift of his own. Despite the master's suspicion, a shared treat finally bridges the gap between generations. Jumo tests the mysterious offering to ensure his disciple's safety. The master confirms the treat is harmless, urging the boy to indulge. Doxian extends the gift, watching the young prodigy with growing interest. Jian savors the rare sweetness, momentarily forgetting the weight of his destiny. Behind calm eyes, the old master calculates the boy's true potential. As the youth departs, a heavy conversation regarding his future begins. Doxian reveals he knows the boy will never inherit Gyumo's legacy. The sudden mention of a mysterious third party leaves Jumo visibly shaken. A chilling question hangs in the air as the truth finally surfaces. The shadow of the flashing killing Yaksha looms over the martial world. A name from a forgotten past resurfaces to haunt the peaks of Shaolin. Doxian warns that this shadow holds a grudge deeper than any ocean. Jumo questions why a man he barely remembers would seek such violent retribution. The revelation is horrific as Doxian describes a warrior who mutilated his own body. While some whispered of madness, the truth behind his sacrifice is far more calculated. Years ago, a former disciple barely escaped this monster by abandoning his path. Fury erupts from the old master as he insults the cowardice of such actions. He issues a bold challenge to the heavens, daring the madman to face him. But the warning takes a lethal turn when the target is finally revealed. Rage turns to terror as Jumo realizes the predator is hunting his young student. The elder's eyes widen as he reveals that even masters aren't safe anymore. A chilling plea hangs in the air, begging him to heed the coming storm. Meanwhile, the young student wanders the mountains, oblivious to the growing shadow behind him. Suddenly, a foul and unnatural scent clings to his skin, signaling something is wrong. He traces the stench back to the strange fruit he was recently gifted. Unaware of the tracking poison, he decides to wash the evidence away nearby. High above the peaks, the silence of the mountain masks a deadly pursuit. Back at the temple, the master roars in disbelief at such a bold threat. The messenger can only look away, mourning the old man's stubborn, deadly pride. With the warning delivered, the visitor departs, leaving a master to his fate. A steady hand reaches out to claim a seemingly ordinary cup. Suddenly, a storm of toxic energy erupts from the old master's body. The air thickens as he condenses his lethal essence into the brew. A violent emerald vortex swirls within the vessel, radiating pure malice. The legendary master trembles, sensing a power that defies all logic. He finally recognizes the monster before him as the green aura flares. What was once simple tea has become a concentrated nectar of death. With a cold smile, the visitor dares his old friend to drink. The stench of decay is so potent it brings a master to his knees. This is the culmination of a lifetime spent perfecting the art of killing. Decades have slipped away while the world transformed into something completely unrecognizable. Deep within the walls of Shaolin, time stood still for the secluded monk. Outside, legends were forged in blood to claim the title of Great Master. The visitor lifts the cup, mocking the reputation of his peerless poison. Without a moment of hesitation, he begins to consume the lethal emerald brew. The master watches in absolute horror as the impossible unfolds before him. Every drop of the concentrated death is swallowed with terrifying ease. His throat tightens as the most potent toxin in existence flows down. The empty vessel slams down, signaling the end of their tense reunion. He leaves with a final chilling warning that a monster is approaching Shaolin. A mysterious figure departs, leaving the weight of a grim prophecy behind him. Master Jumo stands frozen, questioning if this path was truly his master's wish. Rage boils beneath the surface as the sanctity of Shaolin is openly mocked. Perched atop jagged peaks, the legendary master watches his greatest rival walk away. Descending the mountain, the poison master reflects on the pathetic state of his peer. A cruel smile spreads as he realizes his old enemy has finally grown weak. He recalls the miserable sight of a man who abandoned his martial training. Cold killing intent flares within his eyes, barely suppressed by decades of patience. Every great master used their shared hatred for this man to reach the peak. But simple revenge is no longer enough to satisfy his hunger for true retribution. The poison master moves ahead of his rivals to secure the ultimate prize. With a single breath, he catches a scent that no ordinary man could detect. The invisible trail leads deep into the mountains where his target remains oblivious. He recalls the moment he marked the boy with a fragrance meant for hunters. No one escapes the Sichuan Tang clan once the chase has truly begun. A predatory shadow blurs through the forest, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Unaware of the danger, the young student laments his ruined training gear. He desperately hopes the lingering smell has finally faded from the torn fabric. The rushing mountain waters offer a final chance to scrub away the traces. He leaps into the depths, completely unaware that his life is now forfeit. The boy plunges into the mountain stream, washing away his only hope. High above, a legendary master stops in his tracks as the trail goes cold. He stares across the horizon, unable to fathom how his target simply vanished. The infallible scent meant to track him for miles has completely disappeared. For the first time, the master wonders if his lethal skills are finally decaying. Below the cliffs, the oblivious student celebrates his refreshing and successful bath. The hunter realizes his tracking powder is only vulnerable to the shifting winds. He begins to suspect the boy possessed the unnatural senses to detect him. A sharp realization hits the master as he recalls his true destination. His gaze shifts toward a secluded hermitage, where the next trial awaits. The master realizes his cover is blown if he lingers here any longer. He vanishes into a blur of speed, desperate to reclaim his lost prey. Miles away, Jian pauses, haunted by the chilling sensation of a hidden watcher. He checks for any trace of the tracking scent, unaware of the closing net. Suddenly, his unnatural senses flare as a massive presence catches his sharp attention. A legendary elm tree looms ahead, radiating a dense and ancient spiritual energy. But even a martial genius cannot ignore the humble growl of an empty stomach. He decides a quick feast is vital before meeting the mysterious elder. Beneath the towering branches, he settles into a deep, power-absorbing meditation. Yet even in silence, the boy senses the weight of a world-shaking fate. A forbidden feast hides among the lush greenery of the mountain path. Jian reminds himself that these toxic herbs are strictly off-limits for consumption, but the temptation of a quick power boost makes his mouth water uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a legendary master tears through the forest with blinding, unnatural speed. Doxian skids to a halt, his sharp eyes locking onto a lingering trail. The secret tracking scent still clings to the boy like an invisible beacon. A sharp shout echoes as the tracker finally pinpoints his target's exact location. Unaware of the danger, Jian rubs his belly, satisfied by his illicit meal. The boy freezes in shock as the master suddenly blocks his only path. With a chilling smile, Doxian reveals he has a special gift for him. The master laughs, insisting the boy deserves a reward for his secret lineage. But Jian hesitates, claiming he was never truly a disciple of the legendary sage. Doxian's eyes widen as the boy reveals the forbidden techniques he already knows. A chillingly calm smile spreads across the old man's face as he understands. High above the valley, the weight of their fated meeting breaks an ancient taboo. The master frantically searches his robes for a hidden treasure he intends to pass. He must finish his task before his presence is sensed by the nearby hermitage. Finally, he reveals a glowing relic that pulsates with an otherworldly, divine light. The orb shines with a beauty Jian has never witnessed in his entire life. Though dazzled, the young warrior fears the heavy price of such a precious gift. The old master insists the boy accepts this legendary, life-changing gift. With a swift flick, he launches the glowing essence toward his young successor. Jian stumbles back in shock as the pulsating orb nears his trembling hands. Upon contact, the solid relic instantly liquefies into a strange, glowing pool. While the boy panics, a mysterious smile creeps across the elder's weathered face. He screams that the precious treasure has melted right before his very eyes. Staring at his empty palms, he searches for any trace of the divine light. Suddenly, the liquid turns to vapor and begins sinking deep into his skin. The chilling energy surges upward, flowing through his veins like a restless tide. He watches in horror as the impossible power begins to consume his entire body. A terrifying power surges through his arm, racing directly toward his vital dantian. The old master smirks, mockingly asking if the boy's precious treasure has vanished. Jian watches in absolute shock as the stranger claims the relic was worthless. Suddenly, a violent explosion of emerald energy erupts with world-shattering force. Corrosive green tendrils pierce through the boy's body, pinning him in place. Not even the surrounding nature can escape the reach of this lethal energy. Within seconds, the vibrant leaves wither and die under the toxic pressure. Jian lets out a blood-curdling scream as the agonizing poison consumes him. His very soul begins to burn while the lethal essence blinds his vision. The boy collapses, having just faced the ultimate essence of the poison arts. Jian screams in agony as a legendary poison master reveals his life's deadliest work. Thousands of lethal toxins begin to manifest inside the boy's rapidly failing body. A ticking clock starts now, giving him only 3 months before he slowly dies. Shaolin is forced into a corner, holding the boy's life in their trembling hands. The only path to survival leads straight into the heart of the Tang clan. The mysterious master smiles, relishing the moment the walls finally close in on Jumo. A dark history resurfaces, fueled by a lifetime of suffering and buried resentment. Losing a cherished disciple is a small price compared to the master's old pain. Cold eyes watch the boy wither, indifferent to the chaos he has just unleashed. An ancient grudge burns bright, seeking vengeance for a love lost long ago. 50 years ago, a peaceful village near Shaolin held secrets yet to be revealed. Within a crowded tavern, a fateful meeting between two noble families began to unfold. A young Tang Sadyong sat captivated, his heart racing in a moment of bliss. Before him sat Manhwa, the woman who held his entire world in her hands. He dreamt of a future where his decade of hidden longing finally became reality. But the atmosphere shifted instantly as a legendary figure from Shaolin entered the room. A heavy silence fell when a cup was slammed down with immense, crushing authority. The surrounding warriors trembled, sensing a power that defied their very understanding of combat. The young monk Hongo arrived to deliver a challenge that would change their lives forever. Only those truly worthy dared to step forward and drink from the cup of destiny. Panic erupts as a terrified warrior realizes the tea served is actually a deadly poison. The Shaolin Divine Dragon uses this lethal brew to weed out those lacking true strength. A sinister smile reveals that this hospitality is merely a test of survival for elites. A firm hand pins down chopsticks, signaling that the games are finally over. Overseer Han explains that this young monk is the greatest talent in the entire land. Even the most composed women find themselves captivated by his overwhelming and divine presence. Suddenly the atmosphere shifts as the overseer senses an unexpected change in the air. Hongo dares the crowd to prove their courage or flee like pathetic cowards immediately. His intense gaze confirms that the path to Shaolin is paved with blood and conviction. Despite the danger, the local women whisper about the handsome monk who stole their hearts. Han watches in horror as the young lady loses herself to the monk's charm. A bitter voice cuts through the crowd, questioning why everyone is making a fuss. Driven by jealousy and pride, the young master of the Tang clan stands up. Ignoring the concerned cries behind him, he marches forward to reclaim his family's honor. Facing the legendary divine dragon, he boldly identifies himself as a master of Sichuan. He openly challenges the monk's skills, vowing to prove whose poison arts reign supreme. With a confident smirk, the monk welcomes the challenge and invites him to proceed. The atmosphere tightens as both men drain their cups in a lethal poison showdown. While the crowd cheers for their local hero, a heavy silence falls over the lady. Every drop consumed brings them closer to a victory or a cold, agonizing death. The lethal liquid slides down his throat as the deadly gamble finally begins. They slam their cups down in a silence that screams of impending doom. Tang Sadyong grits his teeth, desperate to prove his worth to the lady. Meanwhile, the monk watches with a pitying smirk, mocking the challenger's futile effort. Pressure mounts as the Tang master feels the toxic heat burning through his veins. But a strange aura begins to emanate from the eyes of the Shaolin legend. Steam rises as his internal energy effortlessly purges every drop of the poison. He remains completely untouched by the substance that should have ended his life. Terror strikes the young master as he realizes his greatest weapon has failed. His strength vanishes, and his legs tremble under the weight of a crushing defeat. The proud master of the Tang clan collapses as his own body suddenly betrays him. A dark and toxic aura surges through his veins as he realizes something is wrong. The legendary poison expert is struck by a humiliating and completely uncontrollable physical disaster. Hongo watches with a mocking smile, proving the Tang clan is absolutely no match. The lady watches in horror as the warrior desperately begs everyone to stay back. His eyes widen in pure agony as the internal pressure reaches a breaking point. A sickening sound echoes through the hall, shattering any remaining shred of his dignity. The entire estate vibrates from the force of the most embarrassing defeat in history. Onlookers recoil in total disgust as the stench of his failure fills the air. He crawls toward his beloved, but she can only turn away from the smell. The woman he loved flees in terror as his remaining dignity completely evaporates. Despair grips his soul while he screams her name into the cold, judgmental air. Years later, the man once known as a genius lives with a shameful nickname. He could endure a fair defeat, but this physical humiliation left a permanent scar. The burning resentment inside him refused to fade, even as his youth slipped away. He spent a decade scouring the deepest jungles for the truth of his downfall. Every leaf and root was tested in a desperate bid to reclaim his pride. Eventually, he realized the gap was too wide and chose friendship over futile revenge. But everything changed the day his legendary rival arrived to say a final goodbye. He stops the monk, demanding the secret of the poison that destroyed his life. Jumo sighs, tired of hearing about a decade-old grudge that refuses to die. The desperate warrior begs for the truth behind the poison that ruined his life. A simple cup of tea held a secret far more humiliating than any lethal toxin. The shocking revelation of a cowardly laxative leaves the proud martial artist utterly speechless. Dismissing the past, the legendary monk turns his back on the seething veteran's pain. A decade of isolation and a shameful nickname flash through the broken man's mind. Trapped in a cycle of fury, he vows never to forgive this ultimate injustice. Deep in the forest, a predatory shadow looms over the boy's unconscious body. A sinister smile hides beneath a straw hat as the long-awaited revenge finally begins. Shaolin now faces an impossible choice that could destroy their reputation forever. The vengeful leader prepares to turn the boy into a weapon against his enemies. Suddenly, a chilling sensation freezes the veteran warrior right in his tracks. An overwhelming pressure descends, signaling the arrival of a truly monstrous existence. This isn't the ally he expected, but a force even Shaolin fears to provoke. Realizing the danger, he knows he must vanish before the temple's guardians arrive. With a final lingering gaze, he leaves the poisoned child to his fate. The boy lies motionless as the toxic essence begins to reshape his very soul. A furious voice echoes through the trees, cursing the intruder for this cowardly act. A Shaolin master finally discovers the broken disciple and desperately calls his name. Rage boils over as he vows to make the culprit pay for this atrocity. The elder laments his late arrival as he examines the boy's lethal poisoning. He frantically searches the child's robes for anything that might offer a cure. His fingers brush against a glowing artifact hidden within the boy's tattered clothes. Relief washes over him as he discovers a bead slowing the toxic spread. Looking at the boy's scarred face, he decides to seek a secluded sanctuary. With desperate speed, the monk carries the unconscious youth away from the clearing. He wonders if any mortal could possibly survive such a concentrated dose of venom. Meanwhile, high above, Master Jumo senses a familiar and dangerous presence lingering nearby. He suspects a rival is playing games using the power of the poison sage. Dismissing the threat, he turns away, confident that Shaolin remains safe from tricks. Master Jumo retreats into the shadows as his secret meeting finally concludes. High above the valley, a mysterious figure watches over the Shaolin gates. The Arc Leader offers his thanks for the help provided in the dark. A stoic monk accepts the gratitude while concealing his own hidden agenda. Their alliance demands that the poison sage finally honor his long-standing promise. A vow was made to protect the sect from the Ten Masters' fury. But the old man's cold gaze reveals a much more sinister plan. He reveals that the legendary Ching Cheng sword has already begun his move. Panic instantly strikes the monk as he realizes the sheer magnitude of danger. He demands to know what truly happened to the child used as bait. The Arc Leader confesses he planted a lethal poison in the boy's energy center. The master is struck with horror as the magnitude of the disaster sinks in. A cold, malicious smirk reveals the villain's absolute satisfaction with his dark scheme. Only a secret family art can save the child from this certain death. Panic grips the protector as he realizes he personally delivered Jian to this monster. A fist clenches in silent rage, while the gravity of the betrayal takes hold. High above the valley, they argue over the value of a Shaolin disciple's life. The manipulator insists the boy's tragic fate was decided the moment he accepted legacy. Left speechless, the master can only stare as his hope for the future vanishes. He claims that once the boy is gone, the sect will finally find peace. High on the cliff, the master questions why a mere child carries such weight. A heavy silence falls, as the weight of an ancient grudge begins to surface. The dark history of their bloodline looms like a phantom over the conversation. He demands to know why a boy was dragged into a war between legends. The realization hits like a physical blow, as a forgotten promise is finally revealed. Long ago, a desperate master crawled to every sect to beg for a monster's life. He swore that the forbidden techniques would die with him, never reaching another soul. Without that sacred vow, the monster they protect would have been slaughtered long ago. Now, the temple has spat on that sacrifice by giving Jian the forbidden power. Jumo finally understands why the world's strongest monsters are so obsessed with the boy. A legendary master once abandoned his path, breaking the sacred laws of the martial world. Now, an ancient and suffocating rage is being poured directly onto his young successor. High upon the mountain, Jumo demands to know the truth behind this decades-old grudge. The man in the straw hat remains silent as the weight of memory takes hold. He remembers the moment his most precious treasure was ruthlessly stolen from his life. Confused, Jumo asks how a simple earthly desire could drive a monk to madness. A chilling smirk reveals the depth of a hatred that has festered for 10 years. Since the temple stole his joy, he will ensure their legacy burns to the ground. The horrific truth finally dawns on Jumo as the pieces fall into place. The memory of a master's unforgivable crime against a woman stains the temple's history. He realizes the depth of this grudge is a bottomless abyss of pure suffering. An ill-fated bond between legends has doomed the next generation to pay the price. With the secret revealed, the man in the straw hat prepares to depart. He admits to harming the boy but trusts the temple to keep him alive. As he turns his back, he prays this decade-long nightmare concludes here. Jumo knows the temple is no longer a safe haven for the young genius. With a clenched fist, he decides the Dang clan is the only hope left. The mysterious leader departs, ending a chapter of blood and broken promises. Deep in the mountains, Shaolin hides its most sacred and secret forbidden chamber. No soul enters Hall without the abbot's direct and absolute permission. Inside, the young genius Jian struggles against a poison that should have killed him. The attending master realizes that only one extreme, forbidden technique remains. Saving his life means stripping away his chance at a normal, secular future. Stealing his resolve, the master declares that survival must come before all else. Meanwhile, the temple gates open for a man seeking answers to a deadly mystery. Jumo arrives with a heavy heart to make a request that changes everything. The elder demands to know who brought a Sichuan Dong troublemaker into Shaolin. Master Jumo stares back in stunned silence as the weight of the accusation hits. He shuts his eyes tight, preparing to reveal a truth that could shatter everything. Deep within the temple, he admits that his own nephew was behind the scheme. He explains he hid the truth to ensure his nephew would lead the sect. Rage boils over as the elder clenches his jaw in absolute, unfiltered fury. A thunderous strike hits the table, punctuating the fury of a man betrayed. He bellows that this decision as abbot can never be considered right. The peace of the temple is gone, replaced by a storm of impending war. A dangerous gamble has brought a metaphorical tiger into the heart of the temple. Two legendary masters confront the rot that is festered within their sacred order. The elder warns that Shaolin will lose its soul if it abandons its values. A heavy silence falls as the weight of past betrayals finally comes to light. They admit to leaving a helpless child behind in pursuit of their own enlightenment. Without their protector, the martial world's unbridled rage was unleashed upon the innocent. Cruel shadows mocked the fallen, relishing in the suffering of a broken warrior. A life was barely saved from the brink, but the scars remained forever burned. Standing amidst the ruins of their honor, only a hollow apology remains to be given. Now Jian lies dying, a broken vessel poisoned by the sins of his predecessors. Neutralizing a poison this deadly is impossible, yet a forbidden path still remains. The abbot's eyes widen in shock as the most sacred secret is finally spoken. A blinding light reveals the Yokyun Sessyo Sutra, Shaolin's ultimate internal cultivation method. This power is reserved only for the chosen, a technique that defies natural limits. If the successor demands it, the abbot admits he has no power to interfere. But even this legendary technique offers no absolute guarantee the dying child survives. A great restoration pill is required, a treasure traditionally meant only for the abbot. The master pauses, sensing a deeper mystery behind this sudden, desperate plea for help. Sacred rules dictate that outsiders must never meddle in the internal affairs of Shaolin. He finally asks why an elder would risk everything for a mere secular child. The elder confesses to passing the final secret formula directly to the abbot. A heavy silence falls as the weight of this forbidden knowledge is revealed. It traces back to a legendary master who first sensed a mysterious presence. He encountered a figure radiating a light that transcended all human understanding. This encounter caused the abbot's martial achievements to explode beyond any rival. For 10 long years, no other soul in Shaolin could perceive that power, until a young boy named Jian shattered the silence with his incredible eyes. The abbot reels in shock, realizing the boy saw through his divine veil. This sacred bond is why the elder cannot simply watch the child die. He pleads for salvation, confessing his own past as a deeply unfilial disciple. The abbot questions if the internal chaos of Shaolin has finally broken the elder. The elder snaps back, refusing to let his compassion be mistaken for weakness. He is asked if a mere secular child can truly save their rotting sect. Honesty flickers in his eyes as he admits the future is still unwritten. Deep within the temple, the boy suffers, his life force fading into darkness. The abbot pushes further, demanding to know if Shaolin's survival justifies this cruelty. Standing tall, the elder rejects cold calculations in favor of saving a life. He would gladly die for his sect, but he won't sacrifice an innocent. A rare moment of respect softens the abbot's voice as he acknowledges this benevolence. The debate ends as the master walks away, leaving judgment to the heavens. A hidden box is retrieved, carrying the heavy weight of Shaolin's fractured soul. Two leaders stand divided by duty, yet bound together by the temple's survival. The abbot finally yields, handing over the catalyst for a desperate, final gamble. The elder accepts the burden, his eyes reflecting a lifetime of silent sacrifice. A final prayer escapes his lips for the lives hanging in the balance. He walks alone into the light, carrying the sect's last hope for redemption. But the abbot knows a darker storm is already brewing within these walls. Doxion's lethal scheme has already set the gears of destruction in motion. Trapped by fate, the master realizes they are merely puppets in a deadlier game. Above the brewing chaos, the heavens watch as Shaolin's legacy begins to crumble. A pained groan echoes through the cold, silent halls of his new prison. Jian collapses onto the hard stone floor, his body screaming in sudden agony. He clutches his head as fragmented memories clash with a terrifying new reality. Wide-eyed and disoriented, the young warrior realizes something within him has fundamentally changed. Looking around the unfamiliar room, he searches for a way out of this nightmare. A hollow hunger gnaws at his gut as he questions how he arrived here. He vividly recalls the moment a mysterious elder handed him a strange, glowing gift. It was a bead of concentrated power, a lethal essence meant to end lives. This was the culmination of a lifetime of study, a poison no master could survive. Yet Jian survived by unknowingly consuming rare plants that forged him into a living anomaly. Jian's body defies logic by absorbing a lethal cycle of pure poison essence. This deadly gift was carefully chosen to avoid immediate physical rot or detection. Panic sets in as he worries about missing his strictly scheduled temple meals. He sprints through the grounds, desperate to finish his errands before getting scolded. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks as a strange realization hits him. Staring at the empty room, he knows he cannot simply walk away yet. Meanwhile, a senior authority figure moves through the temple with a heavy secret. The elder believes a legendary restoration pill is the only hope for survival. He carries a mysterious box, knowing the boy must purge the venom alone. A door creaks open, signaling the start of a recovery that could take decades. Elder Monk bursts into the room only to find a terrifying void. His heart sinks as he realizes the poisoned disciple has completely vanished. The bed is meticulously made, ruling out a violent abduction by any enemy. Cold sweat drips down his face as the weight of this disaster sets in. A desperate search begins across the sprawling and silent temple grounds. As dawn breaks over the jagged peaks, a hidden movement stirs. Gasps of exhaustion echo through the air as a lone figure struggles forward. Determined footsteps press into the dirt path leading away from Sanctuary. Jian navigates the treacherous mountain trail toward the forbidden gate alone. Suddenly, the lethal venom begins to drag his body into crushing agony. Jian gasps for air, while the lethal poison begins its slow, agonizing crawl. He forces his broken body forward, desperate to outrun the inevitable darkness. Every frantic step down the mountain is a gamble against a failing heart. He suddenly halts as the sight of approaching travelers stops him cold. Confusion clouds his mind as he questions if these strangers are truly safe. Shaolin monks offer peaceful blessings to the group, unaware of the lurking death. A sacred prayer for safety is offered just as the air turns toxic. The master freezes when a sickening realization washes over his peaceful face. Innocent lives suddenly wither and collapse as the invisible miasma claims its prey. Pure terror strikes the monks as they witness the impossible massacre unfolding. The elder's body suddenly rebels as a violent cough tears through his lungs. Strength vanishes in an instant as he collapses into the cold, unforgiving mud. A frantic disciple rushes to his side, desperate to save a dying man. The stench of death hits him, forcing him to shield his own breath. Terror grips the monk as he screams for a master to witness this nightmare. Warning bells thunder across the temple, shattering the peace of the sacred mountain. Panic spreads like wildfire as frantic footsteps echo through the stone halls. The guest hall lord demands answers, his voice trembling with a growing dread. The chilling report confirms there are no wounds, only the touch of lethal poison. Horror dawns on the master as he realizes the temple's innocents are now prey. Long ago, Overseer Han sought wisdom, while a peaceful Shaolin remained blissfully unaware. Today, the guest hall lord realizes the temple faces a total, agonizing slaughter. He frantically orders the martial monks to seal every gate and isolate the dying. A chilling wind sweeps the courtyard as the master senses a hidden, lethal presence. He turns in terror, realizing the enemy might already be standing right behind him. Rumors of a demonic poisoner become a gruesome reality as innocent lives are claimed. Dread consumes the master as he questions what monster would target the temple's civilians. Returning from his journey, Jian hears the temple bells ringing a frantic, rhythmic alarm. This is no ordinary prayer call, but a desperate cry for help against catastrophe. Panic erupts as martial monks trap terrified crowds inside a mountain of certain death. Martial monks stand firm, sealing the sacred gates against an invisible, encroaching death. Chaos erupts as the trapped crowd demands answers for this sudden, suffocating isolation. Tension thickens as even the guards tremble under the weight of unspoken orders. Without a proper explanation, the temple's foundation begins to crumble from within. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches out, breaking the guards' focused, panicked trance. It is Jian, appearing like a ghost at the very gates he must infiltrate. Covered in the grime of a lethal journey, he masks his agony with a smile. The guard hesitates, torn between strict orders and the boy's seemingly harmless request. Seeing his sickly state, the monk relents, unknowingly inviting the catastrophe inside. Jian slips into the shadows, a walking time bomb ready to ignite the temple. A simple confrontation turns to horror as the temple's peace is suddenly shattered. Without warning, a searing agony claws at his heart from the inside out. He collapses before his brothers, the the strength draining from his trembling limbs. Dark veins spread like a curse, marking him with a lethal, unseen poison. Panic erupts as the first victim of the invisible plague hits the cold ground. The alarm bell rings out, a frantic omen of the coming destruction. Disciples gather in confusion, unaware that an assassin is already among them. Jian stumbles through the courtyard, a walking corpse carrying a deadly secret. Someone rushes forward as Jian's strength finally begins to fail him. His friend gasps in shock, horrified by the boy's deathly, gray complexion. Jian stumbles forward, his face pale as he claims hunger is killing him. A chilling touch reveals his body has turned as cold as a mountain peak. The temple bell tolls a warning, forcing the panicked disciples to retreat immediately. Jian approaches his senior, oblivious to the lethal aura radiating from his skin. He reports chaos at the gates, unaware he is the source of the disaster. His senior watches in silence, horrified by the deathly shadow over the boy's face. Secrets are whispered in the shadows as the temple elders decide the boy's fate. A sudden realization strikes like a lightning bolt as the true horror unfolds. Without a single word, a healthy warrior collapses as the invisible poison strikes. Jian rushes to help, never realizing his very presence is a death sentence. The invisible venom strikes without warning, stealing the very breath from a warrior's lungs. Jian watches in silent horror as his own body begins to betray him. One by one, the disciples collapse into a heap of agonizing, breathless screams. The realization hits like a hammer as the master uncovers the dark truth. A lethal green mist swirls through the air, marking the beginning of the end. Desperate to survive, the monk claps his hands to focus his fading internal energy. He prays for strength, while the suffocating poison threatens to consume his very soul. Jian frantically calls out, warning that the innocent children are the next to fall. Teeth grit in fury as he understands the devastating cost of their blind trust. He finally sees the truth. The man supposed to save them is destroying everything. Jian looks upon the carnage in disbelief, questioning who could unleash such pure evil. He knows he must reach the abbot before the entire temple falls to ruin. Deep within the shadows of the discipline hall, an uneasy silence begins to settle. Lord Gyungbo stands alone, tormented by the lack of news regarding the missing boy. Despite trusting his allies, a cold sense of dread begins to tighten its grip. He taps the table in frustration, unable to join the search for the child. A sudden shout from behind the door shatters the stillness of the private office. Startled by the interruption, the Lord demands an explanation for the frantic summons. The messenger delivers a terrifying report of a crisis spreading throughout the entire sect. Hope flickers in his eyes as he asks if the boy has finally been located. Behind the abbot's guarded quarters, a grim report shatters the temple's remaining peace. Over 700 souls have fallen victim to a poison that defies all logic. A single flickering candle mirrors the dying hope of those still counting the casualties. Within the inner sanctum, the strongest masters realize their power is useless here. Fury erupts as one elder demands blood, refusing to stand by while they die. Lord Gyungbo warns that reckless action will only lead to a greater catastrophe. The weight of the crisis leaves the assembly paralyzed by an invisible, lethal threat. If they cannot contain the spreading venom, Shaolin's legacy will burn to ashes. Chaos spreads through the hall as the monks realize their history is being erased. Master Jumo remains silent, bearing the crushing weight of a sect on its knees. The order is given to deploy the Arhats and prioritize saving innocent lives. But fear lingers as the monks demand to know how they will catch the culprit. Despite the chaos, the attacker's strange restraint suggests a far more calculated motive. Master Jumo takes command, revealing he has a separate plan to hunt the intruder. He prepares to unleash Shaolin's most sacred treasures to stop the spreading corruption. With their entire legacy at stake, the abbot demands not a single death occur. Tension rises as even the most seasoned masters feel the pressure of total collapse. A unified cry of obedience echoes through the halls as the counteroffensive begins. The temple is transformed into a massive infirmary to manage the influx of victims. Every disciple is mobilized to gather the ingredients needed for a desperate cure. Deep within the temple, the masters discuss a desperate cure to save their legacy. Gyungbo senses a heavy secret lingering behind the abbot's unusually calm demeanor. He clenches his fist, realizing the leader isn't even searching for the true culprit. The administrator finally voices the terrifying suspicion that has been rotting his mind. Master Jumo remains silent, his ancient eyes revealing nothing of the burden he carries. The realization hits like a physical blow that the abbot knew everything from the start. Outside, a desperate Jian fights his way through guards to reach the inner sanctum. A toxic aura erupts from his body, forcing the temple protectors to recoil in horror. Coughing and covered in grime, the boy begs for an audience before he collapses. The doors swing open as the masters witness the chaos unfolding in the courtyard. Lord Gyungbo and the abbot watch in disbelief as the forbidden boy reappears. Jian screams that the other disciples have already succumbed to the mysterious plague. He collapses before them, his lungs burning with a poison he cannot contain. Master Jumo senses the danger but prioritizes the health of his dying successor. The boy's skin turns a ghastly gray as the lethal venom consumes him. A single, violent sneeze releases a cloud of concentrated death into the air. The nearest guard is caught instantly in the path of the toxic mist. Realization dawns in his eyes as the invisible killer enters his system. He gasps for air while the same dark rot begins to claim his life. Gyeongbo watches in terror as the temple's worst nightmare finally becomes a reality. The temple stands paralyzed as the first of many warriors falls to the ground. Jian watches in horror as the plague he carries begins its unstoppable, lethal march. Dark rot consumes the flesh of the fallen, turning living men into stone-like husks. The abbot commands his disciples to brace their spirits against the invisible, choking death. Panic erupts as the venomous mist claims more victims, leaving the boy utterly devastated. In the chaos, the truth finally strikes Gyeongbo like a physical, soul-crushing blow. He realizes the boy wasn't a guest, but a living weapon roaming their halls. Bitter betrayal stings as he remembers the man who sent this curse upon them. Standing behind his master, the weight of their impending doom settles over the hall. The abbot's eerie calm confirms the worst. The end of Shaolin has finally arrived. The list of lethal toxins grows longer as the moon witnesses Shaolin's fall. Even the abbot's vast knowledge reaches its limit against this evolving, invisible death. He realizes these poisons aren't from this land, shifting into something far more sinister. Gyeongbo stares in horror, realizing the gap in their wisdom is a bottomless abyss. The weight of his own helplessness crushes him as the temple's future vanishes. But there is no time for despair while a living catastrophe stands before them. The master demands action, refusing to let his disciples freeze in the face of ruin. Closing his eyes, the abbot prepares to make the most dangerous choice of all. They must isolate the boy immediately before the entire mountain becomes a mass grave. Every second wasted brings them closer to a nightmare they can never wake from. The abbot commands the living weapon to stand down and find rest immediately. Relieved, the boy offers his strength, unaware of the terror he truly carries. But his presence alone is a curse that the monks can no longer tolerate. This catastrophe is far beyond a child's understanding, a burden only masters can bear. With a heavy heart, the boy accepts his exile within the temple's sacred walls. Under the cold moonlight, the order is given to isolate the walking plague. Even his escort refuses to step within reach of the boy's lethal aura. They lead him away like a prisoner, watched by eyes filled with mounting dread. The overseer trembles, knowing the path forward is paved with impossible choices. If the Tang clan refuses to bow, a full-scale war will consume them all. Guilt weighs heavy as the overseer realizes his actions have crippled the temple. The abbot's gaze remains fixed on a path where mercy no longer exists. He warns that a true leader must be willing to walk through hell. There is no room for retreat. They must move forward with everything remaining. The realization that he won't be punished feels like a heavy, unexpected burden. With a final command, the master turns to face the dying masses outside. Frustration boils over as he curses the unfairness of this silent, holy forgiveness. He rejects the abbot's mercy, desperate to prove his own devotion to Shaolin. Outside the halls, silent sentinels stand watch over a temple drowning in fear. Isolated and alone, the boy prays his presence hasn't doomed those he loves. Despite consuming everything in sight, a bottomless hunger continues to gnaw at his soul. His hands tremble as he realizes his body no longer feels like his own. Every movement since absorbing that cursed bead has felt increasingly distorted and wrong. He recalls the moment the old master handed him his fate with a smile. That casual toss held a hidden power he is only now beginning to understand. Driven by instinct, the boy attempts to replicate the master's effortless, deadly technique. He remembers the fluid grace of a blade carving through more than just fruit. With a sudden, sharp flick, he releases a force he cannot yet control. The simple wooden tools pierce the solid ground, like legendary blades of iron. Staring at the destruction, he realizes he has become a weapon of terrifying potential. The monks outside hear a strange noise and wonder what the boy is doing. They shout through the door, questioning the suspicious noise coming from his room. Inside, the solid stone walls have been pierced by nothing but mere wooden chopsticks. Jian stares at the damage in terror, fearing the punishment for his accidental strength. Surprisingly, a mysterious surge of internal energy brings him a strange sense of relief. He gazes back at the deep punctures he left in the temple's reinforced walls. Determined to test his limits, he turns his attention toward a bowl of rice. With focused precision, he picks up a single, soft grain of cooked white rice. He assumes something so fragile could never pierce through solid stone like the wood. With a sharp, sudden flick, he launches a projectile that defies every physical law. The soft grain strikes the stone with the force of a lethal bullet. Jian stands frozen in disbelief as the impossible reality finally sinks in. A strange warmth spreads through his core, purifying his once tainted internal energy. He realizes his body is evolving with every single throw he makes. Outside, unsuspecting monks dismiss the rhythmic thuds as mere side effects of poison. Driven by newfound instinct, he begins launching projectiles with blinding, superhuman speed. The reinforced walls crumble under a relentless barrage of ordinary rice grains. Little does he know, he is tapping into the Tang clan's forbidden legacy. The deadliest combination in history is a master of both poison and steel. Without a teacher, the boy is unknowingly recreating a legendary hidden weapon technique. Ordinary rice grains are tearing through reinforced stone like high-caliber bullets. Jian is unknowingly infusing lethal toxic energy into every single projectile. Expelling this poisonous residue makes him feel more powerful and refreshed. He celebrates his newfound strength, completely unaware of the looming disaster. His excitement turns to pure shock as the temple walls begin to buckle. The massive stone barrier finally shatters under the weight of his accidental mastery. Sensing a catastrophe, the elder monk races through the halls in a panic. Lethal poison has saturated the air, making the boy's trail impossible to track. He realizes he must warn the abbot before the entire sect collapses. Suddenly, the world erupts as the ultimate weapon finally breaks his cage. The elder monk stands frozen as the sanctuary walls crumble into nothingness. Choking dust fills the air, masking a presence that shouldn't be possible. From the wreckage, the boy emerges, struggling to breathe through the thick haze. He looks up in confusion, unaware his very existence has shattered the peace. The elder screams in disbelief, demanding to know how the prisoner escaped. Jian looks through the massive breach, recognizing a familiar face among the ruins. The catastrophic poison energy has already begun claiming the lives of the monks. Even the masters are baffled that he still walks after such lethal exposure. The abbot remains silent, weighing the impossible survival of his most dangerous disciple. A grim realization settles in. This nightmare is only just beginning. The abbot remains silent, his fingers tracing the weight of a crumbling legacy. Innocent blood stains the temple floors as the lethal poison claims everyone in sight. War with the Tang clan and government intervention are now completely unavoidable. Guilt consumes the hall lord for leaving the boy alone during the initial chaos. Time is running out like a flickering flame before the coming storm. The abbot decides he must consult a legendary elder to stop the coming slaughter. Not even the elders predicted that this betrayal would spiral so far out of control. They wonder how a brother could throw away his honor and destroy their world. Frustration boils over as the realization of a cold-blooded betrayal finally sinks in. It all started when a trusted elder offered a drink laced with pure death. The abbot questions the true motive behind the lethal poisoning of their greatest prodigy. Rage consumes the hall lord as he realizes Jian was marked from the very beginning. But the truth is far more sinister than a simple assassination attempt. Every interaction was a calculated test to see if Shaolin could withstand the venom. A horrifying realization dawns upon them as the enemy's master plan finally clicks. There is only one forbidden path left for the boy to survive this rot. They speak the name of a legendary technique belonging to their greatest rivals. The Tang clan isn't trying to kill him, they are trying to claim him. By forcing Shaolin to bow, they intend to steal the temple's future for themselves. Under the cold moonlight, the burden of the temple's survival falls on one man. The weight of a forgotten truth drives the abbot to the brink of madness. He turns to his trusted advisor, searching for a way out of this nightmare. Sajil suggests the unthinkable, handing the boy over to their greatest enemies. Fury erupts as the thought of sacrificing their pride for survival takes hold. Why should Shaolin bear the blame for a villain's cold-blooded move? A sudden gesture halts the chaos before the temple tears itself apart. Handing him over won't end the conflict. It only feeds the enemy's hunger. There is a hidden price that Shaolin simply cannot afford to pay. They already have the boy, so what more could these monsters possibly want? This was a lethal gamble, where a master strategist put everything on the line. Desperation takes hold as a frantic elder demands they surrender everything to the enemy. The abbot grips his prayer beads tightly, feeling the crushing weight of their defeat. He asks a chilling question, wondering if his brother is truly prepared for death. The tension thickens as they realize the enemy's true target might be their lives. Fury boils over when past sins and ruined lives are dragged into the light. Han warns that the price for saving their student is a sacrifice too steep. Blazing with rage, the elder screams that his own life is a small price. Silence falls as the abbot realizes his companion has forgotten his own dark history. Beneath the cold moonlight, the master strategist's grand plan begins to fracture and fail. Closing his eyes, the abbot ends the debate to face the High Council's judgment. Shaolin prepares for the ultimate sacrifice as the threat of total war looms ahead. Desperation drives a warrior monk to race against time before everything is lost. His heart hammers with a single name while witnessing the temple's unfolding chaos. A sudden surge of unimaginable power shatters the silence of the sacred grounds. He prays for a miracle while the sun sets on their crumbling legacy. Deep within the shrine, a lethal poison begins to consume their final hope. Confronting the abbot, he demands to see the boy with his own eyes. He cannot believe that anyone could survive such a concentrated, deadly energy. The master reveals that the boy is actually doing better than anyone imagined. A single grain of rice now carries the force of a devastating cannon blast. He recalls how the boy always possessed power that defied all common sense. Standing before the master, he demands the truth behind the boy's current state. The abbot remains stoic, claiming every sacrifice was made for Shaolin's survival. Fury ignites in his eyes as the weight of that cold justification sinks in. A heavy silence fills the hall as an apology fails to mend broken trust. He questions if the boy will be cast away to the dangerous Tang clan. His voice trembles because he cannot endure seeing the child suffer any longer. The old master remains silent, his expression hidden behind a mask of duty. He stares into the void, realizing their sacred path has become a prison. In his heart, he begs them to finally set the innocent soul free. Han confronts the abbot, refusing to let the innocent child endure any more pain. For 7 years, the boy followed every command, fueled only by a broken promise. Memories of his suffering and rare smiles haunt the man who raised him. He pleads for the boy's release, wishing only for a return to his family. The weight of his failure brings the veteran physician to the brink of tears. The silent abbot carries the heavy burden of a choice that changed everything. In another moment, Han watches in shock as the boy displays terrifying potential. The child trembles, confused why his body is capable of such destructive force. He had unknowingly mirrored the Tang clan's secret arts just by watching them. Pure terror takes hold once he realizes he has practiced a forbidden style. The abbot questions if this boy is truly just an ordinary temple caretaker. Jian trembles as a cocktail of strange symptoms begins ravaging his small body. The master realizes dozens of lethal toxins are finally starting to manifest inside. It defies logic that a mere child could endure such concentrated, deadly poison energy. Despite the internal war, his eyes burn with the vitality of a survivor. A mysterious green tint suggests he is actually absorbing the poison for power. The abbot remains silent, knowing only time will reveal this boy's true nature. Jian admits that forbidden arts actually heal him, while holy techniques cause pain. He innocently asks to modify a legend's secret style into something entirely new. Reconstructing a master's martial arts is a feat even grandmasters would find impossible. The abbot reluctantly agrees, warning that one wrong move leads to total internal collapse. Master Jumo watches the boy, wondering how long this fragile recovery will truly take. Jian stares at his hands, terrified that his internal energy might suddenly shatter. Seeking answers, the boy asks why a nightmare has fallen upon the entire temple. He recalls the horrific sight of innocent monks choking on their own blackened blood. The truth is cold. Jian survived only because his body is a poison vessel. His master hesitates, hiding the reality that the boy himself carried the plague. Pure horror washes over Jian as the missing pieces of the puzzle finally click. It wasn't a gift. The bead from the Arc Leader was a biological weapon. By shattering that orb, he unknowingly condemned every Shaolin soul to a slow death. The crushing weight of betrayal finally breaks Jian's spirit into a million pieces. He collapses in agony, realizing his own hands brought ruin to his home. Every memory of the Arc Leader now feels like a cold, calculated trap. His master watches in silence, hiding the true scale of this biological massacre. The boy remains oblivious to the 1,500 lives hanging by a thread. Jian is ordered to recover while the temple fights to survive his sin. Slowly, the lethal mist begins to clear from the ancient, blood-stained rooftops. Shaolin depletes its legendary treasury of divine pills to halt the spreading plague. Exhausted monks finally stabilize the victims, miraculously preventing a total loss of life. But outside these walls, predatory clans are already whispering of Shaolin's newfound weakness. The shadow of the Tang clan now looms over the entire martial world. Every eye is fixed on the crumbling gates of the once mighty Shaolin. Deep within the inner court, the temple's highest authorities gather in secrecy. Master Jumo prepares to lead a strategy meeting that will decide their future. Fury erupts as the elders demand a bloody explanation for this blatant betrayal. Reasonable voices plead for an antidote to save the innocent lives at risk. Others scream that begging their enemies for mercy will destroy Shaolin's reputation forever. The terrifying reality of a total war threatens to shatter their fragile recovery. Amidst the rising chaos, the abbot maintains a cold and calculating silence. He knows the guilty must pay, but the method remains a deadly gamble. The elders face a brutal choice between declaring war or waiting for a miracle. Terror grips the room as word arrives that government officials are closing in fast. They realize the authorities will stop at nothing to dismantle Shaolin's ancient power. Master Jumo remains motionless, weighing the survival of his sect against a deadly gamble. He declares that a victory without bloodshed is the only path they can take. But the fragile peace of the meeting is shattered by the sound of sprinting. The heavy doors burst open as a lone man charges into the inner sanctum. Overseer Han stands tall, his eyes burning with a mission that cannot be ignored. The council gasps in shock as their secret strategy session is violently interrupted. He screams for justice, demanding to know where the traitor Doxion is hiding. The intruder demands the location of the traitor who ruined everything. But the monks refuse to let an outcast interfere with their secret council. Tension reaches a breaking point as a fist clenches in silent fury. One more word from the cowards and blood will surely stain the floor. Master Jumo watches the chaos, knowing the truth can no longer be hidden. He finally breaks his silence, revealing the traitor is hiding at a nearby inn. The room erupts in disbelief that the enemy is watching them so closely. Without hesitation, the lone warrior vows to drag the mastermind back in chains. The monks tremble, knowing only a monster could hope to subdue a legendary master. He offers a final deal: the traitor's life in exchange for Jion's freedom. The abbot remains silent, as the weight of a heavy decision hangs in the air. Interpreting the stillness as permission, the warrior prepares to hunt the traitor alone. His eyes burn with a cold resolve that no monk dares to challenge. Without looking back, he marches toward a confrontation that will reshape their world. Panic erupts as others plead to send their strongest forces to intervene immediately. A firm hand stops them, choosing a path of silence over certain destruction. They question why a mere child was mentioned in such a deadly bargain. The master reveals a truth that defies all logic regarding the boy's miraculous recovery. Hidden within the smoke, the young disciple has transcended his previous limits. The room falls into stunned disbelief as they realize the impossible has happened. The monks reel from the news of a boy who poisoned 1,500 souls. The abbot demands they focus on the crisis as the meeting stretches into dawn. Far from the temple, a secret meeting unfolds at a quiet, secluded inn. Tang Ye sips her tea in silence, hiding a sharp mind behind calm eyes. Her great-granduncle teases her about the mysterious groom she traveled far to meet. He praises the boy's character despite a body currently ravaged by hidden weaknesses. The girl sets her cup down with a heavy thud that ends the pleasantries. She dismisses the talk of marriage, focused on a much darker and deadlier truth. Her gaze pierces him as she asks if he truly orchestrated the Shaolin disaster. The old master freezes in shock, wondering how a secret so buried was discovered. He realizes the secret leaked through the young scouts of his own elite unit. The old master laughs off the betrayal, calling his subordinates nothing but cheeky brats. He places a heavy hand on her shoulder, promising the Shaolin incident is settled. A chilling smile creeps across his face as he claims his heart has grown soft. But his niece sees right through the mask, her gaze hardening with cold suspicion. Her knuckles turn white as she struggles to process his monstrous lack of remorse. Outside, the peaceful mountain air masks the horrific scale of his secret massacre. Rumors spread like wildfire, blaming the Tang clan for a crime against the heavens. Thousands were targeted in a single day, turning a holy temple into a graveyard. With noble families among the fallen, a storm is coming that no one can escape. A shadow of realization crosses his face as he hears the impossible news. He approaches the commoners, desperate to confirm the terrifying rumors spreading through town. Han turns to find a stranger asking about the tragedy that struck the temple. The mastermind pretends to be shocked by the scale of the massacre he orchestrated. Han confirms that a mysterious poison has turned the holy mountain into a tomb. They discuss how Shaolin sacrificed their most precious treasures to keep survivors breathing. Fury erupts as the witnesses demand the blood of those who poisoned the monks. They swear that whichever clan committed this atrocity must be erased from history. The air crackles with intensity as the man's rage reaches a boiling point. Han stands stunned by the sheer weight of the stranger's murderous intent. A lethal jade energy begins to swirl as the old man loses his patience. He roars at the terrified commoners for daring to speak so carelessly about him. Suddenly his niece rushes forward, desperately begging him to stop this public slaughter. Blinded by rage, he demands she move so he can erase the insulting worms. She pleads for logic, warning that these rumors have already infected the entire world. Standing between death and the innocent, she holds back a monster's crushing killing intent. Realization hits the witnesses like a hammer as they recognize the legendary Tang clan. She screams for them to run before her uncle's mercy completely evaporates. Trembling with fear, the survivors stammer their thanks for a life they almost lost. They flee into the distance, escaping the shadow of a man who shouldn't exist. She watches him closely, searching for a truth hidden behind his cold mask. The monster finally settles, his murderous intent replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. Behind closed doors, the legendary master returns to a deceptive semblance of calm. She urges him to dig deeper, convinced the rumors of a massacre are false. But a dark realization dawns as he reveals his secret infiltrators have gone silent. If the whispers of poison are real, then his carefully laid trap has backfired. Horror strikes her heart as she realizes her uncle might be the true architect. He denies the direct slaughter, suspecting a third party has stolen his name. Yet the confession of his indirect involvement leaves her world crumbling in fear. Now he can only wonder if the young boy survived the coming storm. A trembling fist strikes the wood as the weight of failure finally sinks in. For years, he believed Shaolin had grown weak and stagnant without a true master. He dismissed their acts of charity as a foolish waste of time and resources, but that kindness earned them the one thing his cold logic could never buy. He finally realizes he was playing into the hands of a truly terrifying strategist. Staring into the void, the legendary leader admits his total and crushing defeat. Retreat is not an option when the survival of his clan hangs in the balance. His niece watches in silence, witnessing the breaking of a man once thought invincible. A sudden knock at the door shatters the heavy atmosphere of the room. An unexpected visitor arrives, carrying news that could change everything in an instant. A mysterious monk stands before the fallen leader and his silent niece. His gaze is cold, carrying the heavy weight of an ancient sanctuary. Surprised by the intrusion, the elder asks what brings him out of hiding. With a steady voice, the monk declares he has come to negotiate. The legendary strategist listens carefully, waiting to hear the terms of this deal. The monk demands a secret poison technique and a journey to the temple. Outraged by the audacity, the niece tries to intervene before her uncle reacts. A low chuckle escapes the leader as he finds the monk's boldness amusing. He demands to know the price for such a heavy and dangerous request. The monk warns that any further attempts to trouble Shaolin will be useless. The arc leader threatens to kill the messenger and break his word. But the monk fires back, claiming he isn't the only one who suffered. His gaze is cold, filled with a resolve that cannot be shaken. The leader searches for a lie, but finds only pure, unfiltered rage. He realizes his old rival was actually the world's most miserable man. The weight of the truth causes his powerful aura to flicker and fade. A legendary needle was the only thing keeping the master's mind intact. Every scheme and every drop of blood spilled now feels completely wasted. The great strategist closes his eyes, finally crushed by the weight of reality. In this moment, a decade of ambition is proven to be entirely meaningless. Over 30 years ago, a dark decree sealed a man's fate within these walls. The Grandmaster declared that Hong-Oh would never be allowed to pass on his legacy. A heavy silence falls as the weight of this cruel punishment sinks in deep. Master Jumo begs for mercy, claiming the sins of the disciple are his alone. He places a trembling hand on his student, desperate to end the cycle of hatred. But some wounds are too deep, as a white-knuckled fist shakes with unbridled fury. Forgiveness feels impossible when your entire world has been shattered by a single choice. The legendary master can only watch in silence as the shadows of regret take hold. He used a forbidden needle technique to wipe the man's memory and bury the truth. The legendary master begs for his disciple to be given one final chance at redemption. Tears of regret stream down his face during his final, desperate plea for mercy. Only one man in all of Shaolin carries the weight of this dark truth. He tasks the arc leader with discovering exactly what remains of the boy's memory. The manipulator realizes the cost of this deal might be more than he can pay. He demands the villain take full responsibility for the innocent life he nearly destroyed. The child must master the art of poison control within 2 short, grueling years. To finalize the pact, he must abandon his power and step into the enemy's lair. His niece watches in silent terror as her uncle walks into a certain death trap. The heavy silence breaks as the monk stands to finalize their clandestine agreement. This secret pact demands total isolation from any outside interference or protection. The manipulator masks his growing unease while agreeing to wait outside the inn. Without a backward glance, the legendary master departs to face his inevitable fate. A suffocating tension remains in the room as the door clicks shut. Horrified by the terms, his niece frantically demands they declare war instead. He forces her to remain calm, knowing the situation is far more complex. The realization hits him that the boy has turned deadly poison into power. She stares in disbelief as the impossible truth of the child's survival surfaces. The legendary monk's true motive reveals a desperate plea to save a poisoned child. She reels as the political implications of the boy's lineage finally come to light. The manipulator calculates why the child was given only 2 years to live. Even Shaolin's supreme internal arts would take a decade to purge such lethal toxins. She demands to know why a mere secular disciple warrants such a dangerous secret. He masks his own uncertainty, realizing the situation has spiraled beyond his control. To prevent a total massacre, the mastermind prepares to confront the truth himself. Driven by a sudden resolve, she refuses to let him face this mystery alone. A cold realization flickers in his eyes as the real game finally begins. Stepping into Shaolin means every warrior there will become a lethal enemy. She insists on healing the sick and training that mysterious child herself. Witnessing her fiery resolve, he realizes his little girl has finally grown up. A final message is sent to the main family before they depart together. Overjoyed by his approval, she rushes to prepare for the coming storm. She sprints away to pack, leaving the old man alone with his thoughts. Deep down, she knows she cannot let her grandfather face peril alone. That boy remains the eye of the storm that has everyone in an uproar. Now, she will uncover the truth behind this incident with her own eyes. As the sun sets over the jagged peaks, a dangerous alliance begins to move. 3 figures trek through the shadows, each harboring their own secret, deadly agenda. The leader smirks, knowing the legendary poison immortal has finally taken the bait. He calculates his next move, using the Tang clan's sacred arts to manipulate everyone. Meanwhile, young Jian steps into the lion's den, unaware he is a mere pawn. The master realizes that soon, even the highest authorities will be forced to abandon him. A 2-year master plan is unfolding as they approach the final mountain gate. Elsewhere, a desperate disciple begs his master to stay away from the coming slaughter, but the old warrior refuses to turn back, driven by a thirst for vengeance. For 60 long years, Feng Jin has waited for this moment to settle the score. The disciple warns that the entire world is watching the blood about to spill. Desperation turns to a bitter snarl as the weight of the situation sinks in. The old master gives his final answer by discarding the symbol of his authority. A chilling aura erupts, sending strands of silver hair dancing through the air. The younger warrior freezes in terror as he feels a monstrous killing intent. Cold, crimson eyes reveal a soul that has long since abandoned its humanity. Feng Jin declares he is no longer a master, only a man seeking blood. He forces the heavy burden into his student's hands before turning his back. Left holding a hollow legacy, the disciple watches his mentor walk toward death. He begs for the sect's future, but vengeance has already consumed the old warrior. Feng Jin stands silent as he prepares to abandon everything for his final goal. He declares himself a martial artist before any title or bond. Stripped of his rank, he is now a man driven solely by cold determination. The old master demands to know why his own student dares block his path. A monstrous aura erupts, threatening to cut down anyone who stands in his way. The disciple can only tremble as he watches his mentor transform into a demon. He knows his master will strike down anyone who opposes his iron will. Despair washes over the young man as he realizes the bond is truly broken. He collapses in defeat, knowing he cannot stop the coming slaughter. Vengeance has replaced his soul, leaving only a weapon aimed at his enemies. The fallen warrior can only watch as his master abandons everything for cold vengeance. Shame weighs heavy on the disciple who failed to stop this descent into madness. Without looking back, the legendary swordsman walks toward a path of certain slaughter. Far from the mountain peaks, a quiet recovery begins within the temple walls. A youthful voice breaks the silence, claiming hunger is his only remaining ailment. Overseer Han breathes a sigh of relief as the boy shows signs of life. But the peace is shattered when the elder mentions a dangerous secret meeting. Panic grips the young disciple as he hears where his master has gone. A terrible misunderstanding is driving the old master toward a bloody confrontation. They must move now before an innocent man pays the price for their mistakes. Han watches in silence, knowing the boy is oblivious to the coming chaos. Legendary masters gather like a storm, threatening to erase everything in their path. The root cause of this massacre is a secret only one man truly understands. He urges the young disciple to take matters into his own hands immediately. A false promise of safety is all it takes to send him away. The boy asks for his destination, ready to face the unknown for his master. Jian races through the woods toward an inn where his fate will be decided. Alone in the courtyard, the overseer waits for the pieces to fall into place. Success depends entirely on how a monster reacts to the boy's sudden arrival. The poison immortal will surely claim his prize and grant the sect a reprieve. Han believes that eliminating the boy will finally end the Supreme Master's pressure. He closes his eyes and offers a hollow prayer for his dying sect. Standing alone, the overseer assumes his treacherous plan is now perfectly in motion. Suddenly, his blood runs cold as an unexpected presence interrupts his private thoughts. He trembles before his senior uncle, who has come searching for the missing child. The legendary master stares him down, sensing the deceit hidden within the physician's heart. Tension fills the air as the truth about the boy's disappearance begins to surface. The overseer confesses that he sent the child directly to the poison immortal's location. A grave warning follows, stating that this decision was a fatal, irreversible mistake. Gritting his teeth, the conspirator realizes he may have just doomed them all. Han pleads his case, but the master reveals a terrifying new threat. The legendary sword of Qingcheng has broken through every defense to reach them. Pure terror grips the physician as he realizes their secret plans are failing. Deep within the mountain pass, a vengeful ghost from the past draws near. Feng Jin watches the temple, ready to end his 60-year wait for blood. Every step carries the weight of a grudge that has finally reached its destination. Suddenly, the legendary warrior's path is crossed by a lone, unsuspecting child. His piercing red eyes lock onto the boy, sensing something unusual about him. Jian wanders through the woods, completely unaware that he is being hunted. The old master pauses, wondering if this child is truly a Shaolin disciple. Jian sprints through the woods with a bizarre, centerless gait that defies all logic. The legendary Feng Jin watches in awe as the boy rides the wind effortlessly. A master of the old world stops in his tracks, captivated by pure talent. Those piercing red eyes narrow as he decides to test the boy's hidden potential. In a flash of lethal speed, the vengeful ghost vanishes from his hiding spot. He suddenly looms over the unsuspecting child, demanding answers about his strange origins. Jian freezes in terror as a man who shouldn't exist blocks his only path. The veteran warrior demands to know if this child belongs to the Shaolin temple. Trembling under that suffocating pressure, Jian realizes he has been followed by a monster. The high-stakes interrogation begins as the old master questions the source of his power. The old master pauses, his eyes narrowing at the mention of a hidden teacher. He remembers the face of a legend whose power once shook the entire world. A dark energy begins to swirl as he demands the truth about Hongo's identity. Jian feels a suffocating weight in the air, a killer's aura that chills his bones. Terrified but desperate, the boy claims they are nothing more than simple acquaintances. The veteran warrior's voice thunders with disbelief, refusing to accept such a blatant lie. With a drop of sweat rolling down his face, the boy firmly denies his lineage. The ghost of the past stares deep into his soul, searching for any hidden deceit. Realizing his life is on the line, Jian knows he must escape this monster immediately. He bolts into the forest, leaving the powerful master standing in a sea of shadows. Jian flees in terror, but the legendary warrior looms behind like an inescapable shadow. Piercing eyes lock onto the boy, radiating a pressure that suffocates the very air. He wonders why he cannot escape the masters who continue to haunt his steps. Lethal purple energy tears through the wind, nearly shredding the boy to pieces. A sudden realization strikes him as the cold sting of death brushes his skin. Jian desperately dodges the invisible blades, his heart pounding against his ribs in fear. The pursuit ends as the master stands still, watching his prey with terrifying calm. The boy demands answers, only to learn he just survived a wave of killing intent. Shock washes over him as he realizes a mere aura felt like a physical strike. Dusting himself off, Jian wonders why this monster refuses to let him go. Feng Jin recognizes a forbidden step that shouldn't belong to a Shaolin disciple. The legendary master corners the boy, demanding to know his link to a traitor. Shock paralyzes Jian as his secret history is dragged into the cold light. A terrifying realization flashes in the old man's eyes as he uncovers the truth. Trapped by a monster, the boy can only tremble as his world collapses. Meanwhile, the peaceful forest erupts into a frantic race against an unstoppable force. The Arhat Hallmaster screams for his men to intercept the intruder at once. Elite monks charge forward, their staves ready for a battle they might not survive. Fear grips the commander's heart as he questions if their numbers even matter. Not even 100 warriors can stop the slaughter if that monster reaches the gate. The legendary warrior's eyes sharpen as the terrifying truth finally comes into focus. Cold sweat pours down Jian's face as his true identity is suddenly ripped away. The elder questions the boy's past, refusing to believe they are mere acquaintances. The boy desperately denies being a disciple while standing before an unstoppable killing machine. A sinister smile creeps across the elder's face at the sight of this anomaly. He sees the image of a long-dead legend reflected in the boy's terrified eyes. Overwhelmed with dark joy, the monster believes the heavens have finally blessed his quest. Massive power surges from the warrior as he celebrates a bloodless path to victory. Trapped in the presence of madness, Jian realizes this man is completely unhinged. With a trembling step, Jian realizes he must run before it is too late. The monster unleashes a lethal web of energy, demanding the boy never leave his sight. Trapped within a crackling cage of death, Jian desperately searches for a way out. The predatory warrior watches with cold intensity, waiting for his prey to finally break. Like a ghost, the boy slips through the gaps with impossible, fluid precision. Shock washes over the veteran as he witnesses a technique he has never seen before. A single decisive step plants the boy firmly against the overwhelming pressure of a legend. Fueled by pure frustration, Jian screams at the madman to stop these bizarre games. Silence falls over the battlefield as the elder processes the boy's unexpected defiance. Raising his palm, the warrior prepares to unveil a power that transcends human understanding. The air shatters as a terrifying surge of internal energy gathers for the final strike. A lethal arc of purple energy slices through the air toward the boy. Terror grips Jian as the overwhelming power of a legend nears his throat. The deadly blade grazes past his head with terrifying and bone-chilling speed. Feng Jin stands motionless while his target desperately creates distance from the monster. Clutching his head in agony, the boy struggles to process the near-death experience. Driven to the edge, Jian screams at the elder for this senseless cruelty. He vows not to stand still if these murderous games continue any longer. Genuine shock flickers in the warrior's eyes as he realizes the boy survived. The veteran claims he only intended to take an ear instead of an arm. A sinister grin spreads across his face as a legend finally admits his embarrassment. Purple energy shatters the ground as a legend decides to stop playing games. The veteran warrior advances through the smoke, comparing the boy to a past ghost. Lethal power gathers in his palm, ready to extinguish a promising young life. Jian watches in paralyzed terror as the killing blow finally begins its descent. Suddenly, the sky rains down warriors as the temple finally answers the call. Master Guangzhou leads the charge, with eyes burning with righteous fury and indignation. The elder freezes in genuine shock at the arrival of the legendary 18 Arhats. Heavy boots hit the dirt with the weight of centuries of martial tradition. The perimeter is sealed instantly by the elite protectors of the sacred grounds. Surrounded by staves, the monster is forced to halt his murderous rampage. Master Guangzhou roars at the intruder for attacking a defenseless young disciple. The legendary swordsman stands tall, his presence chilling the very air around him. Jian watches the clash of titans, completely lost in the escalating chaos. Claiming he must fulfill a grim promise, the elder demands they step aside. A sinister smile spreads as he warns that his blade knows no mercy. The monk struggles against a crushing weight of pure, unadulterated killing intent. He slams his staff down, refusing to break under the monster's suffocating aura. Guangzhou declares that within Shaolin's domain, even legends must lay down arms. To everyone's surprise, the bloodthirsty warrior agrees to follow their ancient rules. The elder finally prepares to sheathe his weapon, though tension remains high. The legendary warrior tosses his blade aside, demanding the monks finally let him through. But Master Guangzhou isn't fooled, claiming a weapon is more than just cold steel. He bellows that the elder's suffocating killing intent is still a deadly, invisible blade. Feng Jin mocks the temple, wondering when Shaolin began relying solely on empty words. Violent energy erupts from his body as he invites them to try and stop him. The surrounding monks tremble, realizing they are facing a monster beyond their wildest nightmares. Watching from the sidelines, Jian fears the entire mountain is about to be leveled. Guangzhou ignites his own aura, prepared to force the intruder into total submission. He commands his disciples to strike, ordering them to instantly form their most powerful formation. Shadows blur as the elite monks move in unison, sealing the legendary warrior's only escape. The legendary warrior stands unfazed as the temple's elite monks close their trap. He smirks at the legendary formation, having waited decades for this very moment. Violent purple energy crackles through his veins, ready to shatter the mountain itself. Suddenly, the young survivor leaps into the center, desperately trying to stop the slaughter. He begs them to reconsider, pleading that this bloodbath is just a tragic misunderstanding. But the elder's gaze remains frozen, his heart hardened by 60 years of vengeance. The hallmaster watches in utter shock as he recognizes the monster's true face. Desperate pleas for peace are drowned out by a suffocating aura of pure death. Looking into the abyss, the boy realizes that words cannot stop this natural disaster. The killing intent peaks as the legend prepares to show them true martial despair. Feng Jin reveals a dark secret about his ancient defeat to the man named Hongou. The temple master demands to know why this past grudge justifies his current rampage. He explains that a fair defeat is honorable, but what followed was pure malice. Suddenly, the memory shifts to a bucket of filthy slop drenching his pride. Defeated and covered in waste, he became a laughingstock for the watching crowd. The victor stood over him, mocking the legendary warrior like he was a mere fly. Hongou paraded his victory with kitchen knives, treating the sacred duel like a joke. Trembling in the mud, the young warrior felt his soul shatter from the mockery. His sword, once a symbol of prestige, was discarded like trash in the dirt. This wasn't just a loss, it was the ultimate desecration of the martial path. Forced to stand in filth, the young warrior finally admits his bitter defeat. Rage boils within him as he accuses his opponent of desecrating their sacred arts. But the victor only laughs, treating the legendary duel like a common kitchen chore. Gripping his blade with trembling hands, he swears this humiliation will never be forgotten. A chilling vow follows, promising to return and claim a limb for his pride. The mocking crowd dismisses his threats, warning that he won't escape the night unscathed. Surrounded by the sound of cruel laughter, his hatred begins to fester and grow. Decades later, the old master recalls the 10 years of isolation fueled by vengeance. He emerged only to find his enemy forgiven, hiding within the temple's sacred walls. Now, the ghosts of the past have returned to settle a debt paid in blood. In the depths of his despair, the young warrior found himself utterly powerless. The monks of Shaolin watch in silence as the weight of history settles. Consumed by a rage that found no target, his hatred finally turned inward. To prove his resolve, he severed his own limb in a gruesome display. Young Jian stares in horror, realizing the true price of an ancient grudge. Now a legend, he demands to know if his vengeance is still questioned. A single man stands against the temple, ready to reclaim his stolen pride. Master Guangzhou realizes that even a drunken vow carries the weight of blood. The temple's honor crumbles as the sins of their elders are finally revealed. But the boy dares to challenge the master, questioning if blood justifies more blood. Jian pleads with the warrior to leave an ancient humiliation in the past. But the legend's fist trembles with a rage that time could never heal. To a true martial artist, a disgraceful defeat is a stain that lasts forever. The boy warns that blood only breeds more blood in an endless cycle. He looks the monster in the eye, asking when this vengeance will finally end. The elder's teeth grit as he refuses to abandon his burning hatred. Exploding with purple lightning, he declares his honor demands a severed limb. His hand grips the blade, ready to spill blood to settle the score. Suddenly, Master Guangzhou steps forward, refusing to let the temple fall into chaos. He bellows for his monks to strike, calling for the ultimate defensive formation. The monks encircle the vengeful elder as the young boy watches the tension break. A terrifying grin spreads across his face while purple lightning crackles with murderous intent. He declares that these fools will only learn their lesson once blood is spilled. Suddenly, an explosion of phantom blades erupts from his body in every single direction. The disciples cry out in shock as the invisible strikes shred through the air. Guangzhou recognizes the heart sword, where pure malice manifests as a physical weapon. Warriors crumble to the earth, barely surviving a blow that targets their vital points. The master bellows for his men to ignite their energy and manifest the iron body. Golden light and ancient runes wrap around the monks as they focus their spirits. They brace themselves against a monster whose power has reached a godlike level. The legendary warrior smirks as the monks finally activate their ultimate defense. He unleashes a lethal storm, demanding they prove their worth against his power. Golden energy flares as the disciples desperately deflect the rain of phantom blades. The air screams under the weight of 1,000 invisible, shredding strikes. Guangzhou realizes this terrifying tornado has surpassed the limits of the human realm. A sudden, chilling realization freezes the master's heart in the heat of battle. He sees a helpless child caught directly in the path of the slaughter. The boy weeps in agony, begging for the carnage to finally come to an end. Guangzhou stands paralyzed by the horrific sight unfolding before his very eyes. Yet the monster only laughs, relishing the absolute despair he has unleashed. Feng Jin roars with laughter, stunned by the monster Hong-O has secretly raised. His manic joy echoes across the mountain peaks as the slaughter suddenly halts. Standing amidst the dust, the legendary swordsman grants the boy his highest respect. But the terrified youth wants no part of this bloody path of warriors. He boldly rejects the master's praise, leaving the surrounding monks in absolute silence. Guangzhou watches in disbelief, realizing this child dodged a strike from the heavens. The monster retracts his lethal threat, deciding this prey is worth a true duel. The temple defenders tremble as the atmosphere shifts from execution to a challenge. Feng Jin approaches with heavy steps, ready to bet his life on this confrontation. Faced with a legend's obsession, the boy can only curse his own unwanted luck. Master Guangzhou suddenly lunges forward, shielding the boy from the monster's cold gaze. He roars a desperate command to release the child from this lethal game, but the legend refuses, staking his entire honor on a duel with the youth. Feng Jin warns that any interference will be met with absolute, bloody death. To a true warrior, age is nothing compared to the weight of martial intent. Behind his protector, Jian trembles as the madman acknowledges him as a rival. Violent purple energy erupts, threatening to slaughter anyone who dares stand in his way. Guangzhou realizes words are useless against a man possessed by such singular focus. His knuckles turn white as he grips his staff, preparing for the impossible. He respects the legend's skill but vows that Shaolin will never step back today. The monks stand firm, ready to defend the honor of their sacred temple. Every step forward carries the weight of 1,000 years of martial tradition. A sea of brown robes surrounds the legendary monster radiating lethal purple energy. Knowing the danger, the master orders the boy to flee for his life immediately. Fear grips the young disciple as he realizes the magnitude of this sacrifice. While the boy retreats, the temple's guardian prepares for a suicidal final stand. The intruder roars in fury, calling the boy's desperate escape a coward's disgrace. Violent strikes tear through the air as the two forces finally collide. Speed and power merge into a blur of absolute, bone-crushing destruction. The monks charge forward, vowing that the innocent child will not be harmed. With a cold scoff, the legendary monster unleashes his true, suffocating killing intent. A pillar of cursed purple energy erupts, dwarfing the temple's most seasoned warriors. The shockwave tears through the ranks, leaving the monks gasping for air. He screams for the boy to run, relishing the terror of the hunt. The temple guardian braces himself, his body trembling under the immense spiritual pressure. He swings his staff with desperate force, but his target is already gone. In a flash of movement, the intruder soars high above the failed defensive strike. A single, precise cut paints the air red as the first defender falls. He moves like a demonic blur, carving a path of blood through the formation. The temple's guardian falls as the legendary monster looks down with cold indifference. The legendary monster descends, turning the sacred grounds into a literal slaughterhouse. He dances through the air, his purple killing intent suffocating everyone nearby. With eyes burning like embers, he prepares to unleash a technique from hell. 1,000 blades of pure energy manifest, sealing the fate of those below. The defenders can only watch in horror as the sky itself turns against them. Screams echo through the temple as the divine rain carves through flesh and bone. His white hair drifts like a ghost amidst the absolute carnage he created. He grips his blade with a fury that has simmered for 60 years. A catastrophic pillar of spiritual power erupts, shattering the very foundations of Shaolin. He stands alone amidst the ruins, a demon who has finally claimed his vengeance. The ground shatters as the purple demonic energy descends with crushing, lethal force. Defenders are torn apart by the sheer pressure of the legendary warrior's malice. There is no escape as the violet storm consumes every monk in its path. Feng Jin stands at the center of a literal hurricane of death and destruction. Amidst the agonizing screams of the dying, the young survivor desperately flees the slaughter. Jian halts his retreat, his heart heavy with the weight of the surrounding carnage. He realizes with crushing guilt that this entire massacre is happening because of him. Meanwhile, far from the bloodbath, a group of travelers ascends the mountain path. The arc leader suddenly stops in his tracks, his gaze locking onto a target. His eyes widen in recognition as he confirms he has finally found his prey. The young woman senses the sudden shift in her companion's expressions. The arc leader gazes toward the peak, feeling a monstrous presence. He identifies the terrifying aura as the legendary Qingcheng One sword. Realizing the danger, the group sprints desperately toward the mountain temple. Han fears that Shaolin is facing a disaster far beyond simple poisoning. He curses his master, blaming the old man's choices for this chaos. Suddenly, the arc leader notices the intruder's overwhelming energy is fading. Han realizes with a shock that the abbot has entered the fray. They push their limits, racing to intervene before it is too late. Reaching the overlook, they finally witness the absolute destruction below. Overseer Han stares into the heart of the carnage with grim determination. Below him lies a shattered battlefield, where the legendary swordsman has left total ruin. His eyes lock onto the one person he never expected to find alive. Han lunges forward, desperately calling out to his disciple before the dust settles. He demands to know why the boy left the safety of the main temple. Confusion masks his face as Jian mentions a secret meeting with a traitor. Han frantically checks for wounds, noticing the boy's robes are torn from combat. Jian tries to play it off, but the terror of the encounter lingers. He points to the fallen monks, survivors of a one-sided slaughter by Feng Jin. Overwhelmed with relief, the master pulls his disciple into a fierce, protective embrace. Jian's face reveals the sheer terror of surviving a man who shouldn't exist. Han pulls the boy into a desperate embrace, shielding him from the surrounding carnage. From the shadows, the arc leader watches his prey with a cold, calculating gaze. He stares in disbelief that any human could survive his most lethal poison essence. Jian tries to mask his trauma with a smile that breaks his master's heart. Master Jumo arrives like a storm, flanked by the last defenders of the temple. He commands the intruders to release the wounded and end this one-sided slaughter. Feng Jin rejects the demand, declaring that only the boy matters in this war. The monks freeze as a dark bargain is offered for the young disciple's life. Jumo stares into the abyss, realizing the entire world is coming for this child. Feng Jin glares, exposing the abbot's desperate lies with a single, piercing look. Master Jumo remains silent, knowing the temple's survival hangs by a single thread. The legendary swordsman turns away, declaring that negotiations have reached a bloody end. He confronts Jian, acknowledging the boy's refusal to abandon his broken brothers. The defeated monks can only watch as their pride is buried in the dirt. Jian screams for mercy, begging the monster to spare those who cannot fight. A twisted bargain is offered, forcing Jian into a duel that means certain death. Master Guangzhou roars in fury, branding the challenge a cowardly act of slaughter. Feng Jin mocks the word cowardice, his killing intent suffocating everyone present. Cold laughter echoes as the predator belittles the monks for their own weakness. The veteran monks recoil in disbelief as their martial pride is utterly shattered. Feng Jin mocks them, claiming a mere boy surpassed their decades of training. The monster turns to Jian, demanding he reveal the impossible truth he witnessed. Master Guangzhou looks on in confusion, unable to grasp the boy's hidden potential. Within Jian's mind, the blurred chaos of combat begins to finally take shape. He realizes the lethal strikes were never invisible, just flowing like the wind. With trembling breath, the young survivor admits he can see the predator's movements. The temple defenders watch in horror as a secular disciple achieves the impossible. Even the legendary Master Jumo remains silent, weighing the impact of this revelation. From the shadows, the mastermind watches his target's evolution with a sinister smile. The temple master finally realizes he made a grave mistake regarding the boy. Sending this child to the Tang clan would be a fatal error. A quiet prayer escapes his lips as the sect's future remains uncertain. He questions the legendary senior master's resolve to keep the young disciple. The abbot stands firm, refusing to abandon a student of the Shaolin. Feng Jin scoffs at their petty morals, demanding they see the bigger picture. A heavy silence falls as the masters struggle with an impossible choice. The legendary swordsman grows impatient, demanding an answer before blood flows. Jian watches in shock as the predator decides to force their hand. A cold blade finds a monk's throat, signaling the start of a massacre. The legendary swordsman holds a cold blade against a helpless monk's throat. Unable to watch the slaughter, Jian screams his surrender to the monster. The young disciple offers his own life to end the relentless bloodshed. He begs the predator to stop the massacre before another soul is lost. But a stern hand blocks his path, refusing to let a student die. Master Guangzhou stands tall, offering his own head to protect the sect's future. Jian stares in disbelief as his elder prepares for the ultimate sacrifice. The old master's gaze never wavers, fueled by an unbreakable sense of duty. Feng Jin merely sighs, annoyed by their desperate displays of loyalty and honor. Purple killing intent surges as he demands they move out of his way. A sudden surge of violet energy tears through the battlefield like a lethal whirlwind. In a split second, an eye widens as the predator's strike finally connects. Master Guangzhou is sent hurtling backward, his body failing against the overwhelming power. The abbot watches in horror as the temple's strongest shield finally shatters. Even the schemers in the shadows can only stare at the unfolding tragedy. The old master crashes into the dirt, blood erupting from a devastating chest wound. Jian rushes to his side, desperate to save the man who saved him. Trembling hands clutch at a wound that no medicine can possibly mend. The youth cries out in grief, questioning why his elder would choose death. With his final breaths, Guangzhou insists that this sacrifice belongs to him alone. Jian can only watch in despair as the tragedy reaches its breaking point. Realizing the massacre won't stop, the young woman decides she must intervene. She abandons safety and suddenly sprints toward the center of the slaughter. Her boots strike the cracked earth as she puts everything on the line. Standing before the monster, she begs the legendary swordsman to halt his blade. The cold-blooded killer turns his gaze toward the girl who dares interrupt him. Unfazed by his killing intent, she prepares to reveal her desperate gamble. Her uncle watches in pure horror, fearing his niece has lost her mind. She reassures her guardian that this reckless move is actually a calculated play. The mastermind remains frozen, unable to predict the girl's next move. Tang Ye bows low, warning the legendary monster he is about to make a mistake. The killer pauses in confusion, as she forbids him from touching the young boy. She reveals that Jian alone carries the secret legacy of her family's poison arts. As Jian cradles his dying master, she claims him as a disciple of her clan. The overwhelming pressure of the swordsman falters as he processes this impossible political bombshell. She stares him down, demanding he seek her family's permission before spilling more blood. The veteran overseer watches in stunned silence, realizing the weight of her dangerous gamble. Even the great abbot remains quiet, witnessing the sudden shift in the boy's destiny. Hidden in the shadows, the mastermind grins at his niece's brilliantly calculated deception. In front of everyone, Jian's fate is sealed as a protected member of the Tang. She realizes this boy is more than a survivor. He is a massive prize. As he holds his dying master, she decides he is worth the ultimate gamble. Chilling laughter suddenly echoes across the battlefield, shattering the heavy silence. The girl stands her ground, warning the legend that her clan never forgets grudges. With fire in her eyes, she vows that his sect will pay the price. The swordsman laughs at her arrogance, dismissing her threats as mere empty words. Heavy footsteps approach as a new shadow enters this deadly political game. The mastermind finally steps forward to back his niece's dangerous play. He stares down the killer with a look that promises a slow, painful end. The legendary warrior realizes everyone is now standing in his way. The legendary swordsman hesitates, fearing the judgment of the martial world if he retreats. His title as one of the 10 Supremes carries a weight he cannot easily ignore. The girl cleverly suggests that showing mercy today will earn him an eternal debt. A heavy silence falls over the battlefield as the master weighs his pride against blood. He finally turns away, agreeing to make a single, terrifying concession to the group. Shock washes over his opponents, as they realize the legend is actually reconsidering his path. He reminds them that his entire legacy was built upon a single, perfect blade stroke. If the boy can survive just one strike, the master promises to leave forever. But the look in his eyes suggests that survival is a fate worse than death. The boy holds his fallen mentor, realizing the brutal price of this cruel game. A cold hand rests on the girl's shoulder as the mastermind prepares his move. He praises her work, reminding her that losing a limb is better than death. To him, even a devastating injury is merely a stepping stone toward true power. But she wonders if the young warrior will ever accept such a humiliating bargain. The girl fears the Shaolin abbot's judgment, yet her uncle remains eerily calm. His gaze sharpens as the true powerhouses of the temple finally make their entrance. The legendary abbot emerges from the shadows, his presence suffocating the entire battlefield. With a heavy heart, the master offers a silent apology for the tragedy unfolding. The elder demands a sacrifice, claiming one arm as a small price for peace. Jian clings to his dying mentor, refusing to accept such a cruel, blood-soaked bargain. Hong-O struggles to remain conscious, desperate to stop Jian from making a mistake. But the veteran warrior finally collapses, his strength failing as his life fades away. Panic sets in as Jian realizes his only protector is slipping into grave danger. Silence falls over the battlefield while the old man lies motionless on the dirt. Driven by pure desperation, Jian vows to end this nightmare by any means necessary. Swift fingers strike with lethal precision, targeting vital acupoints to stem the crimson flow. The mastermind steps in, claiming he has bought the dying man a little more time. Jian bows his head in a moment of heavy, somber gratitude. The manipulative mastermind offers a helping hand to the grieving survivor. He offers a final apology for the sacred artifact shattered in the chaos. Suddenly, the boy stands tall, rejecting any further assistance from the elder. With cold eyes, he declares he will face the elder's blade himself. The calculating villain freezes, his composure shattered by the boy's sudden defiance. Even the legendary abbot watches in silence, stunned by this suicidal declaration. Disbelief ripples through the surviving monks as the tension reaches a breaking point. Those watching from the sidelines wonder if the boy has finally lost his mind. A single step forward marks the beginning of a suicidal confrontation. Jian refuses to be a pawn in the elder's twisted game any longer. His eyes burn with a resolve that defies his lack of experience. He visualizes every lethal strike, convinced he can survive the impossible. The villain erupts in twisted laughter at the boy's sudden burst of arrogance. He praises the boy's spirit, acknowledging him as a true warrior at heart. On this desolate path, a master and a survivor prepare for blood. His sinister excitement grows as he finally finds a worthy target for his blade. Jian remains silent, focusing every ounce of his being on the coming storm. The elder grips his blade, admitting the boy's potential is truly extraordinary. He unleashes his full killing intent, summoning a storm of devastating lightning. Jian stands frozen as the air itself begins to crackle with lethal power. A crushing aura descends, pinning the young warrior's body to the cold earth. Swallowing his fear, he realizes the monster before him was merely playing around. Faced with an insurmountable mountain, the boy looks up at his certain death. He tightens his grip, refusing to let his spirit shatter under the pressure. Suddenly, a brilliant green energy erupts from his soul, defying the elder's darkness. With glowing eyes, Jian locks onto every movement, ready to survive the impossible. The elder sneers, finally deciding to end this pathetic struggle once and for all. With a lethal blur, Doxian lunges forward, his blade aimed at the boy's heart. But Jian's eyes ignite with a supernatural green flame, perceiving every micro-movement. His hands move like a phantom, guided by an instinct that defies human logic. In a heartbeat, the young warrior intercepts the lethal steel with his bare palms. Grounding his weight, Jian erupts with a swirling vortex of raw, unbridled energy. He ignores the razor-sharp edge, driving a devastating counterstrike into the elder's chest. Doxian gasps in shock as the boy grips the metal with iron-shattering strength. The sheer force of the collision sends shockwaves through the air, shifting the battle.